Flare walks straight into the roaring mouth of the gate of hell, certain his body and soul will burn away, a willing sacrifice, eyes blazing with absolute resolve. In a small northern town, a boy stands at an old well drawing water until something hard whistles through the air and cracks him in the head. A gang of local boys surrounds Flare, their ringleader sneering that an outsider has no place in their village and today they will drive him out, then launches a fire attack. Moments later, Flare sits calmly on top of the beaten boys and asks them, without a trace of urgency, to please stop bothering him. He still has to cook his teacher's meal. One boy screams that no magic was used. Flare tells him flatly it was just a kick, nothing more, something his teacher drills into him every single day. Recognition dawns on the bruised ringleader. This is the freak who settles everything with his fists instead of spells, and his teacher is exactly the same brand of lunatic. Flare grabs the boy by the collar and hoists him off the ground, voice low and hard. Say whatever you like about me, but one more word against my teacher, and you will regret it. A sharp voice cuts across the scene. Flare drops the kid instantly. His teacher stands there, arms folded, expression unreadable, staring him down without a word. Back home, the dish on the table turns out to be not steamed potatoes at all, just ordinary taro root, charred beyond recognition. The teacher demands to know how Flare managed to set taro on fire. Flare admits he was rushing and had almost no time to cook. The teacher's anger fills the room. Flare turns away and apologizes, then braces himself as the man asks whether today's training exercises were completed. Flare reports without blinking magic practice plus 20 sets of 5,000 push-ups and 7,000 sit-ups done daily without fail. The teacher's fist hits the table. The assignment was 10 repetitions, not a personal endurance record. Flare apologizes again, genuinely baffled by the problem. The teacher says his lessons will soon be useless to Flare anyway. Flare tenses and asks why. The old man meets his eyes and asks quietly, "Have you ever heard of the Gate of Hell?" Flare answers carefully, "The gate holds a hellfire capable of burning the entire world, and shamans have guarded it for over 1,000 years to keep that flame contained." The teacher tells him the council has made its decision. Flare will be offered as a sacrifice to that very gate. The words land like a stone dropped into still water. The hell flame has grown uncontrollable, the council warned. Unchecked, it will consume the world. Only one thing stops it. A young mage offered as sacrifice, as in the ancient rite. The old man says Flare is the best candidate. At dawn, they will walk to the gate together, and Flare will give himself to the fire. Two reasons were given. Flare has no family left, and he was not born in this village. No roots, no one to mourn him. The teacher apologizes. Voice steady, their order exists to protect the world from the flame, and living here means carrying that duty. He tells Flare to rest before the morning rite. Flare stands in silence, absorbing the fact that tomorrow he will cease to exist, a story ending before it truly began. Strangely, no fear comes. At dawn, they set out. No family, no friends, nothing good ever promised, broken from the start. Only his teacher kept him alive. Nothing left to regret. The teacher says they have arrived. Enormous doors hang before them in midair, covered in strange geometric patterns. This is the gate of hell itself. Flare is told far larger than anything he had imagined. The teacher explains the gate is sealed with hellfire and is, apart from its size and the fact it floats, essentially an ordinary door, still closed. He tells Flare to open it the way he was taught. Flare unrolls a scroll, speaks the incantation, and pushes the ancient doors apart. They groan open and brilliant flame tears out of the darkness beyond. The teacher says the fire will burn not only Flare's body but his soul, severing his cycle of rebirth forever. Then he goes quiet and looks at the boy for a long moment. He asks Flare if he hates him. Flare only smiles and says there is no need for that kind of talk. He is grateful beyond words and glad, truly glad that this man was his teacher. The teacher flinches, bows his head low, and says in a rough voice that the rules forbid him from going any further. Flare tells him simply to take care of himself. Turning away, the old man thanks Flare for everything. Then he walks toward the gate with a steady stride, not a shadow of doubt or grief left in him. Inside, one thought fills his mind. It is time to save the world. The doors slam shut behind him and the fire is gone. Flare looks around in bewilderment, wondering if any of it was real. Above Flare, something new bloomed into existence, unlike any flame he had ever encountered, and breathtaking in a way he could not name. Fire swallowed him from crown to soul, and the heat was absolute, flesh crumbling, eyes flooding red, a scream tearing out of him before he could stop it. The agony was beyond anything he had imagined, and then his soul ripped free of his body with a violence that left him stunned. Looking back, he saw only scorched ash where his body had been. His teacher's words returned to him. Fire burns not just flesh, but the soul itself, and the real suffering was only beginning. Sharper pain crashed over him, and despair set in. He regretted coming. The world could burn for all he cared. He wanted release, but a soul is far harder to destroy than flesh. Time dissolved here. Impossible to measure. He wondered how long he would have to endure this, waiting perhaps until the next victim arrived to feed the flame. Understanding now how the shamans contained the fire, Flare stayed close to it, his soul stubbornly refusing to vanish, the weight stretching into what felt like centuries. Pain became familiar, then ordinary. He stood inside the inferno without flinching, the roar of the flame no more troubling than wind. He had sat beside that fire far longer than he knew, and in doing so he had bent the hell flame to his will. Curiosity, long dormant, stirred back to life. Boredom had dulled his senses, but an opening high above the fire caught his eye, a gap the flames never reached. He decided to climb toward it and see what lay beyond. Rising was effortless in this form, pure thought becoming motion. Below him, fires of every color burned: red, blue, yellow, green, violet, black, and shades he had no name for. From above, the spectacle was genuinely beautiful. Then at the edge of his vision, a stone glinted in the distance. Flare grinned when he caught the flame and found a red gemstone burning at its core, the kind of thing a merchant would pay a fortune to own. No merchant existed within 1,000 miles. Of course, the gem blazed white, a strange warmth passed through him, then it was gone, absorbed into his soul as if it had always belonged. That stone was a true fragment of the Hellflame. If one existed, others were scattered throughout this void, and collecting them might be exactly how he survived and saved the world at once. Time passed. The remaining stones were found, and fire wrapped around him again, but this time he held it, shaped it, and felt something close to triumph. He no longer had to stay. No sacrifice was needed. His life would continue. His first thought was that he could not wait to tell his teacher everything. Then the absence of a body reasserted itself. Before despair could settle, white flames erupted around him, and slowly, impossibly, began sculpting him a new form. The white fire hardened into real flesh. Flare had no explanation for it, only the suspicion that absorbing the Hellflame had somehow made him whole again. Tears came without warning. He wiped them away fast. He was not walking back into the village looking like that. He had made his peace with dying, and being alive felt like an outrageous gift. Pushing the door open, Flare ran through everything he wanted to do first. Eat a proper meal, find his teacher, watch the old man's face when he heard what had happened. No need to rush, he decided. He would bring his teacher back here and figure out the rest then. A heavy snort broke his thoughts, and a horseshoe flashed past his head. Riders, heavily armed, moving fast, thundered past, shouting for someone ahead of them not to dare run. When they were gone, Flare eased the door open. The noise made no sense to him, and neither did the fact that those riders had simply ridden straight through the gate. The gate lay on the ground, tangled in roots, thick with moss. The stonework cracked and weathered as though decades of storms had passed over it. Nothing around him was familiar. Flare had no idea whether he had truly come back, or where the village even was from here. Those riders were hiding something, and Flare chose to follow them. His second life began in that moment. Complicated already, but he had faced worse than complicated. At a great tree deeper in the forest, bandits had cornered two girls, voices loud with the satisfaction of a hunt finally ended, telling them escape was no longer an option. The girls were fighting back. Flare crouched in the undergrowth, realizing he had kept pace with the riders, though their business had turned out to be far more urgent than his. He considered slipping away and finding someone else to follow. The forest offered no guarantee of other people, however, and while he hesitated, a horse leaned down and pressed its nose against him. Flare's teacher had drilled one rule into him: speak politely and people will help. He steadied his nerves and approached the girls, determined to show respect. He burst from the bushes completely naked, then asked them for directions. One girl immediately clapped her hands over her companion's eyes. The men drew weapons and demanded to know who he was. Flare said he was lost, but they had already decided explanations were a waste of time. Rather than answer, Flare drove his fist into the nearest man hard enough to send him skidding several meters across the dirt. The girl stared, unable to believe one punch had done that. Flare stripped the unconscious man of his clothes and told the rest flatly that orders exist to be followed. The remaining bandits charged him together. Flare waved them off, signaling he wanted no fight. Then one of them slipped around behind him and swung. Flare spun and called it a misunderstanding. The others exchanged glances. If it was a misunderstanding, why had he already put two men on the ground? Ignoring every piece of advice being shouted at him, Flare worked through the attackers one by one and announced he would find his own way home. The girls watched in stunned silence, one of them whispering that he moved like a monster. Flare felt sharper than he ever had, and that somehow unsettled him. He turned his palms up and felt something stir beneath the skin, something new and hot. That was the moment a surviving bandit raised his blade. The swing missed clean. Before the man could recover, Ashara stepped in and cut him down with a single stroke, then stood over him, catching her breath. Flare smiled and thanked her, adding he had it handled. Ashara leveled her sword at his chest and told him to stay back and never ask her for help again. She had her priorities, and he was not among them. Her voice dropped to a blade edge. Tell her who he was and why he was here, or she would end him where he stood. Flare gave his name and explained he was from a northern village on the kingdom's edge, just lost, with no idea how to get back. He could see she knew these roads. Ashara repeated the village name with open suspicion. Flare spread his arms and grinned, asking her to guide him since she clearly knew the way. Her sword swept his legs out from under him before he finished the sentence. He hit the ground confused. She told him she could see the lie behind every word he said. Pressing a hand to her chest, Ashara declared that as long as the holy night, Ashara still drew breath, no one would lay a finger on an innocent princess. Flare took that as an introduction and politely said he was glad to meet her. Behind him, the princess was already yelling at Ashara to stop using that title in public. Ashara swung at Flare again. She told him that now he knew who they were. He would have to pay for it with his life. Primavera shoved between them and begged her to stop. Primavera was furious. This man had just saved their lives. Ashara argued he was clearly unhinged, a point Flare felt applied equally to both of them. He turned and walked walked away, deciding to handle things alone. Ashara shouted after him in rage while Primavera called out, pleading for him to wait. Primavera said she had a request, then a bandit groaned and pushed himself upright behind them. Ashara cursed her own restraint and ordered Primavera to run. The man was already mid-swing, snarling that he would take at least one of them down. Flare crossed the distance in a single heartbeat, standing directly under the falling blade. He had no plan, his body had simply moved, and now he was committed to a situation with no clean exit. No time to dodge, no angle to block. He thrust his bare hand up to catch the sword, and fire erupted from his palm. The blast tore through the undergrowth in a roaring wall. Both girls screamed and threw their arms up against the heat. The bandit shrieked that he was burning. Sweat poured down his face, and the sword in his grip ran liquid, then was gone. The girls frantically checked each other for injuries. Flare stood with his arm still outstretched, every color of flame racing across his skin. The bandit had no idea what he was looking at. Ashara stared at the puddle of slag where the sword had been. Was that truly the Hellflame? Primavera watched Flare with wide, unreadable eyes. Flare looked down at his own hand, barely believing it. Somehow he had not only endured the Hellflame's agony, he had bent it to his will. Wreathed in living flame over the fallen enemy. Flare leaves every witness speechless. One holy knight breathes it aloud. That is the true Hellflame of the northern shamans. Impossible. Flare turns the moment over in his mind. Was that really the Hellflame? Or did it start with those gemstones he swallowed when he passed through the gate of hell? The fire has taken root inside him. The terrified man bolts screaming that he has become a monster, and Ashara levels her sword, voice cold. Do not move. Ashara demands to know who he is and how he carries the Hellflame. Flare tells her he knows exactly what it is, then asks quietly for their help reaching the village where the flame was sealed. Prima's knight rounds on him, snapping that he is mocking them again until Prima strikes her arm and orders her to stop. Ashara tries to set conditions, but Prima cuts her off. She cannot keep throwing herself into every brawl. Turning to Flare, she thanks him, sincerely for saving them twice over. Prima, she says, 7th princess of the White Pearl Kingdom. Then she softens it. Just call her Prima, please. Ashara hisses that she is being far too open, and Prima fires back that it is called honesty, then orders her knight to apologize for the rudeness. Ashara meets Flare's eyes and forces out the apology. Flare admits he is not sure what is happening, but he is glad everyone is alive. Prima says she has a request. Her request? Become her bodyguard. Ashara erupts in protest. Prima's logic is cold and clear. The hired killers will not stop, and more allies mean a better chance of survival. Ashara is firm. Traveling with a stranger is dangerous, and Prima does not fully grasp how dangerous their situation truly is. She spells it out. Prima has no idea how beautiful she is. Every man who sets eyes on her will immediately scheme to get close to that young, radiant body. That is simply the truth. How is anyone supposed to keep their head around a princess like that? Even Ashara barely holds together. The real danger to Prima might be standing right here, Flare notes. Prima turns to Flare again, telling him his presence alone steadies her. He asks half joking whether she wants a bodyguard, but adds that he has business far more pressing than that role. Ashara lunges at him, furious that he is actually considering turning down a princess who asked so sincerely. Prima shouts at her to stop and spare herself any more embarrassment. One sharp command sits Ashara down instantly. Flare clarifies that he has not refused. He needs to visit the northern village first. He walked into the gate of hell as a sacrifice and walked back out alive, carrying every hell flame within him, free at last from guarding those gates. His teacher needs to hear all of this as fast as possible. Prima says she believes him, and precisely because she does, she owes him a hard truth. He is already in the northern village, she tells him. Flare looks around, confused. He remembers no forest here. To be exact, she says, this ground is where that village once stood. No one has lived in the north for 1,000 years. The words hit Flare like a blow, and he goes utterly still. That was the start of his glorious second life. Glorious, except for one enormous problem. Black crows circled overhead. 1,000 years had passed outside the gate while he waited within. His village had no shamans left. None of it felt real. Ashara stood stunned. A shaman of the gate of hell actually existed, walking and breathing in front of her. Every instinct had told her the old stories were lies. Primavera quietly urged Ashara to watch her words, since Flare was standing right there. He lowered himself onto a log and stared at the dirt, with nothing to say. Both girls groped for comforting words. Ashara asked again whether he had heard her, and Flare answered, calm as still water, that none of it troubled him. His village was ash, yet he sat as though a storm had merely passed. 1,000 years is 1,000 years, Flare said, less a homecoming than arriving somewhere entirely foreign. The villagers had never truly warmed to him, even when they were alive, and the one person who mattered had been sacrificed to the gate. Too little memory of the place remained for grief to take root. Flare admitted he found that strange himself. Ashara called him a dried-up husk of a man, more teasing than cruel. Flare told Primavera he had time and was ready to help. She thanked him with a bright smile, and Ashara realized their careful escape plan had just unraveled completely. Having never left home before, Flare burned to see what lay beyond the trees. Primavera said they should survive the forest first. Ashara warned him not to slow the whole group down. Flare ignited the air around him, and both girls went speechless. Neither had imagined that flame could be bent to such a purpose. Control was still rough, he admitted, but once mastered it would serve him better than any weapon he could name. Ishara moved to carry Primavera, but the princess refused at once. Flare declared no princess of hers would walk a path caked in soot. Primavera told them firmly she would not be separated from him. No sense of homecoming reached him, not even the news of his teacher's death landed hard. Perhaps the girl was right, perhaps he truly was a cold-blooded thing. They set out. Flare had never felt the village truly belonged to him. Then, in an instant, it was gone without a trace, and he had no memories rich enough even to mourn with. Ishara wondered why she had not heard the weight in his words sooner. She had been selfish. The knight told her it was probably fine. Then she noticed how lovely Primavera looked. She had kept telling herself he seemed strong enough. An hour into the march, even Ishara's lungs began to burn. Yet Flare walked on as if the distance were nothing. The supply bag seized during their escape weighed more than Primavera herself, and Flare carried it without a flicker of strain while carving a path through the undergrowth. Flare asked, genuinely curious, when the forest would finally end. It felt like they had been walking half their lives. Ishara pointed out dryly that he was the one who had been leading. Ishara snapped that charging blindly forward was not a plan. Flare replied, unbothered, that since no one had objected, he had assumed everyone knew the way. Lost in the forest. Because they fled their pursuers. Primavera admitted she had no idea where they were, and neither did anyone else. Flare realized they were all equally, completely lost. Primavera suspected the forest's ancient shaman history saturated the air with a magnetic field so strong it rendered every compass useless. Ishara pressed him. These were his lands, so this was his problem to fix. Flare answered that everything had changed, and he no longer recognized what anyone expected of him. Climbing the tree. Flare promised to go higher until he found a way out. Primavera marveled at the ease of his ascent while Ishara snapped at him to hurry up. From the canopy, Flare saw a forest with no edge in any direction. Wandering at random would only take them deeper. Then something caught his eye, and Primavera called up asking, what? House. Primavera asked, who could possibly live out here? Over 1,000 years old, Flare said, unmistakable, because it was the home he and his master had shared. Stepping closer, Flare stared at it in disbelief. Of everything that had stood in this forest a millennium ago, only this one structure remained. 1,000 years old and still nearly intact. The mind refused to accept it. Primavera asked softly whether this was truly his home. His master's enchantment must be holding it together. Flare said, though, why he could never guess. The others wondered if it was deliberate. He had never expected to return. Ishara declared that standing outside accomplished nothing. They needed to go in and see for themselves. Primavera grabbed her by the hair and yanked her sharply back. Primavera invited Flare to enter alone. They were not so graceless as to intrude on someone else's memories. Flare insisted he was fine, that none of this made him sad. Primavera held her ground. She had watched his face the whole time and could not pretend otherwise. The others waited outside. Primavera only asked that he become their companion without hesitation or regret. Flare stepped through the door into a ruin that had been empty for decades. Inside, the decay was exactly what he had expected. 1,000 years of slow collapse. Still, the old kitchen was recognizable, and the sight dragged up a flood of memories. Every ruined meal had earned him punishment without exception. Not once had his master offered a single word of praise. The face of that man surfaced in his mind, clear and unasked for. Flare found himself wondering why he had never even tried to stop him. A sharp crack snapped him back. A ladle had fallen, and something was shifting beneath the floorboards. He pulled out a book and knew it at once. His master's diary. He hesitated, unsure whether reading it crossed a line on one page in that hand. I no longer know how to help this boy. The diary read that his master would go to the gate of hell and spend his one life, not for himself, but for the village, for the entire world. He truly was a good man. That was why the master had been forced to stop him, to keep Flare away from that gate. At the village assembly, a voice had cried out that there was no reason Flare had to be the one to go. They told his master that Flare had no family, so no one would mourn him, and that the boy had caused the village nothing but trouble from the very start. From the very start, he was an outsider to everyone, and chose to sacrifice himself rather than let another die. A fact that filled his master with fury he could never swallow. The answer came back that everything was already decided, and only one path remained: abandon the pupil. That was why he could not save the boy he loved as a son, and he begged forgiveness. The last pages of the diary were smeared by tears. For years, Flare had nursed a quiet bitterness, certain his master had simply thrown him away. Then the diary shattered that story completely. Every entry breathed care for him, right to the final hour, and when the moment of parting came, bitter tears had fallen freely. The diary did not end there. The gloves and armor crafted for him by magic had apparently become useless without the right hands to wield them. Flare dug through the drawers, turning over his belongings one by one. His master had meant to give the set the day Flare first beat him in a fight. A full suit of enchanted chaos armor. Tucked beneath everything else lay a wooden box. In his dreams, the master had seen one vision again and again. The boy walking back through the door. Impossible, but shamans work miracles. Flare lifted the armor out and put it on. Every prayer in those pages asked that Flare live, that no wall stand before him, that he find wonders he had never dared imagine, and friends worth keeping. Then he stepped outside. Facing them with a steady, warm smile, he told them that was all. His master had wished him a life lived freely and well. Flare asked what they thought of the new look. Primavera said he looked wonderful. Aishara added that clothes make the man, and he finally looked worth standing next to. She had no idea what she had done to deserve thanks. He told her plainly. Her support had helped him untangle things he had carried for years, and because of her, he had felt free for the first time. A wide, genuine smile broke across her face, and she asked once more, just to be sure, whether he would be all right with them being friends. He said yes without hesitation. Shara barked at him to keep his distance from the princess. Primavera wheeled on her and told her to stop, and at that exact moment the house collapsed into rubble. Flare realized the seal his master set on the house lifted the moment it was no longer needed, proof the old man had held on to hope of his return. He bowed to the ruins and gave thanks. Setting out now with a second life won at tremendous cost. He had decided this one belonged to himself. At the edge of the wreckage, he left the diary and a single flower. He turned to the girls and said it was time to move. That was how his journey with the princess and the knight began. The open world stretching ahead with nothing familiar in it. The adventure had started, except Aishara pointed at the tree line and asked where exactly they were headed. None of them knew how to get out of the forest. It had slipped his mind. Minutes later, they were sprinting through the trees. Primavera screaming at Aishara to go faster, a massive wild boar thundering behind them and splintering everything in its path. One wrong step and the beast would swallow them whole. Neither of them understood what had gotten into this forest. Flare told them to trust him, planted his feet, and turned to face the boar. He summoned his flame and commanded the creature to back away, and the fire answered in a roar, wild tongues of white consuming everything between them and the charging beast. Flare asked if the girls were all right. Primavera said they were fine, and he told them the threat was over. Nothing but quiet rats. Aishara snapped at him to control his attack power. She was furious. He had jostled Primavera in the blast radius, eyes on the dying fire. Flare admitted that in the middle of a fight, adrenaline makes it nearly impossible to hold back training. He needed more of it. Primavera confessed she was starting to believe they would never find a way out of this forest, and Aishara agreed the situation still looked close to hopeless. Then Aishara added that as long as she was with Primavera, she did not care what came next. She was actually glad of it. Primavera cut her off with a sharp command to be quiet. Flare asked why they had set out at all. Primavera was no ordinary person, and walking into such danger made no sense. Now that he stood beside her, she owed him the truth. Her older siblings want her dead. Aishara added that back in the White Pearl Kingdom, the king lies gravely ill and a vicious war for the throne is already tearing the palace apart. It clicked. Her brothers and sisters meant to eliminate her before she could claim the crown. A knot formed in his chest. No single sentence could hold the weight of her tragedy. Tears in her eyes, Primavera said that was exactly why she fled her homeland. She did not want the throne at all. Aishara moved to comfort her. Flare more tangled in the story than ever. He looked at her and said she seemed like someone beginning the world fresh. Breaking into a wide grin, he told her not to grieve. Let every hardship pass right over her and meet it smiling. Her face lit up at his words, and she called him truly kind. Then he suggested she use his name, which ignited a flash of outrage from Aishara. If he had time to chat, Aishara told him, he had time to find a way out of the forest. Primavera fretted they would be stuck here forever. Then Flare's expression shifted. An idea. He remembered a technique his old teacher had taught him, one that could guide them out, a spell that reveals a safe path when you're lost. Primavera stared, astonished that such a thing existed. Flare confirmed he had picked up a measure of shamanic skill along the way. Aishara's jaw tightened. Something that useful should have been said the moment they got lost. He pulled out a sheet of paper, cleared his mind, and focused hard on what he needed. A way out. An image of the exit formed in his mind, and a tongue of flame burst free, winding forward like a serpent. The frost flame trail would lead them out, he said. Aishara called it handy. He said he knew a few warding spells against sickness. Then every nerve in the group fired at once, and they ordered Primavera to stay still. Monsters were closing in from the dark. Goblins, small, faces twisted into snarling rage, each one gripping a crude stone axe. One-on-one, they were nothing. But a mob would cost real effort. Aishara was past being surprised by this forest. Flare had met goblins before. They turned up near his village often. Flare said he would handle them alone. Aishara cut him off. His fire was too destructive for this. She would deal with the monsters. He held his ground. That was why he wanted practice. Battling back the wave, Aishara declared Primavera had more than one companion protecting her. Primavera cheered her on. Flare stayed in the fight, using his magic as cover, not a kill. A memory of magic flashes through his mind, and Aishara notes the creatures are moving far more in sync than she expected, just before one lunges at her from behind. Flare shoves the monster aside before it connects, and Aishara stares at him, caught between surprise and something she hasn't named yet. The pack snarls at the gap torn in their ranks, and Aishara's fury at his interference is sharp and hot, but Flare raises a hand. Give him one moment, he has a technique to try. She has no idea what he means. The creatures shriek and surge forward, and Flare steps into their path with a bright tongue of flame cupped in his palm. Aishara reminds him they just argued about how his fire could hurt Primavera. He nods. He knows. Keep it controlled. Keep it tight, and there's nothing to fear. Raw flame is still hard to handle alone, so he will lean on the magic system to steer it. All they have to do is watch. Colors ripple across his body as multiple flames ignite at once. The monsters halt and back away, unnerved by what burns before them. Ishara recognizes the silhouette, identical to the first time she saw him, except now the fire bends to his will instead of eating him alive. The trick is treating flame like spell work. Hold the force, compress it, never release until every thread points at one spot. It clicks. Flare straightens up, the fire settling around him like a second skin. Time to put it to the test. He accelerates into the pack in a single blur. Primavera gasps, then grins. Every doubt she had about following him dissolves on the spot. One punch and a goblin ignites, reduced to cinders before it hits the ground. The heat wrapped around his fist is something else entirely. He gives the next creature a simple choice: cooperate and live, or share its companion's fate. It screams and bolts straight for the girls. Ishara intercepts it. Primavera is not a prize to be taken, and the creature learns that hard truth as it crumples to the dirt. Flare calls out his approval, then explains that monsters like these always chase the weakest target, and punctuates the lesson with a burst of flame aimed at the nearest one. Rock and dust spray in every direction. He clears the blast zone with room to spare, and Primavera calls out asking if he is hurt. He exhales, irritated with himself. Too long fooling around with goblins, not enough focus. His teacher would have torn into him by now. 4 seconds. He decides next time the whole fight ends in 4. Primavera turns to Ishara instead and tells her she held her ground beautifully in combat and in words. Ishara answers that. She answers to herself alone. Primavera promises to take those words seriously this time. Flare signals they need to move. Out of the forest already. Ishara can hardly believe it after all their wandering, and Flare finds he shares the feeling exactly. Prima spotted a settlement nearby and suggested heading for it for Flare. This was the first journey beyond the borders of his home village in his entire life. Anticipation coils in Flare's chest as the world beyond the tree line finally promises to open up, and on a branch above, a silent figure watches them pass. Reaching the settlement, they push straight into the nearest tavern, where Ishara's temper flares instantly, and she announces that their group will be paying. The innkeeper, calm but firm, asks them to leave. One look at this trio told him everything he needed to know about the kind of trouble they carry. A girl in a bright dress, a broad-shouldered woman with a sword, and a boy hauling an enormous pack. The innkeeper reads the group and does not like what he reads. His eyes settle on the girl, and the word princess forms in his mind, but Ishara bursts out laughing and flatly insists that is the most absurd thing she has ever heard. The man decides instantly that this knight is too honest to lie, so Flare steps forward and makes one small request. Just something to eat, nothing more. Food he can manage. The innkeeper says, but no one stays the night. The district is restless, and every stranger is watched here with good reason. Outside again, Flare mutters that someone at that table really should have learned to keep quiet, then turns to Prima and apologizes, and she just smiles and says they will try somewhere else. Prima is nearly asleep on her feet, and Ishara says firmly that rest is not optional. The pace they are keeping will break all of them long before they reach their destination. A woman approaches from the shadows and asks whether they have anywhere to sleep, adding plainly that goblins and orcs roam freely through these parts after dark. Flare repeats the offer back to her, barely containing his relief, and she corrects him at once. It is a shop, not a hotel, so he should not expect any comforts. She leads them to a room and mentions that clean linen is available if they need it. Flare looks around and declares the whole place absolutely perfect. The wall decorations alone delight him, and Ishara assures Prima this is exactly the rest she needs. Prima turns to the shopkeeper to pay, but the woman just smiles and waves her off. Call it the whim of a generous old woman. She says, take the kindness while it is offered, rest without guilt, and do not make a fuss over small things. Prima refuses outright to accept charity, and Ishara reminds her quietly that the journey has already cost them more money than they planned. Prima is determined to give something in return, and Flare digs through his pack, wondering if anything would do, until Ishara grabs his arm, alarmed the sacred armor might be in there. Prima stares, the armor is right there in his pack. She had told him to travel light, and now he sees why the bag was so heavy. Ishara seizes the gift. The princess is not giving it away. Prima calls after her to stop reaching the Blue Sapphire Kingdom is urgent, and Flare asks the shopkeeper to confirm, and she says yes, that country is their final destination, an island nation far to the west, ringed by open sea, its coastline guarded by a powerful fleet and walls no army has broken. If they can reach it, no one will follow them there. The sea was something Flare had never truly known, and since leaving the village, everything felt foreign. Primavera agreed they should change first. Their clothes drew too many eyes. The farther they traveled, Flare knew, the more the world would reveal itself, and something restless and hungry already burned in his chest at the thought. Primavera moved to fetch the new clothes herself, but Flare stepped in front of her. They were both exhausted, and this errand was his to run. She thanked him, quiet and sincere. He slipped out into the night while Ishara sat wondering whether Flare ever truly tired, and Flare himself, half curious about the world beyond, decided to take a look around before heading back. Returning to check their sizes, he found both of them already deep asleep. He lifted the blanket, took one look, and quietly accepted there was nothing he could do about it right now. He laid them side by side on the bed, and since the girls had fallen asleep in a hurry, got to work taking their measurements as quickly as he could. Downstairs the shopkeeper sat wiping a knife blade, smiling at how stubbornly her old habits clung on. Then she glanced up and spotted Flare coming down the stairs. He was surprised she was still awake. She asked what he was hauling around at this hour, and when he said he was buying the girl's new clothes, she stopped him. Every shop had closed hours ago. That caught Flare off guard, and she shook her head at him. If cheap things would do, she told him, there was a wardrobe upstairs. Help himself. He lit up and thanked her. He set the armor on the counter in front of her and told her it was his way of paying for her hospitality. She drew a slow breath and told him she needed nothing from him, but Flare pushed back, insisting on gratitude. He flashed her a wide grin, and at last she relented and looked at what he had brought. One look at the armor stopped her cold. Mithril sacred grade plate, exceptional craftsmanship, worth far more than 20 platinum coins. Yet this boy clearly had no idea what he was carrying. She told him it was far too fine for her to accept, but she was genuinely moved that he wanted so badly to thank her. Flare could only guess at what people usually did with gifts this good. Before she could make sense of what he was planning, Flare hurled the armor into the air and began hammering it. Blow after relentless blow. She stood frozen, too stunned to speak. He retrieved the armor, now thoroughly dented, and asked what happened. Someone told him there was a defect now, so the price had dropped considerably. The damage outraged her. Flare just shrugged and said he had nobody to blame for bringing something so expensive. That was when she burst out laughing. The boy was absolutely ridiculous. Once she caught her breath, she declared, "Defective goods go for a few hundred late. That was the price." Flare nodded, still genuinely baffled by what that number actually meant. She also promised to pack everything they would need for the journey, a fair trade in both directions. Flare could hardly contain his delight. The group thanked her as they left, each of them feeling the packs had somehow grown heavier than before. Behind them, she called out that the boy had surprisingly good taste in clothing. Primavera smiled and said the dress suited her perfectly. The fit was exactly right. Ishara agreed, joking that at least Flare had a talent for getting sizes right. Flare grinned and admitted he had spent the previous evening measuring everything, which earned him a blank stare and the question, measuring what exactly? He cheerfully confessed he had taken their measurements while they slept, lingering especially on Prima's chest, and she cut him off with a furious glare before the innkeeper walked over. The innkeeper told Ishara he had watched her spend one night turning those boys around, even handing them her prized trophies, something no one had ever gotten close enough to earn before. The legendary shop mistress, once the deadliest girl alive, had gone soft, or so it looked. She just shrugged and said she liked the kid and there was nothing to be done about it. Moving through the forest, Flare sighed and admitted things hadn't gone the way he planned, though that happens. The girls, for their part, were still furious. What exactly he had done to earn that fury, he genuinely could not figure out. He had been looking forward to this trip, and now it was a mess. He pulled out a sheet of paper and decided to let it go. Casting enhancement spells on his own legs, Flare conjured a full set of magical gravity weights, something Ishara had never seen before and had to admit impressed her. Basics he learned from his master back in the day. Though lately training had slipped, the enchantment layers weighted shackles onto limbs, forcing the muscles to grow stronger under the strain. He offered to apply the weights to Ishara too. She said if he could handle it, she wasn't about to be left behind, so he knelt and cast the spell around her legs. Ishara dropped instantly, legs buckling under the weight. These were not supposed to be that heavy. Flare blinked. Prima asked in alarm if she was all right. No human body should lift this. Having the weights on both arms and legs at once felt unthinkable. Ishara could barely process it. Flare kept apologizing, but Prima was already calling his name from further ahead. Prima was thrilled. Magic opened so many doors, and she wanted to try for herself. Ishara flatly refused on her behalf. Flare assumed wrongly that all grudges had already been forgiven. Prima asked whether he had any travel magic, something like summoning a carriage. No, he said. She made a private note. Letting feelings run ahead this fast could turn dangerous. Getting horses at the nearest town was the only sensible option, and clearly someone would come after them soon. Prima agreed without argument. Flare pushed back, insisting they keep their current pace. If pursuers came, they'd handle it. Prima shot back that logic only held against weak enemies, and her family could send holy angels. Prima insisted her family would not go that far. With her relatives, it paid to expect anything. Flare countered, privately marveling at whatever the Church of the Holy Angels actually was. The Church of the Holy Angels is a neutral body watching over all 7 kingdoms. Its authority above any crown, it rarely intervenes, but when angels choose to act, no king can stop them. If her sister had already petitioned the angels to take their souls, that threat was lethal. Flare wondered whether anything like the church had existed back in his own time. He said it sounded fascinating and he wanted to meet them. Ishara's answer was immediate and sharp. Do not fight them. If angels appear, the only move is to run. Angels carry power on a different scale entirely. Whatever confidence Flare held in his own strength, it was not even close to comparable with theirs. Angels are the shaman's natural enemies. 1,000 years ago, those creatures razed his village and slaughtered every shaman in it. The news stops Flare cold. Primavera adds that his mere presence makes the buried history undeniable. No one will dare call them liars. Flare wonders if this is someone's idea of a cruel joke. He had always assumed the shamans simply faded from the world over time, but that assumption now collapses. They were hunted down and his master with them. Primavera suggests suggests they set the subject aside. It is still unknown whether the shamans will stand against the church, and word is they almost never take anyone's side. Worrying over a problem that may never arrive is pointless, and Ashara agrees better to focus on what they can actually do right now. Primavera compliments Flair's sharp mind, then presses a sweet into his hand, but his thoughts are still churning. Far away inside the Church of the Holy Angels, events begin to accelerate. A small boy streaks through the halls with a basket of letters, scattering pages, calling for Zuriel, who scolds him for littering before the boy announces he carries a petition from a lower race. Zuriel approves of the boy's diligence, skims the petition, calling for the elimination of the White Pearl Kingdom's 7th successor, and decides to hand the job to someone else. On the outskirts of White Pearl territory, Flair takes in the eerie stillness of the suburbs. He had heard of this kingdom's wealth, but nothing about how quiet and tense the streets would feel. He recalls that the succession crisis is being settled right now in these very streets. Danger hangs over everything, and before the thought finishes, a voice barks at him to get up. Bandits block his path. No one passes through their territory without paying. Not while the throne war makes the country deadlier by the day. Hand over everything or face the consequences, that is the choice. Tears spill down Flair's face as he chokes out that he never expected creatures like them to treat him with such contempt. He adds almost gently that they are still lesser beings who must be corrected and taught, and those words ignite a bandit's fury like a match to oil. The bandit swings at him with a roar, demanding he shut his mouth, but Flair's lips curl into a slow, dangerous smile. At that same moment, Primavera is savoring a piece of grilled snake on the road, declaring it delicious, while Flair reminds her that eating while walking is a bad habit. Prima offers Ishara a piece too. She genuinely enjoys eating on the march, Flair notes. Primavera says she is glad to see him in better spirits. He had looked troubled and it worried her. The shock hit hard at first, but turning it over in his mind, Flair has made his peace. The past cannot be rewritten, and knowing the truth, however brutal, does not change what he must do. He holds no hatred for the angels, but he refuses to believe they defeated his master. Just then, Ishara calls out with bright excitement. The city is coming into view. Flair recalls a promise he made to himself long ago to live without limits, to hold nothing back. Ahead of them, a great city sprawls across the horizon. Better to embrace that life than to crumble under grief. He wants to begin again, to live this second chance fully. At that very moment, someone attacks him. The condemned had begged, wept, pleaded, and the angel heard every word, then explained without anger that he was simply doing his job, purging those unfit to better humanity's future. Only real resistance could make this worthwhile, and his target was already spent, giving everything and still falling short. That bored him deeply enough to make a request. The man broke and ran screaming. Flair wiped his tears and muttered that he had been let down again, the disappointment settling hard before he finished it with one final strike. Every assignment ended the same dull way, no worthy opponent anywhere, until a new order from his master surfaced in memory. Where his blow landed, nothing remained but scorched silence. The Church of the Holy Angels rises at the center of the world, watching over all 7 kingdoms, and rumor holds that sometimes, rarely, it answers the petitions of ordinary people. Yet with angels so far beyond human measure, every kingdom treads carefully around the church. What Marcial truly wanted was a next target with enough spine to actually fight back. Angels are simply on another level entirely, and Marcial smiled knowing that very soon he would be standing in front of the 7th princess. Flair's boots rang against the cobblestones as he moved through the boulevard, head turning left and right, drinking in the scale of the city spreading endlessly before him. Primavera asked whether he liked it here. Flair answered with pure excitement that he could not wait to get into trouble, and Ashara cut him off, lodgings first, adventures later. Primavera announced she desperately needed a shower. Ashara offered to scrub her back and was flatly refused. Flair drifted down the corridor bumping into strangers, already separated from both. Ashara confessed she would be overjoyed if the order could touch Primavera's delicate skin, at which Primavera spun around, alarm rising in her voice, and quietly begged Flair to save her. Flair had managed to get completely lost. He wandered the streets marveling at how enormous the city was, and the sinking realization came that he had no idea where either of the girls had gone. Hunger was gnawing hard when an extraordinary smell stopped Flair mid-step and pulled him straight toward its source, a cheerful girl waiting near the entrance of a bakery called the Happy Loaf. The scent alone was enough to make him want a taste. She lit up and offered him a walnut bun, and the moment it hit his tongue, Flair went completely still. The walnut's fragrance, the crunch, the richness, Flair said it all aloud, amazed. He had eaten village bread before, but this was a different world entirely, and the discovery shook him. Bella thanked him with a wide smile, then admitted she had sold nothing all day and had been about to pack up and go back to the shop empty-handed, which stunned him as much as the bread had. He could not understand how anything this good could go unsold. And then 3 men walked over with an offer to show her a better time, and Bella asked, voice tight, when they would ever stop coming. One grabbed her arm, claiming it was only once she slapped him. The second snatched her bread from the cart and flung it at her, raging that she had dared raise a hand against him. With no customers, she had no business selling bread. They sneered, promising to teach her something that would make her forget the bakery forever. Bella knew who had been ruining her days. She crouched and gasped gathered the scattered loaves, saying quietly she had done this many times and would bake and come back again, but the harassment never stopped, and the tears came anyway. Flair stepped up beside Bella, and the man sneered. Even their bread isn't worth tasting, just garbage off the ground. I stopped laughing at her. Flair told them flatly that bread is extraordinary, not garbage. Bella stared at him, caught completely off guard. He bit off another mouthful of the crusty loaf, grit and all, while the men jeered that he was eating floor bread dusted with dirt. Delicious, he said, and meant it. Bella asked if he was feeling all right, then quietly thanked him. Even if the praise was just kindness, she still appreciated it. Not kindness. He genuinely loved it, every bite. He told her he wanted to try everything she ever baked, then said his name. Her name was Bella. The man smirked that the air between them felt rather romantic, then ordered Deb and Gari to destroy him. They moved without a word. Ishara arrived like a storm, planting herself between them and ordering the men gone. The man bristled. These fools had no idea who they were dealing with. Ishara did not care. One sharp blow sent him stumbling, and she told him to leave. Flair grinned the moment he saw the girls coming. Primavera warned Ishara not to get carried away. Flair sat hunched before Ishara, nursing the lump on his head. She reminded him he had abandoned his duty. He explained quietly that he had needed to protect Prima. You left the princess and ran off to play, she snapped. Primavera tried to calm her. Bella insisted the whole mess was her own fault. Flair had only tried to shield her from a bully. Flair apologized to Primavera. She smiled and said, no harm done, just be more careful next time. Then every stomach in the room growled at once. Ishara rounded on him. How dare he interrupt such a dignified speech with that shameful noise? He protested that it was not him. Primavera raised her hand with a mortified look and asked if the sound had really been that awful. Ishara told her calmly that, on the contrary, it was a perfectly pleasant sound. Bella offered to bring them all inside her shop. She wanted to thank them and apologize. Ishara told Primavera to hold on a little longer. Food was close. Soon they were at the door. Bella's bakery was packed. Flair took in the crowd with quiet surprise. Business was clearly thriving. The bakers cheered her return and immediately asked if she had sold her bread. Bella told her aunt and uncle she had decided not to rush. Flair greeted them with a warm grin. The aunt blinked at the young man beside her niece. The uncle looked less than pleased. The uncle did not listen. He lunged at Flair with a rolling pin, bellowing that if this boy truly loved the girl he had raised, he could name at least 10 reasons why. Everyone tried to pull him back, but he pressed on, shouting he had said as much at least 100 times. One of the bakers muttered that the uncle looked oddly like a knight. He is not, Bella said. The aunt apologized to Flair for jumping to conclusions, then invited them all to sit and finally taste the pastries. A spread of rolls and buns covered the table. They thanked her and dug in, marveling at the deep, vivid flavor of everything she had made. Bella's bread was every bit as good as his, Flair told the uncle. She shrugged that she was still learning. The aunt noticed something was off, and the old man sighed that age was catching up. Regular customers told the couple to take care of themselves. The bakery was the city's real treasure. The uncle squared his shoulders and said that was exactly why he could not go soft. Everyone in that shop adored her uncle. It was the bread that won them over, Bella said, then admitted her own quiet dream, to give people that same joy someday. Flair asked her to say it again. She had been left on the doorstep as an infant, and the aunt and uncle took her in and raised her as their own daughter. That was the debt she had carried ever since and vowed to repay. Hearing that Flair finally understood why Bella chose the bakery, she admitted she had always loved baking even when the results were embarrassing. He nodded. He understood completely. Choosing her dream had never been in her hands. They gave it to her. Flair turned to the uncle and asked to help out in return for the bread. Bella laughed that it was so like him, carrying the tray back inside. Bella decided it had been a good day. Flair had given her the confidence she was missing, and tomorrow she would push harder. Then a feather on the ground stopped her. High overhead, an angel cut through the sky, knowing exactly where his target was. The streets below were packed with people, and the smell rising from them turned his stomach. Hunting through a crowd block by block would drain him needlessly. It was cleaner, simpler to wipe the whole district off the map. Something wrong in the air snapped Flair to attention, a pressure that screamed danger. Bella looked up and the color drained from her face. The angel above announced this quarter was where it would begin, hoping the target was close. Flair shouted to Ishara to shield Primavera and charged forward to handle everything else himself. A massive shockwave tore through the city, buildings detonating into splinters and debris. Far above, the angel watched without expression. People fled the spreading fires, too terrified to understand what was attacking them. Something blazed in the sky, the district kept coming apart, and Flair pulled survivors from the rubble. Flair reached the two girls and demanded to know if they were hurt. They looked at him with wide, shaking eyes, and barely managed to say they had actually come looking for him. The angel above declared he had found what he came for. He briefly considered leveling another dozen buildings, then let the thought go. No need to waste energy when the target was already cornered. He introduced himself as Mori, rank 12 angel of the Church of the Holy Angels, sent to fulfill a termination order from the White Pearl Kingdom. Only now did Flair understand what angels were. Screams rang out everywhere. Bella's voice cut through the noise, and nearby the aunt was clutching her husband, begging him not to give up. Someone from the crowd yelled for a doctor. The uncle lay on the ground, a length of splintered wood wood buried in his abdomen. The boy kneeling over him said the bleeding had to stop immediately or he would die. Around them, the girls wept. Ashara knew she had made the wrong call. She had stayed ready every moment. Yet in a situation like this, even a clean escape was off the table. If it had come to this, the only card left was her own life. Spend it to buy one opening to kill Mori. Mori looked down at her and said she was impressive, still fighting even now. Ashara exhaled under the crushing weight of it. The gulf between human strength and an angel's was not a gap, but an abyss, and she felt every inch of it. At this rate, everything would be ash. Flare turned to her and asked flat out whether the figure hovering in the sky was their enemy. The angel squinted down at him, genuinely puzzled. Whoever this was, the mission briefing had not mentioned him by a single word. Mori cut her warning short. Yes, humans cannot so much as scratch an angel, and this one was far too brazen for something that should know its place. Energy poured off the angel like heat off iron, and Flare felt it flood his veins as the creature screamed at him to remember what he was. One hand, Flare caught the blow with one hand, then told the angel, voice flat, that he did not care whose power it carried around them. People wept. Fire erupted across Flare's body, and he roared back. Every debt would be paid, and the angel would burn in the hellflame for all of it. The White Pearl Kingdom, gem capital of the continent, built its fortune on healing springs and the art of cutting precious stones. Its king, however, lay bedridden, and the grief of his people spread through every district like a slow tide. Inside the palace walls, the succession war was already filthy. The physician begged the king to rest. The heirs shouted him down and told him he had no business here. Mackenzie told his father he was ready to govern every affair of state alone. Grandeur shot back that it was far too early for that kind of talk. Mackenzie answered that his brother's presence would only multiply the headaches and urged the king to place his full trust in him alone. Fanny reminded him that he was the last person to lecture anyone. He had already wrecked the mining operations. Mana added that the people wanted none of them. The other siblings shouted their own claims over each other until the king cut through the noise with a single weary question. Where was Prima? He said he wanted to see her and was told she was away on business. Fanny's expression darkened. Prima had never left the king's side before, and a servant's summons pulled her away. The servant reported that the Church of the Holy Angels had accepted the contract and dispatched a rank 12 angel. Fanny's satisfaction was cold. The enormous sum had been worth every coin. Handmaid flinched and said it was excessive to send an angel after one lone woman. Fanny replied she'd had no other choice. At least she would never have to worry about Prima again. Meanwhile, Primavera tracked Flare's every move with wide, intent eyes. He ordered her and the others to shelter somewhere safe and promised to handle the angel himself. The angel finally registered that it was being addressed just as Bella's call broke through. Her voice ragged, their shop was destroyed and her uncle lay badly wounded, his fate unknown. Bella's words dissolved into tears, everything dear to her was vanishing and she had no idea what to do. Flare told her to hold on and that it would be all right. Nobody takes what he loves. Flare's voice carries no trembling as he tells her to stop crying. Primavera grips Bella's hands. If she disappears now, she loses everything, and her uncle's problem will find its answer. Trust him on that. Bella prays in silence, lips moving without sound. Mori watches both of them with something close to admiration before the contempt returns. Did anyone really think he would let them walk away? Before Mori can close the distance, Flare drops from above, riding a column of superheated air his own flames created to lift him skyward. Light hardens into lances and drives into Flare, again and again. The angels' spears of light, solid and shifting, a force only their kind can shape. Mori tells him to feel the difference and to hold very still. Thrash around and his own body tears itself apart before Flare even gets a turn. Flare wrenches against Mori's grip with everything he has. The angel smiles, patient because the fire magic glancing off those mirror copies is doing nothing at all. A blinding flare rips the sky open. Both girls shield their eyes. Then Mori screams as white fire engulfs him and drives him into the ground, flat on the earth. Mori cannot understand how his angel spear shattered or what kind of creature this boy is. Flare lands and exhales. It worked. Flare breathes out a river of flame and announces he can level everything from here. Mori stares, recognizing what burns before him. Then the realization hits him cold. The hell flame, Mori screams the name. Flare kicks him back, and the fire surges higher with every meter of distance between them. Primavera grabs Ashara's arm. Did she see that? Ashara cannot find words. An angel of that rank brushed aside by Flare like he weighed nothing. Mori claws his way back into the air, voice cracking, that flame was supposed to die with the Lord of Hell over 1,000 years ago. Flare has no idea what any of that means. Mori stares at him and says aloud that now he finally understands why angels were made, to face exactly this trial. Their purpose was always to hunt every last shaman and burn that cursed flame from the world forever. Mori begins to change, the rank 12 archangel reshaping himself. He swells to the height of a building, sneering down at Flare. Do not underestimate angels, boy. His smile wide with absolute certainty. Flare looks up and shrugs. He just got bigger, nothing else changed. That snaps Mori's patience. He lunges with a roar that shakes the street. Every exchange sends shockwaves through the cobblestones and collapses walls. Behind them, the girls scream at Bella to run and not look back. Mori keeps swinging, demanding to know if there's any counter to his power. And underneath the rage, something older burns. Grief for everyone he once lost. Flare thinks of his teacher. Mori bellows that history already proved it. No shaman has ever matched an angel, and Flare cannot even dispel their sorrow. Flare pressed the attack. Angels are notorious for missing their mark, so he wasn't too worried about going too hard. But people live here, and those who strip them of everything they love without a second thought make his blood boil. Shamans guarded the gate by choice and faced death with open eyes, but these townspeople made no such bargain and deserve none of this. His teacher wanted him to protect the people right in front of him. That much he knew. Flare buried the fear and landed a second blow. The angel shrieked with raw fury. Darting sideways, Flare taunted the angel to chase him if it could, then snapped upward and barked at it not to even think of fleeing. They tore through the streets, the angel raging behind. By the time the buildings thinned and fell away, the angel crowed that it had finally cornered the shaman. No one left to interfere. It could finish him any way it pleased. Flare agreed completely. He shrugged off his cloak and pointed out that he still hadn't given his name. A real fight deserved a proper introduction. Hellfire curled around him as he declared himself Flare, first-class combat shaman, third tier, then caught himself and asked if the angel was ready. Flare drew a slow breath and coiled every nerve tight. Flame gathered to his fingertips. Across from him, the giant lunged, maddened by that insolent stance. He exhaled, and fire tore from his fingers straight at the enemy. Flare named it the Hellflame Nepali, a volley of blazing rounds that screamed forward with a crack. The angel demanded to know what that was. Flare admitted he'd just made it up and apologized. He only wanted to test a few things on it. The angel snarled at him to quit the games. Little brat, and thrust a palm forward, conjuring a shield of light spears across its body. The shield swallowed every fireball cleanly. The angel boasted no blow had ever broken through. Then the Hellflame Nepali hit it, and the shield buckled. The rounds slammed home and hurled the angel backward, its scream splitting the air. Flare stood in front of it, completely unmoved. Quiet smile crossed his face. The technique worked, and control of the flame was almost perfect now. The angel glared and muttered that he was some kind of freak. 30 spears of light dropped from above, the same force that had leveled a city. The angel declared that justice would bury him here. Flare simply raised one hand. Fingers pressed together, arm lifted toward the sky. He turned the volley aside without strain while the angel laughed its certainty away. The man stared, unable to grasp how any of that was possible. Flare only smiled and confirmed every word. Far across the trees, a girl caught a flash in the forest like a distant explosion. Her brow creased with worry. Nearby, the others lowered the wounded man with careful hands. A wooden splinter jutted from the wound and blood kept seeping, dark and steady. The bystanders murmured among themselves, doubtful the girl could save him. She looked nothing like a healer. She ignored every word, pulled her hair back into a tail, and got to work. Ella was in tears, trembling, fighting to hold herself together, and the dark-haired woman pulled her close, promising her uncle would survive this. Hands extended, the woman began, letting the thought of Flare fighting out there sharpen her focus into something steady. Flare held his gaze forward and did not flinch. Across the field, the angel, half worshipped by his own kind, muttered that no mere human could defeat a higher race. Flare had held his ground longer than expected, and ranged fire had been working, but the flame felt thinner now. The angel still burned, still standing. The enemy screamed and charged. Flare leapt back in the same breath, aimed 2 fingers, and drove a fire round straight into the angel's eyes. The shriek that followed tore across the clearing. Flare drew back his fist, pouring everything into one concentrated strike. The angel's hands flew to his scorched eyes, and the fist rose, aimed, ready to end it. A massive hand seized his arm the instant before impact. An enormous eye fixed on him, and a voice rumbled that it was warm here, but not nearly warm enough. Flare spun, searching for who had spoken. A vast mouth asked whether he was satisfied with this little spark, then, with contempt, declared that a master like him wasn't worth following. The voice pushed harder, more power, higher flame. Heat the fist until it glows red. The gauntlet on Flare's hand, barely smoldering a moment ago, surged toward white heat. Flare swung with everything. High, no Kagutsuchi blazing in his mind. The hellflame of Kagutsuchi himself. The angel threw both arms up in terror and screamed. The lotus blossom strike landed like a collapsed building. The angel's cry shook the air. Spread-eagled in a fresh crater, the angel could barely move, battered to the edge of death, Flare standing over him in silence. Flare opened his fist and studied the gauntlet. The voice returned at once. Still not enough. He stared at his own hand, trying to understand what had just moved through him. The angel lay wrecked before him, and Flare could not look away, one thought cutting through the quiet. What exactly had that been? Something about the sensation was wrong, unfamiliar. The moment he had called the flame, another presence had slid behind his mind, brief but unmistakable. That grip, that voice, Flare knew them somehow. Whatever that force was, it had moved through him just now. Then the battered angel rasped from the dirt that Flare would pay dearly for this. Burned to the bone, wings gone, the angel crawled and wheezed that no shaman could ever beat an angel. Flare looked down at him and smiled. He was no ordinary shaman. Smirking, the angel delivers his parting threat. Cross a divine being and there are no clean exits. His brothers will hunt Flare down and end him. He laughs, spits out pathetic fraud, but Flare drops beside him, taps one finger to his forehead, and cuts him him off cold. "Shut up already!" The angel barely gets out, "What are you doing?" before agony tears through him. Flair's curse detonates cavities, ulcers, migraines, and gastroenteritis all at once. I foam at the lips. Twitching in the dirt, the angel manages only a croak about shame. Flair clenches his fists. This is exactly not the moment to relax. Racing back through the streets, Flair turns the math over in his head. The angel took serious damage, and his curse spells might still make the difference if he moves fast enough. Flair bursts around the corner, shouting for the others, and Ishara lunges at him blade first, screaming at Primavera to run while she holds the threat off. Flair demands to know if Ishara has lost her mind. She freezes and asks about the angel. He tells her the angel is dead. Her jaw drops, and she stares at him, genuinely stunned. Flair spots the old man standing completely unhurt and blinks. The girl throws her arms around him, weeping, while the man asks, confused, why everyone is acting like they just watched him die. Ishara tells Flair that Primavera healed the old man herself, and right now she is moving through the city tending to everyone else who was wounded. Prima kneels over a townsman's leg wound, stitching light into the torn flesh, and the moment she spots Flair alive, she exhales and lets a quiet smile break through. Her hands are glowing. Prima notices him staring, and the composure cracks instantly. She waves her hands and insists he's misreading the whole situation. Flair grins and asks her to do it again. Slower this time, Prima answers by rapping him lightly on the skull and telling him to drop it. He yelps, rubs the spot, and tells her to stop hitting him. Prima shoots back that he should mind his own business instead of poking at things out of idle curiosity. She adds that everyone carries subjects they'd rather leave alone, and asks with genuine exasperation how anyone can be that oblivious to other people's feelings. Prima then turns away from him, steps up to Primavera, admits she is hurting, and offers her body for whatever healing Primavera needs. Primavera goes visibly red. Flair stands there, chewing on her words, and has to concede. She had a point. He makes a quiet note to himself to read the room better next time. Still, she irritates him enough that he jabs a finger at her and curses her on the spot. Prima grabs her teeth in horror as the curse takes hold, and she feels every one of them. It occurs to Flair then to check on Bella. He finds her standing near the rubble, a small wooden sign lying at her feet. Bella stares down at the sign in the dust. The bakery behind her is nothing but collapsed timber and ash. She turns, startled to see Flair still breathing. Flair lowers his eyes and apologizes, telling her that if he had moved even a second faster, none of this would be hers to grieve. Flair blamed himself for dragging them into this mess, and Bella looked at him and smiled. She told him not to apologize. The wrecked shop could be rebuilt, and her uncle and the others were alive and unharmed. His words back then, she admitted, had cut straight to her heart. Bella thanked Flair with a bright smile for protecting everyone. He promised to help rebuild the shop, and she laughed, saying he always had to do everything at once. Relief washed over him. Everyone was safe, but he had no idea that unseen eyes were already tracking their every move. Prickling sensation hit him hard, and he spun around, scanning the rubble for whoever was watching. Bella called out to him, but the ruins were empty. Flair shook it off and told her it was just his imagination. Behind the wreckage, a cloaked figure held her breath. She had nearly let herself be seen. The town crew cleared debris around them. The uncle asked if the group was heading out, and Bella watched them go with a soft, lonely smile. Flair, Ishara, and Primavera smiled back at Bella. Primavera thanked her warmly, and Flair hoisted their packs onto his shoulders. The uncle urged them to stay, but Primavera said they had to press on toward the Blue Sapphire Kingdom and could not impose any longer. Flair wished Bella well. As the trio walked away, the uncle mused aloud that he would not mind Bella marrying that boy if she wanted, and Bella turned crimson and begged him to stop. He asked if she liked Flair. She insisted she had said nothing of the sort and that he had his own life to live, and someone called her name. Flair turned back with a grin and shouted that he would definitely return to taste her fresh bread again and that she should get even better at baking before then. Bella laughed and waved both arms over her head, yelling that she would be waiting, and in her heart she made a quiet promise to herself. In the end, they had found no horse, Ishara reported, so the journey continued on foot. The angel attack had made buying one impossible. Primavera said Flair rather enjoyed the slower pace. He gazed at the road ahead and wondered, with genuine eagerness, who else they might meet along the way. At the Church of the Holy Angels, a messenger angel reports that a rank 1-2 angel failed to eliminate the Princess of the White Pearl Kingdom and was defeated. Mori had managed to return on his own despite severe burns and a damaged throat. The messenger added, but no further details could be extracted from him. On top of that, Mori had developed tooth decay, mouth sores, and afflictions the angels had never encountered. The superior clutched his head and told her to stop. He had heard enough. Only a female knight should guard the princess. He snapped. What man could possibly stand against an angel? The angel answered with nothing but a quiet smile. Zuriel admitted he never imagined the mission could fail. It hadn't even reached the apostles for debate. At this rate, the situation was going to become a genuine crisis. Why does nobody ever come to his meetings? Zuriel sat alone at the table, shoulders caving inward, the question unanswered and the room utterly empty. Impossible, Zuriel shot back. Were fallen angels involved? The attending angels replied flatly that no such detail appeared anywhere in the report. He uncorked the bottle, lifted it, and reasoned aloud that pinning the blame on fallen angels would make his own culpability look considerably lighter. Another angel burst through the door, demanding to know where Aldebaran was right now. Zuriel flinched visibly, caught completely off guard by the intrusion. He called her Madame de Surprise, and her fist connected with his face before the syllable finished, furious at being called an old woman. Gabriella's expression was pure rage. An emergency had erupted, one that required an immediate report to Aldebaran. She was one of the 12 apostles, and she acted like it. Tears pricking his eyes, Zuriel told her the person she needed was gone, simply not here. Her reply was a single sharp order: bring him back at once. Gabriella sank onto the divan, and he asked what had happened. She had been examining Mori. The burns, she said, were far from ordinary. Those wounds were unmistakably left by the Hellflame, she declared. The work of the shamans of the Gate of Hell, without question. He reminded her the Hellflame had been extinguished 1,000 years ago. She only smiled. If ordinary fire had caused those burns, she would have healed them in seconds. But she could not. And that, she warned, was the point. The Hellflame is the one poison in existence that angels cannot survive. This problem belongs to the 12 apostles. Gabriella said they needed to convene their own council. A voice cut in, remarking they certainly knew their way around a conspiracy. Leaning back with hands behind his head and a grin on his face, the young apostle offered to handle it himself, reminding them he held a seat at their table too. Zuriel turned to him, genuinely baffled about when he had arrived. Gabriella demanded to know whether he had been eavesdropping. Raphael smiled and noted this was the same old war with the shamans from long ago, one he had lazily skipped the first time. He was curious, were they actually strong? Gabriella warned him that underestimating the shamans would cost him dearly. Raphael rose and asked her not to be so harsh or to lump him in with the lower ranks. He was the youngest apostle, he acknowledged, but he was confident in his power, and he asked for one chance to prove exactly what he could do. His wings snapped open and everything in the room was thrown into the air. Zuriel and Gabriella shielded their faces against the sudden blast. Flair rolls his shoulders and announces he's been training hard. The crowd is about to see exactly what that means. The man watches with unease. The woman simply stares, unreadable. Raphael, one of the 12 apostles, lets a slow smile cross his face and says, meeting a shaman will be a memory worth keeping. Flair drops to a crouch and admits they covered serious ground today. Primavera reaches for her canteen and finds it bone dry. Ashara raises an eyebrow at the news. Primavera asks Flair to head to the nearby river and refill the canteen. He crouches at the bank, lowers the flask into the current, and watches it fill. With that angel dealt with, a quiet calm settles over Flair. On the way back, he thinks he should catch a few snakes. Primavera loves them. Snake soup for dinner, he decides. Then two eyes open in the dark brush behind him, fixed and still. Flair goes motionless beside the water, every sense tuned to the silence pressing in around him. That gaze is nothing like the one that tracked him in the west, sharper, closer. Flair turns the question over who is watching him now. He rises with the filled canteen and locks his eyes on the silhouette stepping out from the undergrowth. Flair shouts to the girls and sprints back. Primavera wonders aloud if he seems unusually rushed. Ishara just hisses that he ruined her chance to be alone with the princess. Cradled in Flair's hands is a tiny pup with a distinctive mark on its forehead. He asks if it isn't the cutest thing. Primavera leans in. Already smitten, Primavera asks where the pup came from. It ignores her, fixed on a passing butterfly. Flair says he just found it and suggests they bring it along. Primavera agrees at once. Ishara quietly declines. Angels are hunting them. This is no leisure trip, Ishara reminds him flatly. Flair tells her it's handled. Everyone already knows he can deal with angels. He only beat a rank 12. Ishara snaps, the lowest rung. Higher ranked angels will come for them next, and they won't be so easy. Primavera calls Ishara mean. Flair says she's just jealous of the pup. Ishara cuts them both off. They cannot take it, and it needs to go back. She adds that these lands are known for giant wolves with a particular taste for human flesh. That cute little pup might be one of their cubs, Ishara says, and right on cue, the pup bares its teeth and growls. The pup barks straight at Ishara, making her flinch. Flair points out it's reacting to the things she's saying about it. Ishara holds her ground. People shouldn't tame what they can't care for. Then she admits, through gritted teeth, that she once did exactly that. A massive wolf crashes out of the bushes, jaws wide and snapping. Everyone freezes. Flair steps forward to act. Then something blurs past him before he can. The wolf's jaws snap wide. Flair lurches toward the pup, certain it's about to be swallowed whole, but the tiny creature ignites and swells into a full-grown wolf before his eyes. In seconds, the shivering puppy erupts into a towering, flame-wreathed hound, teeth bared in a feral grin, and Flair can't reconcile what he's seeing with what was in his arms a moment ago. The blazing hound drives its fangs straight into the giant wolf's throat. Flair turns to Prima, hoarse, asking if the dog is actually on fire, and she insists flatly that it cannot be. Prima catches her breath and announces it, a sacred beast, a fire dog of Amateras, one of the rare creatures born with command over all 8 elemental forces of their world. Grinning through the flames, the fire dog buries the battered giant wolf under a cascade of earth and walks away. The hound shrinks back into a puppy, barks once in delight, and launches itself into Flair's arms. Prima gasps that this is fate, nothing less, that their meeting was written somewhere long ago. Flair and Prima both turn to Ishara, pressing her to let the pup travel with them, promising he'll be useful in a fight and swearing they'll look after him and she finally relents. Ishara crouches to the puppy's level, thanks it quietly for the warning bark that told them danger was coming and tells it that it saved their lives. She admits with a soft smile that she underestimated it, then extends her hand and asks it to keep watching over all of them from here on. Without hesitation, the puppy clamps down on Ishara's outstretched hand hard enough to draw blood. She cries out, and it's clear this dog has already picked its favorites. Raphael hums to himself, unhurried, hands loose at his sides, drifting down a dim corridor with the ease of someone who has nowhere urgent to be. He knocks. A voice from inside asks who's there. He slips through the door with a soft apology and finds a figure up a ladder, shelving books. His request is a single sentence: go find the one shaman who survived the purge and keep a close eye on him. He notes that Marcial, the eighth apostle, turned the tide of the great battle against the shamans, and the figure on the ladder pauses mid-shelf and asks about shamans. Marcial slides a book into place and remarks that he hasn't heard that word in a very long time. Raphael stands in the doorway and smiles without answering. Marcial grabs the ladder, shoves off hard, and as he rockets along the bookcase, he shouts for everyone to trust him, and every volume on the top shelf flies loose at once. He flips off the ladder midair and lands in front of Flare, declaring that lower-ranked angels would walk through hell itself for their apostles. The books cascade down in neat stacks onto Flare's arms and head. Marcial, already composed, vows the mission will be flawless because he is an angel of the Eighth Order. Raphael assures Marcial his loyalty is as sharp as ever, then watches him spinning in place and asks, genuinely curious, whether constant motion ever wears him out. Marcial says it doesn't. Raphael adds that the shaman is already moving toward the blue sapphire kingdom and moving fast, and Marcial spins on his heel, shouts that he's leaving now, and bolts. The Class A angel exploded through the window in a shower of glass, wings spreading before he'd even cleared the frame, and shot into the sky to carry out his orders. Raphael stood alone, turning over in his mind how a single boy had cut through that many shamans in one battle, and felt certain the man would return carrying a treasure trove of intelligence. The apostle straightened his glasses and noted with quiet satisfaction that his absence from the battle kept the ledger fair. Besides, he had a great deal still left to arrange. Flare announced, beaming, that tonight's dinner was sorted, genuine giant serpent skewers for everyone. The girls stared at what lay on the ground ahead of them, mouths open. Flare glanced between them and asked if something was wrong. Stretched across the dirt before the group was the enormous carcass of a snake the size of a fallen tower. That creature was no ordinary snake. It was a true serpent dragon, the kind the royal family had formed a special unit just to counter. Glancing down at the little pup, Flare remarked it was turning out to be far less trouble than expected. The animal barked back cheerfully, tail thrashing. Primavera lifted her chin and declared that Flare alone was more than enough to protect her. Ishara shot back, reminding the princess that the two of them had an unspoken arrangement. Evening, campfire. Snake broth over the coals. Flare tossed the pup a cut of meat, warned the soup was not ready, then looked around, puzzled. Where had the girls gone? The pup dove in. Flare also noticed the firewood was running dangerously low, muttering that, at this rate, the serpent stew would run out before it ever finished cooking. High in the branches above the camp, a cloaked figure in a dark hood watched Flare in total silence below the colossal skeleton of the serpent dragon already lay stripped bare. From that perch, the figure decided no better vantage point existed, invisible to everyone in the camp below. The figure marked Flare as a fool, calmly cooking supper, no thought of pursuit, unaware of the danger. A slender pipe came out of a hidden sheath, and the moment had finally come. A pipe, a few millimeters wide, loaded with venom-tipped needles, swung onto its target, one silent discharge, and the target would be dead before they hit the ground. From high in the canopy, the hidden silhouette fired a poisoned needle at Flare's unguarded back, certain that no matter how strong he was, he could never block a strike from that angle. The needle was a hair from Flare's neck when two fingers closed around it, calm as catching a fly. The figure froze. Flare asked without turning whether someone was there. The figure's mind raced, those weren't her own reflexes, and this was nowhere in her plan, and she bolted. Flare licked his fingers and immediately tasted the poison coating the tip. Before the figure had taken 3 strides, Flare was beside her, asking conversationally whether she happened to be an angel. She stumbled, thrown completely off balance. He held up the needle and asked why she'd aimed at him at all. Targeting the princess would have been the logical move. Her answer was a savage grin and a claw-raking swipe at his face. The strike cut nothing but air. Flare slipped it cleanly. He studied the retreating figure and noted that the arm moved like a wild animal. Whoever this was, it was no angel. Flare snapped out a chain of spiked iron balls and hurled the weapon at the fleeing figure before it could clear the tree line. Tumbling to the ground with a cry, Flare caught the pup's eye and mouthed a single command. Go fetch the girls! Stepping from the bushes, Flare noted that ambushing someone in a dark forest at night was a habit his old master had perfected, and clearly not one he enjoyed being on the receiving end of. Crouching beside the fallen figure, Flare announced it was time for answers, starting with wherever the weapon was hidden. The stranger hissed, "Don't touch me." Flare ignored that entirely. His hand pressed something unexpected, and the realization hit him a half-second later. He asked if she was a girl. The figure spat back a refusal and no apology. Flare kept searching anyway, and she responded by hammering her heels furiously against the ground. His fingers reached her head head and grazed a small ear. She flinched so hard it gave everything away. Flare leaned in and asked what that was, guessing some kind of ornament. In his entire life, he had never once seen a person with animal ears. She glared at him through tears and swore on everything she had that she would kill him herself, ears upright, tail lashing. She touched her own ear a moment later and went still, cheeks flushing, a tiny involuntary sound escaping her lips. Primavera and Aishara came sprinting over, demanding to know what had happened. Primavera's staff cracked across Flare's face, and she declared him absolutely terrible. What kind of person attacks a girl? She lit into him, calling him an animal. Aishara asked what was going on. She had been trying to kill him, Flare pointed out. So what did any of that mean? Primavera explained that beastkin carried animal blood in their veins, and this particular girl belonged to the cat clan. The girls snarled to underline the point. Flare took that in, then remarked that the world really did come in every variety imaginable. Turning to the bound girl, Flare asked why she had waited until he was alone rather than going after Primavera. She turned her face away and said nothing. Getting answers would clearly take time, so Flare suggested eating first. Aishara agreed and warned Primavera not to approach the captive in the meantime. The soup was ready, and Flare held a skewer of meat just close enough for the aroma to do its work, smiling as he asked whether she felt like talking now. He added that holding secrets is exhausting work and that she would get hungry soon enough. She stayed silent. The girl kept her face turned away, and Flare silently admitted that her nerve was something else. Even an enemy deserved that much respect. If the attacker targeted Flare specifically, Aishara reasoned, neither she nor Primavera was the objective. Flare asked if she really meant to leave him and suggested tying the prisoner to a tree. That was going too far, Aishara said. She was still a girl. His master used to tie him up exactly like that whenever he was angry. Flare replied. Primavera had one request of him. Primavera's request to release the girl drew stunned looks from everyone in the camp. Aishara cut in. Killing Flare was one thing. She had no objection, but this girl may have come for the princess, not for him. With Flare beside them, the advantage was theirs, Primavera noted, and no prisoner speaks freely without a safety guarantee, so she held out a skewer of meat. Primavera smiled and told her there was nothing to fear here. The skewered meat was wonderful, she added, and the shackles simply dissolved. The girl demanded to know what all this was about. Primavera said she only wanted to talk, and in the middle of the answer, the girl snatched the skewer straight from her hand. Beastkin stepped aside to eat, and Shiranui yapped happily beside her. Aishara laughed that this was exactly the princess she had hoped to see. After the last bite, the girl shot a glance toward the tree line. Flare warned her flatly not to try anything stupid, and she gave a short, sheepish nod. Flare told Primavera things had worked out perfectly. Aishara credited the princess's warmth for winning over a commoner, but Primavera told them both to be quiet. Korone introduced herself without modesty. Top-tier contractor, she said, taking orders only from the most powerful figures in the White Pearl Kingdom. Her current contract was disposal of the 7th princess, Primavera, and hearing her own name spoken that way, Primavera flinched and admitted she knew about her siblings. Then Flare defeated an angel and everything shifted. Her contract updated, and now she was ordered to kill the princess. Had she been watching since the angel? Longer than that, she said. Korone added she had been on their trail from the very moment they hired Flare as a bodyguard, and that detail made Flare blink in genuine surprise. Primavera asked why, given all that time. Korone had never once tried to kill her. Korone answered that her contract said disposal of a body, not commission of a murder. Beyond that, she took no side jobs, but defeating an angel would have made her name known everywhere, and Flare understood instantly why she had targeted him. For a hired killer, Korone continued, a failed contract was the same as a death sentence. She would be cut loose, hunted down, and left without a single client. She was too greedy to accept that fate, Korone admitted with a shrug. And when Flare asked what they should do now, Primavera raised her hand with an answer. Primavera announced she was taking the girl into her service, and the declaration landed in stunned silence around the fire. The assignment was simple. Return to the clients, report that the princess had been successfully eliminated, then live however she pleased after that. Primavera pressed a royal necklace into Korone's hand. Sell it if she needed money, or show it as proof if she ever needed to be believed. Accept the offer, Primavera added, and a generous reward would follow along with her reputation intact. Korone stared at the necklace, visibly hooked. She waited a moment, then took the necklace and agreed to the task. Prima's face lit up. Perfect, she said, exactly what she needed. Flare and Aishara praised Prima's brilliant decoy for driving off their killer, but the dark-haired girl teased her until Prima turned scarlet and begged them to stop. Korone asked Prima point blank if she was always this devious. Prima denied it instantly. Then, as the assassin left, told the group to breathe. Their pursuit problem was solved for now. One goal remained, reach the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. Prima said she was counting on them to get her there. Aishara agreed without hesitation, and Flare noted the border was already close. He watched Aishara and Prima chase each other through the grass, laughing, and felt the quiet weight of a journey almost finished. Lost in thought, Flare barely noticed the pup stiffen, until a tiny flame crept up the dog's paw and a low growl cut the air. Somewhere nearby, someone laughed, soft and deliberate. The vast forest offered no clues to the hidden shaman he sought, and returning empty-handed meant Raphael would make him pay for every wasted hour. Where had the shaman gone? Then a sharp cry split the trees, and Flare turned to find Prima Prima already wishing Aishara luck while he stood apart watching. A massive orc roared and swung its fist at Aishara. She met the blow cleanly, blade catching the strike before it could land. Aishara lunged forward and, in one fluid motion, sheared several of the creature's fingers clean off. The orc seized her arm and held. Prima noted that standing next to Flare made anyone's strength look ordinary, but among the holy knights in their party, Aishara was the strongest by far. Flare had never watched her fight up close before. He was watching now, and what he saw erased any doubt. She was formidable. Her sword work was patient. She absorbed every exchange, waited for the precise opening, and struck only at the last possible instant. The orc raised one massive leg ready to crush her underfoot. At the final moment, Ishara pivoted into the attack, severed the raised leg, and sent the beast crashing to the ground. Ishara swept her blade in a wide arc and called her strike aloud. This one ends it. She followed through without hesitation, finishing the orc with a single cut, then grinned at Prima and asked if she had been watching. Prima told her it was magnificent. Ishara announced she had not even eaten breakfast yet, but refused to let Flare earn Prima's trust alone. Flare admitted without ceremony that his estimate of her skill had just risen considerably. A strange sound rolled out of the tree line. Every bird in the canopy burst upward at once, fleeing something that had not yet shown itself. A second orc stepped from the forest. Prima went rigid. Flare clocked it immediately, larger than the one Aishara had just dropped, and furious about what happened to its companions. Flare told Aishara they were switching. She should take Prima and rest nearby while he handled what was coming. The orc bared its massive tusks and snarled. Aishara declared she would finish it herself, same as before. Flare stepped forward, flame already kindling on his fist, when a screamed shout from above cut him dead. A boy plummeted from the sky with a thunderous crash, landed right in front of Flare, and yelled that he had found the shaman at last. Flare had no idea what was happening. Aishara asked what had gone on, and Primavera wondered why a man fell from the sky while the boy spun about, whooping he had found the shaman, pointing at Flare. Before Flare could sort out any answer, the stranger issued an immediate challenge and named himself a shaman of the Gate of Hell. The massive orc swung both fists straight at the boy, and Primavera screamed at him to run before he got crushed flat. Flare raised one open palm, a blazing oval of light already forming above it, and told them their worry was wasted. He launched upward. A single leap, and the orc came apart in the air. Head, arms, torso all separating before the pieces hit the ground. Blood sprayed across the clearing. The whole squad stared, unable to accept that he had done it without visible strain. Two pairs of wings unfurled from his back, and Marcial announced himself Class A, Angel of the Church of the Holy Angels, 8th rank. He turned that confident smile toward Flare and addressed him directly. His business was with the shaman of the Gate of Hell. Marcial demanded a fight. No hesitation, no excuses. Primavera pressed her hand over her mouth. The fire pup barked furiously at the angel. Four wings spread wide behind Marcial's back, arms folding across his chest as he outlined the Church of the Holy Angels' deadliest combat art. He drove forward in a spinning rush, wings tucking tight, announcing his rotating strike before it even landed. Flare tilted his head. Was that really supposed to be fighting? Meanwhile, Marcial slammed into the ground beside the terrified girls, cratering solid earth. Marcial rose, jaw tight with pain, grudging that no ordinary man dodges a hidden technique, and Flare said he had simply stepped aside. Arms folded again. Marcial asked about a second round, then blurred past Flare in an instant and climbed straight up into the open sky. Watching him go, Flare turned something over in his mind. Lately, everyone was hunting him specifically. Maybe the angel had never been after Primavera at all. While that thought still hung in the air, Marcial called down from above that this was far from over, and the killing strike was coming now. Flare called up to Marcial to stop, asked why only he was being targeted, asked if this was payback for a fallen angel, and Marcial paused, saying it had nothing to do with that. Marcial announced he had come on Raphael's orders, here to test Flare. Flare asked what kind of test, and the angel only smiled and said that was exactly it. Flare pointed out this had nothing to do with the White Pearl Kingdom, then asked who Raphael even was. Marcial stared, genuinely stunned. Did he truly not know that name? A hand came up to cover Marcial's face, and then he straightened with absolute confidence. Very well. He would explain everything about that man down to the last detail. Academic caps materialized on Flare's and the girls' heads, and a bench appeared beneath them from nowhere. They were seated before they knew what had happened. Marcial adjusted his glasses, turned to a board that had not existed a moment ago, and told everyone to pay attention. They would begin with who Raphael truly was. The girls exchanged baffled looks as Marcial explained that Raphael stands at the top of the strict Church of the Holy Angels hierarchy as one of the 12 apostles representing all angels. Ishara said she had heard that during the Great War between shamans and angels, the apostles had wiped out nearly every shaman. Primavera confirmed she knew the same history. Flare cut in immediately. Had Marcial himself fought in that battle? Marcial's smile widened with unmistakable pride. Of course he had. Tears of pride welled in Marcial's eyes as he declared every single day of that battle had been perfection itself. A fight he doubted the world would ever see again. Then Marcial turned and pointed directly at Flare, the one shaman left alive by fate's own strange decision. That fact moved Marcial more than he cared to admit. Glasses off. Marcial stated his orders came from above and he was simply doing his duty. Behind him, both girls raised their arms as a sudden gust tore through the shrine. He extended one hand and the angel's halo whip materialized in his palm. He would test its power right here, inside this very shrine. Flare had no idea what was coming. Marcial drew the hell flame slowly from the ring, the flexible whip unfurling and dropped into a battle stance. Flare spotted the weapon and asked whether it was anything like the spears the other angel had used. Marcial's smile carried a trace of contempt. Do not compare his weapon to the cheap light spears that low-rank angels carry. This was A-rank equipment reserved for angels of that tier and above. With that, Marcial added in a sharper tone that Flare had better get ready for the test. Flare's gaze locked onto him, steady and measuring. Flare moved first. He snatched both girls and ordered them to hold on tight. Marcial's arm was already swinging down. The strike leveled every tree in range and sent stones scattering in all directions. Flare threw himself backward with no room to spare. Ishara let out a cry that was impossible. Flare kept his focus. The enemy was close, well inside lethal range. And this was the same weapon that had once cleaved through an orc. Blade curved back through the air, and the whip hardened again in Marcial's grip. Solid, ready, lethal. Shamans aren't evil. Flare snaps, twisting clear of another strike, then warns Marcial that this fight is between the two of them and bystanders stay out of it. Marcial blinks, concedes the point without argument, and rather than fleeing, he does something unexpected. He channels a pulse of his own battle energy into Flare like a gift. Angels were always just creatures to Flare, and this one, he admits, is exactly the kind of opponent that makes his blood run hot. Marcial rises. The air between them crackles. One gauntleted hand snaps upward like a whip crack, and Marcial states his name clearly. 8th Apostle, Angel of Trial, here to test everything Flare has. Flare surges forward, wreathed in flame, and shouts his own name back. Shaman of the Gate of Hell, here to burn Marcial to nothing. Darkness swallows everything. Flare stands inside it, stripped of any sense of where he is or how he got there. His hands and feet are numb, barely there at all, yet both palms still burn with steady hellfire when he holds them up to look. The feeling is unmistakable. The Gate of Hell, or something very like it. Then a voice cuts through the dark and calls his name. The voice asks whether Flare intends to keep fighting with that flame, then states plainly that going against an angel who carries a holy sanctuary will not be simple. An enormous creature fixes him with massive eyes, lets out a booming laugh, and asks Flare whether he would like to borrow its power. Flare turns, and there it is, vast, wreathed in fire, fangs that could swallow a castle whole. Colossal Phoenix blazes into existence before him. It says the moment they were meant to meet has finally come, and gives its name, Kagutsuchi. Those burning eyes lock onto Flare, and the great bird proclaims itself Lord of Demons, the Hell Flame, the first fire of the Gate of Hell. Kagutsuchi spreads its wings and concedes that fighting an angel with a holy sanctuary is a genuine problem, then offers Flare the use of its singular power. That molten gaze settles on him, and the offer comes in full. A contract, and in exchange, strength beyond anything Flare has ever touched. Kagutsuchi asks if he agrees. Flare refuses before the question is even finished, and adds that he is perfectly fine with what he already has. Kagutsuchi reels. It clearly did not see that coming. Flare demands to know if it built this darkness, then tells it to let him out, because his people are waiting. The bird scrambles to stop him. Kagutsuchi snarls, asking why Flare isn't frightened. He should be terrified. Yet all he did was decline a power boost. Flare just shrugs and says he's strong enough already. Kagutsuchi calls him a fool and sneers that his flame doesn't even rank as a spark. Boredom flickers across those enormous eyes. This human is already tiresome. The Lord of Demons adds one final note. Master the true nature of the flame, and Flare's fire will far surpass what it is now, and the contract, Kagutsuchi specifies, comes with no conditions. Flare studied the bird narrowly and demanded to know what it was scheming. Kagutsuchi shot back. If Flare died, so would he. Their fates were bound beyond breaking. Kagutsuchi purred that everything was going smoothly, no awkward questions asked, and a contract would lock that in for good. Having said his piece, the Lord of Hellfire thanked Flare with a bow. Flare watched him go, a cold suspicion coiling in his gut. Free was free, Flare shrugged and agreed. Kagutsuchi pressed him. Why had the Gate of Hell not burned him to ash? Flare had no answer for that either. Flame erupted around Flare without warning. Kagutsuchi reminded him of that old suggestion to test his fire and promised the result would be worth seeing. Broad wings of fire fanned wide as Kagutsuchi added a warning. Not every spirit he might bargain with would be half as generous. Flare held his gaze, listening hard. Borrowing power, Kagutsuchi warned, would cost effort, and in that same breath, Flare snapped back to the battlefield, Marcial's halo whip screaming through the air toward him. The arena crashed back into focus. Marcial Marcial was already diving, the plasma whip carving wild arcs through the air between them. Marcial admitted he had blanked out for a moment, then grinned, calling it his setup for lethal strikes, as the sphere trap sealed shut around Flare. Primavera and Aishara pressed together in dread. Marcial crowed that the win was his. Anyone caught inside that cage would not leave even bones behind. Trapped inside the sphere, Flare took the punishment wave after wave, each pulse sharper than the last. Mortality, a very real option now. He dragged his focus forward anyway, eyes burning with everything he still refused to lose. Tongues of hellfire punched outward from inside the cage, shredding the energy lattice apart strand by strand. Marcial lurched back as his whip blade splintered into nothing. Primavera and Aishara threw their arms up against the concussive blast of heat. The gauntlets of High-No Kagutsuchi materialized on Flare's hands, the first relic of demonic fire, and he squared his stance, eyes fixed ahead. Marcial stared at the shattered remains of his halo in pure disbelief, then caught the blur of Flare closing the distance at full speed. At point-blank range, a blazing silhouette of a great bird erupted around Flare, wings folded tight for the strike. Flare cocked the burning fist back, certain he was about to land the Hellflame's most devastating secret technique. Marcial met his eyes and said flatly, "You're finished." The flaming fist drove straight into the angel's gut with everything Flare had. The force of that single blow launched Marcial, Class A Angel, clean across the sky. Flare savored the win, new power still crackling in his fist. Primavera smiled and called it well-earned. Aishara said nothing, gaze drifting up to the sky. Primavera spotted the burning gauntlet on Flare's hand and asked what it was. He grinned and asked whether she thought it looked incredible. Inside him lives a bird, Flare explained, one that lends him its strength. He decided privately that if they ever met again, he would skip the thank you. Primavera waved Aishara over to see the gauntlets. Flare studied Aishara's face and admitted today had hit him harder than most. She already knew an angel had come for him. Flare confirmed it, he was the target, and the angel had shown no interest in Primavera at all. Aishara said that made this Primavera's call. She should be the one to decide what came next. Aishara added that given the contract, Primavera had already handed the assassin, parting ways with Flare might be the sensible move. Primavera demanded to know why, and Aishara laid it out. The angel hunts Flare, not them, which means their pursuers are gone, but his presence poisons that advantage and undoes everything. The apostles could appear at any moment, she pressed on. Staying together was reckless. Her advice, leave Flare behind at the next city. Primavera refused. He was being hunted, she said, and asked point blank if Aishara meant they should simply abandon him and run. Aishara nodded. Yes, exactly that. Not for a heartbeat did Primavera waver. He was their friend, they had been through too much, and she would not do it. Aishara reminded her that he had joined as their escort, nothing more. Then let him finish what he started. Primavera shot back, and looking straight at Flare, she rejected Aishara's proposal outright. Primavera turned to Flare and asked why he let Aishara treat him that way, adding that it looked like he had used her and was now ready to walk away. Flare turned the words over in his mind. Without a flicker of emotion, Flare stated that Aishara meant nothing to him. Primavera demanded to know why he would say such a thing. He answered simply he wanted to travel with them as long as possible. But, as Aishara had already said, his presence made things more dangerous for Primavera, so if her safety came first, the honest choice was for him to go. Flare recalled how Aishara had told him to consider others' feelings, then added that one word from Primavera asking him to stay would be enough. Primavera told him that was cruel. Through tears, she asked if this journey had truly meant nothing to him. She admitted it had been joyful, that life outside the palace was astonishing, even with hunters on her trail. Sleeping in tents, cooking over open fire, she loved every bit of it, then admitted with a small laugh through her crying that perhaps only she felt that way. Primavera shrieked, bolted, and cut ties. Aishara urged Flare to follow, adding he stay with them until the port city where things would resolve, while a baffled Flare wondered what he said wrong. Aishara told him he had said everything right and thanked him for putting Primavera first. Then the group moved on toward the city, cutting through every monster that crossed the road. They had slain the monster together, but Prima's sullen silence hung over the road like a storm front that refused to break. The port city rose ahead at last, and Aishara announced their arrival with quiet efficiency. Sand stretched to the waterline, and beyond it the city skyline crowned the horizon. Both Prima and Flare stopped dead, struck dumb. Flare wrinkled his nose at the strange, sharp smell in the air. Prima told him flatly that was the sea. Prima bit back a laugh, turned away before it escaped, and reminded them that the meeting time was nearly upon them. Best to wait here. Elizabeth was already perched on a stack of barrels. Bottle in hand, she set it aside, sized them up, and asked if this was the princess she had corresponded with. Prima stared back in bewilderment, so Elizabeth laid it out plainly. Vice Admiral, captain of a warship, and yes, they had arranged this meeting in advance. Ishara asked whether Elizabeth was as deep in the bottle as usual, then thanked her for agreeing. Elizabeth just clapped a hand on his shoulder and asked only that he bring her home breathing. He had come back to meet her. Prima admitted she felt exactly the same. Elizabeth crossed to Flare, asked Aishara who this kid was, and before an answer came, Flare greeted her cheerfully as grandma, so she grabbed him by the collar instead. Elizabeth roared with laughter laughter, told him she liked his nerve, offered him a post on her crew, then turned to Prima and asked if she could keep him. Prima shrugged and said to do as she pleased. Flare gripped Elizabeth's hand and asked, perfectly serious, whether she really intended to let him go. Prima apologized for rushing and asked where the ship was moored. Elizabeth said she understood their haste perfectly, then added there was one small problem. Marcial lay scorched and broken on the ground. Someone noted the irony that an angel's own holy relics had been turned against him, and that the data they needed was now in hand. Raphael's smile turned cold and sharp as he looked down at the fallen angel and decided it was finally time to test the shaman himself. Down on the beach, civilians soaked up the sun, volleyball, vendors hawking snacks, bodies sprawled on warm sand without a care. Waves hissed across the shore as Flare stared out at all of it. 100 things he had never seen before pressing in at once, each more baffling than the last. The ocean swallowed the horizon whole. No far bank, no end. And he thought of the village lake back home with something close to pity. Shiranui barked once and leapt straight in. Flare tasted the water, recoiled at the salt, then waded in anyway, lay back on the surface, and let the vastness of everything he had missed wash over him. Shiranui paddled back looking mournful. Flare asked if it was hungry, realized he was starving too, eyed the food stalls with naked longing, then someone called his name. Turning around, Flare found the princess and her guard behind him, both in swimsuits. Prima's cheeks went pink. Ishara wanted to know why he had run ahead of them. The light broke across his face. They had finally made it down to the water. Hours earlier, Ishara had demanded to know why they could not simply put out to sea that very moment. Marines had docked here to restock, Elizabeth explained. Prima would blend into the crew and slip aboard unnoticed, since this crossing was never meant to be official. Loading would finish by morning, she added. So the stop lasted a single day, long enough to see the town and shake off the road. Scooping the puppy up against his chest, he grinned and announced that the two of them were going to eat. Money was the first thing he asked the girls for, since the food stall smelled far too good to ignore. Ishara cut him down. No holiday. He was still their guard. Rest came later. She then asked whether he had nothing to say to her. The question landed nowhere. He blinked and asked what exactly she meant. Her finger snapped toward the princess in her swimsuit. Did it truly not move him, seeing Prima like this, after their shy princess had finally dared to wear one? Holding back from courting the princess outright, took everything she had. She confessed. Prima erupted. Flare felt oddly lighter, sure this was the last time he would see her so furious. A gentle hand smoothed the girl's hair to ease the tension, and Prima apologized, asking him not to strain himself. It was fine, even if he never answered. A stick rested in her fingers. Since this was their last meeting, she said. She had dressed bolder than usual, though she suspected she had overdone it. Ishara smiled and told her nothing of the sort had happened. It suited her, and she looked wonderful. Furious, Ishara accused him of seizing the moment to court Prima. Flare was honestly baffled. The thought had never crossed his mind. No sense wasting the day. He told the princess she should go and enjoy herself. Her smile said yes before she did. Out on the water, they played ball until evening. Ishara watching them from the shore. Sitting on the sand with the puppy under his palm, he said it had been a good day, the fish had been worth it, and the sea even more so. For a time, he added, it would be just him and the pup on the road. Behind him, someone called his name. Prima came into view, and he asked where Ishara had gone. Off planning the morning with Elizabeth, she said so she had stayed here since being alone was not safe. Smiling, the princess asked whether she might sit beside him. He was glad to say yes. She settled into the sand next to him and admitted the day had been genuinely fun, perhaps the best of their whole journey. Good. He said last memories should be bright ones and the angels would hunt her no longer. She agreed, then asked whether his own journey was over. Not even close, came the answer. A road like this could not simply be stopped. He meant to see the whole world. Someday he wanted to reach the Blue Sapphire Kingdom, he added, and suggested they have fun there together again. She shot to her feet, color high in her face. She caught his eye. Prima's fingers closed on the hem of her dress, and she said quietly that there was something she had to tell him. He watched her and asked what it was. The flush deepened. Under the sound of the waves, she confessed that she wanted to keep traveling with him the way they had been, and asked how he would take that. His eyes stayed on her. Hers slid away, and she said that for the first time she felt truly alive. Before this, her whole life had been a castle, a bird in a cage. Every day she had worn what she was told and behaved as she was told. People praised her and cared for her, and all of it was because she was a princess. Her gaze lifted to the moon. Not one person had ever tried to see who she actually was. The war for the throne had started it, she said, and it stripped the title from her. For the first time, she had wondered whether she could live as an ordinary person. Giving up the crown had left her an ordinary girl who understood nothing about the world and could do nothing in it. Ishara had always stood between her and that. Careless, naive, that was how she saw herself now. And in the very moment regret filled her, someone unexpected had walked into her life. She had met him before, cheerful, unbothered, and even in the worst corners, he had never left her side. He said what he meant, acted honestly, lived as he pleased. His freedom and his happiness seemed lit from within. Watching him take open joy in living had made her envious. She wanted to be like that. She remembered how he devoured treats from the stalls and pressed her hands to her chest. Through tears, smiling, the princess confessed her dream to travel with him and see the whole world. Beside him, she said she could stay say who she really was. Crying now, she added that she wanted to keep sharing every joy of life with him. Prima stands before him, tears running, and begs to be allowed to stay at his side. The puppy sleeps on Flare, said yes, and asked if they were going together. She never heard him, still muttering that she was only a burden, only trouble, only in his way. The words ran out, and she realized he had already agreed to take her. She stared at him, thrown, grinning. He suggested they not stop here, but head straight for the next adventure. He and the pup would both be glad of the company. Was she truly allowed? She asked, unsure. He reminded her calmly that he had said so from the very beginning. Angels were nothing to fear, he promised. He would keep them safe. She could do whatever she pleased now, since she was no longer a princess. She starts wiping her eyes. Wonderful things are waiting for her, and they are waiting with him. Tears still falling, Prima laughed and said it was the one thing she wanted most in the world. He smiled back. From now on, she promised, they would never be parted again. First, they would ready a home for her in the Blue Sapphire Kingdom, somewhere to come back to, and only then set out. Prima agreed. What would they tell Ashara? She asked. Certain she would object. It would sort itself out, Flare said. If Prima wanted it, Ashara would come around. Then, to the pair standing on the shore, Ashara appeared and stated flatly that none of it was happening. Elizabeth stood at her shoulder. She would not allow it. She said their journey was not over. Already, she was closing the distance. The journey continued, she added, because the princess had fled the country with people trying to kill her. That anyone would forget that for the sake of adventure was beyond her. Prima startled at the sight of them. Ashara had been worried. Elizabeth explained, worried enough that leaving the princess alone with him had made preparing for mourning impossible. Elizabeth saw at once that the worry had not been idle and called out to him sharply. Prima's head was not to be filled with nonsense, Ashara ordered, and from this moment he was no longer her guard. The princess stepped in front of him and said the whole idea had been hers. Prima did not belong to her, Flare pointed out. He pushed Prima behind him and said he understood Ashara perfectly. She treasured the princess to the point where it had stopped being sane. Telling someone how to live, though, was a poor idea. There was one life, he said. Take everything from it, enjoy every day, and lighten up. Her glare was the only reply. And if angels frightened her, he promised, there was nothing to worry about. He would beat them. She never let him finish. Continuing this conversation was pointless, he said. She lunged without warning, and the blow rocked him back. Her arm was already drawing back for the next strike when she admitted his strength out loud. Surprise showed plainly on his face. As long as the smallest danger hung over the princess, she said, she would never let him travel with Prima, but if he insisted on going anyway, then he stared at her. Only over her dead body, she said, and drove her heel into his stomach with everything she had. He went flying back. He stumbled, barely keeping his feet. Prima called out to them. Frightened, Elizabeth tried to calm her. The princess begged them both to keep away from each other. Ducking under the sword, he asked her to stop. Just as she had said herself, the princess mattered to her more than anything. The next cut missed him too. If protecting her meant becoming her enemy, she said, so be it. All she had ever wanted was to make Prima's dreams real, and she had failed. She stepped straight at him. Her words caught him off guard. Swear it, she said. Protect Prima to the very end with everything he had, and never let her be unhappy. The blade came to rest at his throat, and through tears, she asked for the oath. Elizabeth watched and remarked quietly that the girl had clearly been ready for this. Ashara said her piece and raised the sword again to force the vow, and he caught the blade in his bare hand. Neither of them moved, eyes locked. Meeting her stare, Flare promised to protect Prima, whatever it cost. The edge opened his palm. She studied him carefully. Elizabeth gave a grateful nod as the girl dropped her sword and walked to the princess standing a few steps away. Even understanding what Prima wanted, she said. She had meant to hold her back. She lacked the strength to protect her and had failed as a guard. She had no right to stay at her side. Prima looked at her and asked whether she remembered the night they ran. She remembered the day. Ashara had seen the danger first and led her out of the palace. That was how her life had been saved. Ashara had even given up the title of Holy Knight, she recalled, and sworn herself to her anyway. If she had no right to stand beside her, then who did? Beaming, the princess took her hand and told her there had never been, and never would be, a sword she trusted more than this girl. She still relied on her. She went on as Shara wept openly and swore she could bow as often as she liked. She would always be there, her faithful blade. She meant to say more. The tears turned into her licking the princess's hands, promising to stay forever like a loyal dog. Prima screamed in pure horror. Flare understood that the girl had ruined the moment, terrified and furious. Prima begged him to kill her. Elizabeth only smiled and said the matter looked settled. A slap landed on Ashara. Supplies were aboard, Elizabeth announced. So everyone to bed. Tomorrow they sailed for the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. Opening the crate, Elizabeth apologized for the wait. Out on open water, they were safe, but the moment the ship entered Blue Sapphire's port, they would be hiding again. Ashara's head came out of the crate. Did they all truly have to be packed in together, in this heat, tangled in the hem of Prima's dress? Flare asked if night had fallen. She went scarlet. Sneaking into the kingdom illegally meant care, Elizabeth said. Draw no eyes. Better to look the place over first. Over the rail lay something extraordinary, the sea burning bright and a ship running alongside. Neither he nor Prima could look away, and they said so out loud. The wind was lovely today, the princess noted. How did a boat that size not sink, he asked. It floated on the strength of her love, Elizabeth answered. answered, smiling. That struck him as marvelous, and he said so, plainly not following a word. Ishara asked Elizabeth whether she might have some of that too, and got a shake of the head. It was peaceful here, the princess said, and their recent adventures already felt far away. He blinked and asked what she meant. Their journey was only starting, Blair told her, and he promised to have her home ready for her return, and to see the blue sapphire's beauty at her side. Then, grinning, he offered her a trip around the world. She smiled back and said she would love nothing more. A hard wind rose out of nowhere, and Elizabeth felt there was something wrong about it. Above them, the lookout called for the captain. 5 unknown flying objects were closing on them, he shouted, and they had wings. Angels, possibly. The captain took the news badly. Angels, the captain announced. Attack. Several of the Skyborn were already bearing down on the ships. Prepare to counterattack, Elizabeth ordered, naming the angels' target, the princess and her companions. Time to show them what the Sapphire Sea Guard was made of. Flat voices announced the target found and the data confirmed, the princess and the shaman. After that, they said one word over and over, annihilate. Each of the blank-faced angels carried a different weapon, already lifting them to erase what they had come for. He remembered seeing these things somewhere before. Mass-produced angels, Elizabeth explained. Foot soldiers the Church of the Holy Angels uses as assassins. Everyone seemed far too calm to him, given how badly Ishara feared angels. An accusation she rejected outright. There was no calm here at all, Elizabeth said, mass-produced or not. She went on, they were still angels. She apologized and told them to brace for the worst below. The crew reported the cannons loaded. Fire, Elizabeth ordered. The guns roared. The angels turned the whole volley aside behind a shield without effort. A shield of light spears, the sailors shouted. Already reloading? Keep firing, she ordered. Do not stop. Angels burn out fast in a long fight. An angel dives from the clouds, smashing the deck cannon to splinters as sailors shout frantic warnings across the convoy. Gun crews report the target moves too fast, but Captain Elizabeth barks orders to hold formation and get Princess Prima below deck. Seeing Flair step forward, Elizabeth yells at him to stay back, just as the heavenly soldiers twist into grotesque combat beasts. Chants of ruin echo from the sky, but before Elizabeth can pull him away, Flair raises 2 fingers toward the clouds. A colossal sphere of flame erupts overhead, dwarfing the warship before crashing down to vaporize the divine horde in a single flash. Stunned silence grips the deck as Flair lowers his hand, casually noting that he intends to hunt down every last invader. Blazing gauntlets reshape around his fists, proving the power of Haino Kagutsuchi just as the Phoenix promised. Prima smiles with quiet pride and Ishara shrugs, leaving Captain Elizabeth completely paralyzed with disbelief, cloaked in white-hot embers. Flair watches the charred remains of the angels tumble into the open sea. Elizabeth stares at the smoking sky, unable to process the terrifying magic that erased an entire angelic squad. A casual wave from Flair brushes off the victory, but Elizabeth realizes she stands before a shaman from the ancient gate of hell. Ishara reminds her that she gave fair warning, though Elizabeth fumes that no sane captain would believe such wild stories. Pointing at his gauntlet, Elizabeth asks if it holds demonic power, unaware that a sinister watcher observes them from the clouds. Calm voice behind Flair explains that sheltering a fallen angel gives the Blue Sapphire Kingdom far deeper insight into the divine realm. The intruder dismisses the fallen mass-produced angels as cannon fodder, genuinely pleased to meet a true shaman face to face. Introducing himself with an arrogant smirk, Raphael reveals his rank among the 12 apostles of the Church of the Holy Angels. A's sailors scramble in panic. Ishara steps in front of Princess Prima and urgently whispers for her to get down. Ishara knew powerful pursuers were coming, yet she cannot fathom how Flair let an apostle drop right under his nose. Elizabeth puts on a mocking smile, asking what brings an exalted apostle to her humble ship on a simple afternoon stroll. Raphael demands they step aside since he only seeks the shaman, but the crew refuses and locks their weapons straight on him. Elizabeth firmly reminds him that this is her vessel on her sea, and Flair travels under her direct naval protection. Mocking her resolve with fake terror, Raphael sneers at how easily mortals place their trust in disgraced fallen angels. Unfazed by his arrogance, the captain makes it clear her crew will fight to the last breath, rather than beg for mercy. Elizabeth gives the order to open fire, sending a thunderous volley of lead tearing toward the divine apostle. Mid-air, every bullet grinds to a dead halt as Raphael taps one with his finger, amused by humanity's new toys. Declaring mortal weaponry useless against heaven, the apostle reverses the kinetic force and hurls the volley straight back. Reflected lead tears across the deck, striking down sailors and piercing Elizabeth as she desperately raises her arms to shield herself, collapsing to her knees with a bloody wound. Elizabeth snaps at Flair through her pain when he rushes over, calling her old lady. With the crew crippled across the deck, Raphael strides toward Flair, announcing that the main event can finally begin. Glancing at Prima, Raphael identifies the 7th princess of the White Pearl Kingdom and decides to execute her ahead of schedule. The puppy erupts into a massive hound of pure fire and lunges at Raphael, whose interest spikes at the sight of a divine beast. Raphael raises one hand to swat it aside, ignoring Flair's desperate warning right before agony strikes the hound. Calling the beast trivial, the apostle bats it back into Flair's arms, shrinking the hound into a steaming pup. A slow clap echoes as Raphael praises Flair's sharp reflexes, eager to test the fighter from the reports. Spreading his wings, Raphael proclaims himself master of the winds and urges them not to abandon hope just yet. Rage flares through the young shaman as he orders Ashara and Prima to aid the wounded, prompting Prima to bandage the injured pup. Looking down, Raphael graciously offers his challenger a rare chance to ask whatever question he pleases. The angel asks if Flair wants the secrets of the gate of hell, but cloaked in fire, Flair coldly rejects the offer. Behind him, Prima and Ishara tend to the wounded as Flair raises two fingers, declaring a single spark is all he needs to burn it down. Flair unleashes a searing blast of flame, yet the apostle casually claps his hands to ask what part was unclear. A gale barrier erupts around Raphael, snuffing the flames like a candle and leaving Flair in stunned disbelief. Piercing the blast, Raphael declares angels were bred to extinguish the hell flame, extending his hand as Flair grits his teeth. A devastating blast smashes Flair across the deck and through the ship's timbers under the horrified eyes of the girls. Battered by the shock wave, Flair struggles for breath as a frantic sailor rushes over to check on him. Barking at the crew to stay clear, Flair orders every man to evacuate toward the flagship immediately. Staring at his gauntlet, Flair wonders why his flame dispersed so easily and questions if his power has waned. Raphael ascends into the sky with a sinister grin, announcing it is time to think about the others before releasing Windblade. Slicing through wood and rigging, the wind blades tear the ship apart, slamming directly into Flair's gut despite his guard. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Flair hears the apostle mock his combat skills as utterly deficient up close. Pressing the offensive, Raphael asks if Flair can do anything besides shoot, revealing his scouts gathered all his data. When Flair asks why Raphael came in person, the apostle admits he took no chances against the legendary power of the shamans. That caution proved pointless. Raphael sneers, disappointed that Flair's punches failed to match the legend, complaining that the boy is too grim for a fun fight. Raphael twists his face into a dark, sadistic grin. Snapping his fingers to propose a game, the angel levitates an entire warship straight out of the calm sea. The vessel climbs higher into the air before Flair's stunned gaze as Raphael outlines the simple rules of his trial. Two more ships rise into the sky, Raphael declaring he will drop one for every advance Flair makes, saving Prima for last. Outraged by the twisted hostage game, Flair boils over and screams at the apostle in raw fury. Raphael merely smirks, telling him not to scowl since nothing brings more joy than playing with human lives. Flaring his wings wide with three warships suspended behind him, the apostle proclaims the start of the game as Flair locks eyes with him. The winged tormentor issues a final challenge. Land a single blow and victory is yours, sparing everyone's lives. If the angel lands even one clean hit out of three, disaster strikes with only 3 ships left. Flair can take at most 2 blows before the flagship falls. Casualties are unacceptable, so the young shaman resolves to purge the apostle without taking a single scratch, charging straight into battle. Aerial combat gives the angel the upper hand, forcing Flair to drag him down, yet Raphael simply mocks him, asking if a fiery strike is coming. Blasts of wind needles and swallow blades tear through the sky, forcing Flair to dodge since sheer air cannot be burned. Assuming Raphael commands the wind through hand gestures, Flair looks for an opening, but the winged warrior reads his plan instantly. Raphael intercepts him and buries a brutal fist into Flair's gut, laughing that his hand motions were nothing more than a decoy. Controlling the gale without flinching, the apostle relishes his direct hit on the shaman. Making good on his threat, Raphael unleashes his wrath and detonates the first warship across the waves. Wreckage plunges into the dark abyss, leaving Flair frozen in horror as he watches his comrades drown. Raphael roars with laughter, pointing out that only 2 ships remain before the rest of the crew feeds the fish. Fury boils inside Flair, unable to comprehend what drove this celestial butcher to such malice. Dropping his smile, Raphael claims his duty as an angel is to purge the world of the demon king's hellish flame. Then the apostle bursts into laughter at his own lie, marveling at how convincingly he delivered it. Truth is, Raphael just wanted amusement and a rare chance to unleash his full might on a worthy target before Flair can react. Raphael materializes behind him, whispering whether it was wise to leave his back exposed. Shock paralyzes the youth as the apostle moves faster than a whisper of wind, catching him completely off guard. Mocking the boy for recklessly leaping into midair, the angel unleashes another volley of razor-sharp wind needles. Hundreds of wind spikes pierce Flair straight through his armor, drawing a cruel smirk from his attacker. Declaring the game over, Raphael aims his deadly power at the flagship, ignoring Flair's desperate cries to stop. With a smug farewell, the divine executioner obliterates the vessel into splinters. Screaming his companions' names, Flair remembers Prima and his sacred promise to journey by her side. Beneath Raphael's mocking cackle, the entire ship sinks into the deep, leaving Flair helpless to watch. Agony and helplessness crush the young shaman as he fails to shield those he swore to protect from Raphael. Unable to reach the winged apostle or stop the slaughter, Flair silently begs his crew for forgiveness. Even his formidable hellflame proved completely powerless against the angel of wind. wind. Sinking beneath the waves, Flare feels his life slip away, remembering his vow to safeguard Princess Prima. Apologizing to Prima in his thoughts, he hears a strange voice nearby, loudly praising his devotion. Looking around in bewilderment, he finds a woman gushing about how noble it is for a boy to pine for his beloved. Spreading her arms in delight, the mysterious woman asks if this dramatic longing is the spark of true love. Stunned by her pushy demeanor, Flare politely asks who she is, only for his question to spark her outrage. "I am the Demon Queen, the frost flame of the Gate of Hell," Aurora declared, commanding him to choose his words wisely before she shared her power. Her face twisted when Flare asked if she was friends with Kagutsuchi, snapping that everyone else in Hell was nothing but an uncultured brute. Touched by his polite manners, Aurora offered her full aid, stunned when Flare simply thanked her and claimed her kindness alone was enough. Raphael had stayed out of reach, making fire useless at range, but Aurora merely scoffed at the shaman's foolishness. Her frost flame stood supreme, and mastering it meant Flare would never fall to a winged pest like Raphael. Raging azure flames enveloped him as the queen bestowed the frost flame upon him, repaying his pure heart with Hell's second spark pointing forward. Aurora granted him a second chance at life, and Flare shed all hesitation as fresh resolve surged through his veins. Driftwood floated over the sea as Raphael sat atop the wreckage, utterly disappointed that the shaman of the Gate of Hell had fallen so easily. Ready to report his success to Aldebaran, the angel stood up to leave, only for an eerie anomaly to catch his eye. A piercing chill shook Raphael to the bone, chattering his teeth before he even realized what was happening. Turning around in disbelief, the angel gasped as the dark ocean behind him erupted into blazing blue fire. Glacial spikes shot across the water like frozen tongues of fire, dropping the temperature so fast that Raphael's breath turned to thick steam. Frozen in shock, Raphael muttered in disbelief, asking if this was some sick joke, only for a cold voice to shut him down. Stepping out from the mist, the shaman announced the arrival of the frost flame, ready to avenge his fallen allies in the final round. As a first-class, third-rank shaman, Flare vowed he would not lose again, promising to make the angel pay for every crime. Hesitating on the ice, Raphael demanded to know what kind of sorcery this was, having never witnessed such power before. How could infernal fire burn pure blue and freeze instead of incinerating everything in sight? Shrouded in freezing flames, Flare shrugged, admitting he merely borrowed the trick from an old blue lady. The method did not matter to Flare at all as long as it brought victory, leaving the proud apostle stunned. Breaking his stupor, Raphael vaulted into the sky, convincing himself this blue blaze was just basic frost magic and nothing more. No longer amused by the brawl, the angel declared playtime over and prepared to retreat. Raphael reasoned that Flare still lacked range and planned to return with countermeasures, but the air shifted beneath him. Frozen ramp crystallized into the heavens, and Flare sprinted up the icy bridge without a second of hesitation. Raphael stared in horror as the bridge formed instantly frozen solid out of thin air by the fire of absolute zero. Condensing the moisture in the sky wiped out Raphael's aerial edge, allowing Flare to close in and seize his wing. Raphael threw up a light shield in panic, but Aurora's advice proved true. Stripped of flight, the angel was just a sitting duck. Flare slammed a vicious fist into Raphael's face, instantly breaking his nose in a spray of crimson. Shattered glass exploded off Raphael's face as the sheer force sent the apostle spiraling toward the frozen sea. Winding up for the kill, the shaman watched Raphael desperately try to flap his wings, only to find them completely unresponsive. Terror gripped Raphael as his frozen wing shattered like brittle glass, just as Flare drove his next strike home, crashing from the heavens like lightning. The angel plunges into the icy water, shattering the frozen surface to pieces. Flare mocks Raphael's airborne speed, declaring himself unbeatable as long as death walks this ground. Roaring cyclone gathers as Raphael drops all games, invoking Marcial's judgment on the shaman angels. Above the 8th rank command their own holy domain, an honor few mortals ever behold. 3 spears of the Annunciation storm ignite above the frenzied apostle's head. Raphael snarls a vow of retribution in the name of the 12 apostles of the Church of the Holy Angels. Flare stands ready, drawing upon the newly awakened power of the frost flame. Channeling his energy in a blinding sprint, Flare hurls razor-sharp ice javelins at the angel. Raphael deploys a barrier, unleashing an elemental tempest of freezing light and screaming wind. A deranged laugh escapes Raphael as he relishes exerting full defense for the first time in ages. Flare keeps his composure, knowing Raphael's divine presence still poses a lethal threat. Raphael's wind element grants razor precision, capable of crushing heavy ice with ease. Flare could still end up holding a trump card, and that would badly weaken his own position. So Raphael needs a plan. He stresses that this shaman's true power must never be underestimated. Divine wind condenses into solid lances, potent enough to wipe entire cities off the map. Stunned by what he saw, Flare froze in disbelief. He had no idea materialization could do anything like this. Meanwhile, the angel was already sending 2 piercing wind lances his way. To counter the incoming assault, Flare prepares to deploy the frost flame. He created a killer whale of ice. It looked bold, even a little desperate. Raphael only laughed out loud at the trick, mocking the boy for trying to block his holy weapon like that. Piercing through the frozen frozen construct. The spears streak relentlessly toward Flare. Run through by the gale, Flare merely smirks at Raphael's premature celebration. Gripping the lances, Flare notes his old master struck far faster than this solidified wind. Touching the materialized gale allows Flare to freeze it into brittle glass. The lances shatter into dust, outraging Raphael within his own sacred domain. Raphael readies one last spear to strike from afar, but strange frost arrests his movement. Massive chains of frost bind Raphael tight as Flare drags the apostle down by force. Flare unleashes his demonic power, outpacing divine strength at every turn. Forged like mythic bindings, the frost chains hold Raphael completely helpless. Frigid links constrict without mercy, turning the angel's every movement into agony. Gaining distance, Flare unleashes the frost flame, revealing the true terror of the gate of hell. A massive blast strikes the petrified angel, leaving him frozen in utter horror. Flare stands victorious, claiming retribution for the companions taken from him. High above, unseen eyes tracked every clash with bitter disappointment. Aurora marveled at Flare mastering her flame instantly. Her scorched companion grumbled that she had fallen for a kid. She insisted that her flame proved supreme, but the bird argued Flare had not even tapped into his own true power yet. Stranded alone amid the frozen wreckage, Flare stood paralyzed by heavy doubts. Sitting on the thawing ice floe, he grieved his lost companions, crushed by the familiar ache of isolation. Exhaustion weighed heavy on his limbs, until a crimson spark drifted down toward the water. The sea melted at the ember's touch, cloaking the surface in thick, mystical steam. Blazing heat ignited the sea, instantly dissolving every sheet of ice except the small chunk beneath his feet. Flare knew this flame was not his own before a white-winged maiden descended, praising his infernal fire. Hovering above the waves, the ethereal woman breathed in the raging fire without taking a scratch. Gripping the battered Raphael, the angel lifted him up. He gasped out the name Michael, though she coldly called his defeat a disgrace. Invoking the authority of the 12 apostles, Michael stripped Raphael down to the 7th rank and silenced his protests. She warned Raphael that Aldebaran would punish him before everyone, leaving Flare on guard for another fight. Introducing herself as Michael of the Church of the Holy Angels, she smiled and asked whose flame burned hotter. A calm gesture stayed his strike as she asked for his name, to which he firmly answered Flare. Michael promised to remember his name before preparing to haul Raphael away. Her parting words promised a peaceful rematch since neither side lost everything, baffling Flare completely. Vowing that her flame would consume his next time, Michael brushed off his shouts and took flight. The angel vanished into the clouds, leaving Flare dreading that she was merely ignorant of Raphael's slaughter. A monstrous hull breached from the ocean depths, shattering the ice and tossing Flare into the air. Flare readied a burst of fire against the bizarre metal beast, but a hatch swung open and a girl rushed onto the deck. Princess Prima leaped straight across the water with tears of joy, throwing her arms around Flare. Her desperate tackle struck like a cannon shot, sending massive waves churning across the water. The crew cheered from the deck, laughing as they warned the princess not to drown her hero. Catching Prima in his arms, Flare stood in pure shock, unable to fathom how everyone survived. Elizabeth explained their submarine from the Blue Sapphire Kingdom had evacuated everyone after Flare drew Raphael away. Clinging to Flare, Prima sobbed that feeling helpless terrified her far more than any angel. Tightening her grip, she made him swear never to break their promise to journey together. Flare promised without hesitation, and as their voyage resumed, the crew pressed him for details about the duel. Elizabeth noted that no angel could freeze an entire sea, forcing Flare to admit the frost was his own doing. Flare admitted this was his first time channeling the frost flame, so the chill ran out of hand. The girls exchanged bewildered glances, stunned that fire could freeze solid. Prima asked if he truly mastered an even stronger blaze. With a bright smile at his nod, she praised his unbelievable growth. Stepping over to inspect Elizabeth and the wounded crew, he backed off once she assured him they were fully mended. Elizabeth marveled at Prima's miraculous healing power, though the princess quietly urged her to keep that divine magic secret. Puzzled by why she hid such a gift, Flare decided not to pry just as the cabin door swung open. A sailor rushed in shouting that land was in sight. The Blue Sapphire Kingdom lay right ahead, making Flare roar with excitement. Everyone clamped their hands over their ears inside the cramped hall, forcing an embarrassed apology from the noisy youth. His dreams of touring the docks for seafood vanished the moment Elizabeth reminded him of their illegal entry. Smuggling them through Maine customs was now off the table, forcing the ship to take a detour and drop them off early. Waiting in absolute secrecy at their landing point was Gish, 7th Prince of the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. Elizabeth warned that trusting him was a gamble. If the prince turned on them, the king would not be their only problem. Ishara stood firm on her instincts, explaining she had met Gish before during royal guard duties. Besides royal blood, Gish happened to be Princess Primavera's arranged fiancé. Reaching the hidden cove on the far side of the island, Primavera and her companions finally caught a breath of relief. A hooded messenger bowed, introducing himself as Gish's escort before Ishara stepped aside for a parting word. Approaching Elizabeth to express deep gratitude, Ishara assured Prima of naval backup before the captain turned to Flare, tossing him a strange scroll for saving her crew. Elizabeth brushed off his protest chests the second he saw the relic inside. An ancient shipboard weapon rested in his palms, offered as an official token of her deepest respect. Elizabeth teased that accepting her weapon bound him to marry her, quickly clearing up the joke when blank stares followed. Bidding farewell to Elizabeth and her crew, Prima followed the hooded guide deeper into the island. Flare bragged about his prize to a skeptical Aishara, only to wonder aloud if taking a bride sounded so bad after all. Teasing Prima about her secret royal engagement, Flare listened as she flushed and began explaining the political arrangement. With her home kingdom falling into ruin, Prima worried whether an exiled princess could still count on Gish's betrothal pact. Ashara insisted she pick the Blue Sapphire Kingdom because Gish's devotion to Prima was obvious at their first meeting. Knowing the prince was head over heels for Prima gave them hope, but Flare braced for difficult diplomatic talks ahead, confident in the prince's invitation. Aishara marched forward until their guide halted dead in an empty clearing. A desolate, abandoned settlement provided total cover, keeping high-stakes royal business away from prying eyes. Flare sensed an ambush in the eerie silence as Primavera asked where Prince Gish was hiding. Without turning around, the escort declared that his master never came, catching Flare completely off guard. Casting a cold glance back, the stranger revealed that full authority to handle them had been left entirely to him. A massive spear burst from beneath the cloak, lunging straight for Flare. Dread gripped the girls, yet the cloaked attacker pressed forward with lethal intent. Flare stepped back, coated in the frost flame's protective ice, wondering how such a long spear stayed hidden, twirling the polearm without pause. The assailant met Aishara's rising fury as she demanded to know their goal. Ignoring her words, the spearman turned to the shaman, recalling the rumors of him repelling an apostle. An ambush was clearly in motion, and Flare realized Gish never intended peaceful talks with Princess Prima. Lowering the hood, the warrior revealed herself to be a woman, declaring negotiations had already begun. Stunned silence followed, though up on the slope, an onlooker calmly sipped a sweet drink. The seventh prince of the Blue Sapphire Kingdom watched every move with cold amusement. Turning his gaze toward Princess Prima, he murmured how much he had missed her. Flare asked the girl to finish quickly before he hurt her, which angered her more as he held back his hellflame. Feeling it humiliated her, though he just saw such power as too dangerous for humans. Enraged at being underestimated, she snapped, though Prima knew Flare had disarmed her with bare hands. The cloaked girl insisted the trial was far from over, just as approaching footsteps halted behind her. Gish stepped down from the ridge with a broad smile, announcing the test had ended. Opening his arms to Primavera, the prince welcomed her warmly and promised them full sanctuary. He asked sharply if the broken engagement was his whole revenge, and what then? Aishara blamed circumstances. Flare cut her off, telling the boy to drop the empty talk. He had invited Prima himself. Disgust welled up inside Flare at the thought of a royal staging an ambush out of spite. A heavy sigh escaped the prince, realizing the shaman was too noble-hearted to manipulate easily. Bowing low before Primavera and her companions, Gish offered a sincere apology for the rough greeting. Prima urged him to raise his head, reassuring the prince that she held no grudge. Remaining bowed, Gish swore his loyalty, insisting every action was done solely for her sake. Rising, he explained the king had just issued a decree requiring residence permits for all foreigners. Her broken engagement and flight from the White Pearl Kingdom were seen by his father as an insult. Prima could not remain in the Blue Sapphire Kingdom, but Gish quickly revealed he had a plan. By doing the king a major favor, they could gain leverage, and the prince held the perfect trump card. Turning to Flare, the prince asked him to take the mission so Prima could earn her true freedom. Deep suspicion filled Flare, even as Gish turned back to apologize to the princess once more. Dropping to one knee, Gish kissed Primavera's hand, professing his undying love. Unbothered by unrequited affection, he pledged to assist her in any way he could. Prima thanked him softly, and Gish stood up to present his trump card to the group. Lowering her massive spear, the guard gently guided a young boy toward the group. Flare asked about the child, and Gish revealed little Nia was his brother, begging him to escort the boy to the Red Ruby Kingdom. Traveling to the Red Ruby Kingdom surprised everyone, especially with Flare having just set foot inside the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. Tossing out a sharp warning, the cloaked girl told Flare to back out if fear gripped him, trusting Gish but doubting this unknown shaman. Throwing back her hood, she fixed Flare with a piercing glare. Gish stepped in to introduce her as Rachel, an elite holy knight assigned to protect Naya on the road. Stepping into the unknown with strange new companions only fueled Flare's excitement. The morning mist cleared as the crew gathered at the harbor, ready for the long voyage ahead. A dawn departure helped evade spies, Gish explained, but Flare only grinned, having trained before sunrise under his master. Accepting the prince's gratitude, Flare reassured Gish that exploring the world had always been his dream. Primavera had wondered how Naya existed if Gish was the youngest prince, but royal secrecy kept the truth hidden. Trusting the shaman completely, Gish knew Nia would remain safe by Flare's side. Knowing Flare undertook the mission for Prima's sake. Gish felt indebted, though. Flare welcomed the lively new company. Since staying put kept Primavera and Aishara safe, Gish insisted the two women remain sheltered in the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. Flare marched toward the docks with his pack in hand, only to pause as familiar voices called his name. Rushing across the stone pier, Prima and Aishara arrived just in time to see see him off. Though Flare claimed they did not need to come, Prima insisted on seeing off the one carrying her burden. Ishara reminded him that the princess's future rested in his hands, warning him not to let enemies exploit his straightforward nature. Offering a reassuring hand, she urged Flare to stay focused on his goal and push his strength even further. Prima lowered her eyes in sorrow, hating that Flare had to shoulder all the danger on her behalf. Before she could plead to join him, Flare placed a gentle hand on her head, promising to finish the job quickly and return for their next adventure. Trusting his request to wait, the princess smiled warmly and promised to hold out until his return. With final farewells from Gish and Ishara, Flare stepped aboard the ship where an impatient traveler waited. Rachel sat on a wooden crate scowling at him, beside little Nia, who remained buried in his book. This voyage was no playground, she snapped, ordering him to take things seriously, eager to make friends. Flare extended his hand in greeting, but Rachel turned away in cold disdain. Viewing the mission purely as duty, she refused to play nice with the strange shaman, leaving Flare baffled. Asking if she was still bitter over yesterday's defeat, Flare turned to Nia with a bright smile, only to terrify the young prince. When Flare asked about the book, Nia bolted behind his bodyguard, prompting Rachel to draw and hurl her spear straight at the shaman, furiously demanding what he wanted with her lord. Rachel rejected any attempt at making friends. Hugging the young prince tightly, Rachel insisted that Flare only needed to guard him until they secured the red ruby, so he should stop bothering the boy. Spotting a red mark on Nia's forehead, Rachel instantly demanded antiseptic, reminding Flare remarkably of Ishara. The domestic chaos brought back fond memories of setting out on his journey with Primavera. Even though this voyage differed from his expectations, Flare looked out at the distant horizon with a racing heart, urging Prima to wait for him. Pure excitement for the unknown surged through his veins, with the Red Ruby Kingdom as their first destination. Little Nia could not comprehend what was happening, terrified of leaving home and viewing everyone except Rachel as a threat, even Flare, shivering in Rachel's arms. Nia yearned for home just as the crew launched into a desperate battle against a sea monster. A colossal sea serpent rose before them, the master of these waters, Leviathan, sending the terrified young boy straight to his knees. Tears streamed down Nia's face, yet Flare simply stepped forward, utterly fascinated by the beast's immense scale. With a single flick of his wrist, Flare froze the massive serpent into a block of ice, idly musing that Prima would have tried to eat it. Drawing the weapon Elizabeth gave him, he shattered the frozen Leviathan into countless shards, grinning at the great story he just earned. Approaching Rachel and Nia, the shaman asked if they were unharmed, genuinely thrilled by the ocean's wondrous wildlife. Overcome with sheer panic, Nia had wet himself, hanging his clothes on the line and tearfully apologizing to Rachel. Flare called it embarrassing, prompting Rachel to snap back that Nia was only 6 years old and had never left his village before. When Flare remarked that his master left him alone in the jungle for a week at age 6, Rachel told him to stop comparing Nia to himself. Still, she conceded that the shaman deserved proper respect for his strength. Turning around, Nia locked his gaze on the shaman, commanding everyone's attention. Hesitantly, the boy asked what it took to become brave, confessing his dream to grow as strong as Flare. Rachel rushed over in a panic, refusing to let her young charge fall under such a dangerous influence. Clinging to the boy, Rachel claimed Flare's influence would corrupt her master's gentle heart. Insisting she would shield Nia from every danger, she smothered him in protection, leaving Flare quietly exasperated, pushing his protector away. Nia dashed toward Flare, pleading for guidance because he refused to remain weak. Seeing genuine resolve in Nia's eyes, Flare realized why Gish had remained so secretive about the boy's royal potential. Memories of begging his own master for training long ago flashed through the shaman's mind. Admitting he made a poor teacher, Flare offered to mentor Nia anyway, leaving Rachel collapsed on the deck in dramatic despair. Setting down the first rule, Flare told Nia to conquer his fear and place total trust in him, the cornerstone of true power. The boy eagerly swore obedience to his new mentor, even if neither Flare nor Rachel fully accepted the title yet. Just as Flare began sharing a tale from his past, a breathless sailor burst through the deck with an urgent announcement. The Red Ruby Kingdom was finally in sight, prompting Flare to cheer in excitement as Nia clenched his fists with newfound resolve. Far across the ocean, Princess Primavera gazed out her window, wondering how Flare was faring on his journey. Prima dreamed of shaking off her pursuers for good, longing to set out on their journey the second Flare returned. Turning around, Prima found Aishara standing in a swimsuit, insisting a trip to the beach would cure the princess of her gloomy mood. Escaping the White Pearl Kingdom brought sweet freedom, even if resting between journeys left Prima restless. Prince Gish had already done everything to secure their escape, so worrying about his position was completely pointless. Tugging at the royal gown, Aishara urged her lady to put on swimwear, instantly making Prima blush with embarrassment. When Aishara confessed she simply wanted to see her in a swimsuit, Prima snapped and delivered a swift slap across her cheek. A knock interrupted them as Gish checked in on the commotion, prompting Prima to offer a quick apology. Spotting a small picnic basket in his hands, Prima discovered that Gish had prepared fresh sandwiches himself. The prince invited Prima for a stroll along the shoreline, eager to lift the sadness clouding her face. Wanting to be her shield, he offered comfort, though Prima privately worried she was acting selfishly. Even with their engagement broken, Gish still cared deeply, coaxing a warm smile from the princess before she accepted. After Prima brushed off Ishara as resting, they stepped out, unaware of an intruder perched quietly on the windowsill. Ishara woke up in a panic searching for Prima, only to find the notorious assassin Corone lounging calmly on the sofa. Unbothered by guards outside the door, Corone casually brewed cold tea, proving standard security meant nothing to her. Boasting she could track anyone by scent, Corone stopped Ishara in her tracks, reminding the knight to get dressed first. Before Ishara could sprint out, Corone shared grim news about her mission to report Prima dead to the royal family. Corone recounted the shocking spectacle she witnessed from the street just a few days earlier. Royal guards had dragged off her client, First Princess Fanny, who screamed in fury at their insolence. Hard evidence proved Fanny had sent a petition to the angels demanding the assassination of her younger sister. Third Prince Winda declared that plotting against royal blood would break their father, the king's heart. Fanny pleaded that Prima posed a threat to the realm, yet Winda gleefully hauled away another rival for the throne. Smirking over his forged evidence, Winda tore up the paper, having tricked his sister into confessing without involving the church. Overhearing Winda eliminate two threats at once under the guise of searching for Prima, Corone learned his true scheme, advising them to lay low in the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. Corone pointed out that freedom always brings new complications. The assassin reassured her that a fallen angel, feared even by the Church of the Holy Angels, resided in this realm. Scrambling into her clothes, Ishara hurried to ask Prince Gish for an introduction before trouble arrived in Flair's absence. Corone froze in surprise, double-checking if Ishara truly had Prince Gish covering their backs. Dark rumors swirled around the king's favorite son, prompting Corone to warn the knight to keep her guard up around Gish. Despite all the shadowy conspiracies, Princess Prima quietly enjoyed her lunch along the sunny beach. Marching across the blazing desert sands, Flair marveled at the wasteland, leaving Rachel to tease him about sunburns. Flair shrugs off the heat thanks to his fire magic, though Rachel knows better. Peering past the curtain, he checks on Nea, who lies drenched in sweat and utterly drained. The boy tries to sit up and insist he is fine, but Flair gently urges him to rest. Dipping a cloth in his palm, Flair ignites it with the soothing chill of the frost flame. Pressing the chilled cloth to Prince Nea's forehead brings instant relief. Turning back, Flair asks Rachel if they are close, but she shakes her head. Danger blocks the main road, forcing them across scorching dunes and remote outposts on a grueling 30-day trek. A whole month in the wasteland sounds like pure boredom to the shaman, yet Rachel warns that deadly beasts prowl every dune. Ruthless desert predators grow abnormally strong in this harsh climate, almost none ranking below A tier. Confused by the ranking, Flair listens as she explains how the Adventurers Guild measures monster threats, a concept foreign to his ancient era. His casual remark that they will never get bored only infuriates Rachel, who hates his nonchalant attitude. Handing her a cup of freshly chilled water, Flair offers a cool sip to calm her nerves. Rachel takes the cup hesitantly before shouting in startled surprise, prompting Nia to wonder if their mount wants a drink too. Raku drinks greedily from the basin, earning Naya praise from Flair for looking after their beast of burden. Shrugging off his confusion, Nia listens as Rachel explains that a Raku is a resilient magical beast built for desert travel. Because its species is only E rank, dangerous carnivores constantly hunted, and right on cue, a massive tremor tears through the dunes. Bursting from the sand, a ferocious B rank sand boar lunges straight for Raku. Rachel screams a warning, but Flair has already vanished into motion, whipping up a blazing vortex of sand and hellflame. With the beast roasted to ash, Flair declares snack time, leaving Naya awestruck yet disappointed that not even meat survived the inferno. Staring at a single charred tusk, Flair realizes it is inedible, just as a band of armed strangers storms in shouting. The newcomers furiously accuse them of stealing their kill and demand their Adventurers Guild ranks, annoying Rachel to no end. Flashing a guild tag, the leader brags that his squad is rank 4, and this hunt was their ticket to rank 3. Unable to comprehend how the beast vanished, the hunters demand hefty compensation for their stolen prize. Blinking in bewilderment, the shaman listens as Rachel tells him to ignore the furious complaints and keep moving. Spotting the intact tusk in Flair's grip, one of the hunters aggressively demands he surrender it as salvage. Clutching the proof, the mercenaries celebrate their promotion, mocking the travelers for getting off easy. After they bark a final warning and depart, Naya steps outside to ask if everyone is unharmed. Rachel quickly embraces Prince Naya and apologizes for exposing him to such rude thugs, though Flair agrees they were unpleasant. Despite outposts across every land, the Adventurers Guild is mostly packed with ruthless cutthroats and rogues. Their rule is simple: raw power buys membership, law means nothing, and surviving comes down to sheer skill and luck. Overhearing Rachel's harsh curse, Nia repeats it innocently before she quickly scolds him, and the journey resumes in peace. Arriving at the first desert oasis town, Flair halts in surprise to find the vibrant streets completely deserted. Searching for lodging, the travelers spotted a massive hall and decided to ask inside. Flair froze at the entrance, recognizing the rowdy laughter pouring from the Adventurers Guild. Rachel warned that such halls turn civilian requests into mercenary bounties, crawling with cutthroats best left alone. Ignoring the warning, Flair pushed open the heavy doors with a cheerful greeting. Asking the room for a decent decent inn only drew the cold stares of hardened fighters. Rachel scolded his recklessness, but Flair insisted they needed answers before anyone noticed them. Furious glares locked onto them as the mercenaries recognized Flair for ruining their boar tusk bounty and rank promotion. The thugs demanded payback, though Flair saw no shame in redoing an incomplete hunt honestly. Jeeble grabbed Flair by the collar, snarling a threat to put him in his place. The hall roared with mockery as the rank 4 bullies flaunted their petty dominance. Flair let out a tired sigh and offered an apology, but the thugs refused to back down. Prince Nia grabbed the thug's leg, desperately pleading for Flair's release. Hearing the boy offer an apology in his place sparked panic in Flair and Rachel. Spite flared in Jeeble's eyes as he looked down at the royal child with utter contempt. The brute brought his boot down onto Nia's chest, barking at the kid to stay back. Hayes, the tavern, jeered at the fallen boy. Flair launched forward to strike Jeeble down. A restrained blow sent Jeeble crashing backward, proving Rachel right about the guild's scum. Outraged mercenaries drew closer, furious that an ordinary traveler dared strike one of their own. Rachel checked Nia's cut lip in fury just as a colossal shadow loomed over the room. Guildmaster Muzzle stepped into the brawl, prompting a mercenary to blame Flair for the chaos. Jeeble smugly anticipated Flair's doom, but the Guildmaster approached the young shaman with caution. Muscle clamped a vice grip on Jeeble's head, rebuking him for stealing credit and attacking civilians. With effortless force, Muzzle hurled Jeeble straight through the window, banishing him before the stunned crowd. Combing his hair back with calm poise, Muzzle invited Flair's party into his private quarters. Inside the office, the Guildmaster admitted his ranks were packed with reckless hotheads. Muzzle tolerated their rowdy brawls, yet turning their blades on innocent guests crossed the line. Sensing their unusual strength, Muscle waited as Flair broke the silence to state their business. Flair asked for indirections, but Muscle countered by praising the youth's formidable power, so he offers him a job. But Rachel distrusts muscle-bound guys and asks why the All-Task Guild wants an outsider's help. The man just shrugs, saying anything can happen. Muscle offered a desert map, supplies, and lodging if Flair agreed to hunt down a rogue adventurer. Flair thought back to Prima and her strange magic, puzzled by the scheme, yet Rachel pointed out how good the deal was for them. Mr. Muscle explained that this rogue adventurer was an absolute menace who answered to no one and ruined the guild's name. When Flair asked why the guildmaster did not handle her himself, the muscular fighter shrugged, admitting he would never get away with it. Ordinary men could never stop her, and Flair could tell the boss possessed terrifying strength of his own. Her raw power was only half the problem. She lived solely to hunt down worthy opponents across the continent. Without warning, she would turn on her own comrades or abandon an active quest mid-stride just for a fight. Her name was Kaguya, the Silver Wolf and 7th successor of the Divine Wind School, obsessed with battle. In pure unarmed combat, the guild leader admitted no one alive could match her skill. Hearing that lit a fire in Flair, he wanted nothing more than to test himself against the realm's greatest martial artist. Hauling the massive crates of supplies behind him, Flair secured enough provisions to last them through the coming year. The young shaman offered his thanks, though the guild master insisted the gifts were merely an apology for his guild's rowdy members. Noticing how the guild protected the townsfolk, Flair listened as Mr. Muscle promised to write it into the guild code, reaching into his coat. He handed over a rank 5 adventurer license, unlocking dungeon access for the newcomer once he climbed the ranks. Though Flair already had his hands full with danger, he accepted the card with genuine gratitude, trusting the escort mission would hold. The guild leader remained confident that true warriors naturally cross paths, destined to collide with Kaguya sooner or later. As their carriage rattled down the road, the crew traded banter, certain Flair could topple anyone after slaying an apostle. Rachel still puzzled over the nature of these special traits, but Flair was lost in his own quiet thoughts. Seeing him so deep in thought surprised the guard, who politely asked what made these innate traits so unique. Rachel clarified that these rare gifts were born into individuals, unique to each warrior from the day of their birth. Nia chimed in to offer comfort if the road felt daunting, earning a warm nod of gratitude from Flair alongside Shiranui. Camp was pitched under the falling dusk, and Flair sat by the crackling campfire, realizing a whole new trial awaited him. Throughout his long travels, he had fought countless foes, yet never engaged in true hand-to-hand combat against anyone except Master Taku. Recalling the praise for Kaguya's martial prowess, the young shaman looked up at the stars with an eager grin. The faint splash of water broke the desert silence, prompting Flair to spring to his feet, leaving Rachel and Nia asleep under the stars. Flair bolted toward the sound, knowing the water lay a kilometer out. Reaching the clearing, he discovered a hidden lake where a lone figure drifted through the cool waters. Lush greenery framed the crystal surface, an oasis resting in the heart of the barren wasteland. Moonlight shimmered across the ripples, illuminating a girl with flowing silver hair swimming peacefully in the oasis. She stood bathed in the night air, relishing the tranquil, cool embrace of the desert pool. Spellbound by the striking beauty before him, the young shaman quietly stepped closer to the water's edge. The girl noticed his presence only after he had stepped right beside her. Flustered and startled, she plunged underwater, leaving Flair stunned by her frantic reaction. Remembering how Prima hated such moments, Flair scrambled to apologize, swearing he was not peeking. Instead, she demanded to know why he roamed so casually through woods crawling with deadly beasts. Questioning his strength, she dropped into a crouch so heavy that the ground cracked beneath her boots. Springing upward with total confidence, she declared her hunch was right and marched straight at him. Her bizarre eagerness caught Flare off guard as she boldly challenged him to a duel. One look at her stance told him this martial artist was completely different from ordinary fighters. Charging head-on, she begged him not to fold easily as Flare tried to de-escalate her wild frenzy. Closing the distance instantly, she uncorked a devastating strike that he barely spotted in time. Vicious high kick followed without hesitation, forcing Flare to dodge and acknowledge her lethal intent. Sticking the landing, she flicked rocks off the dirt with her toes, launching them straight at Flare. Every relentless barrage missed as he weaved past her strikes, stunned by her blistering speed. A sharp kick connected, making Flare wince and recognize her lethal legs before she readied the Divine Wind School style. Snapping her leg around him in a serpent hold, she locked him tightly in place. With her right leg gripping his waist, she drove her free left foot straight into his unprotected midsection. Flare prepared to ignite his flames, prompting her sharp instincts to kick off him and leap away. Halting the duel, she covered herself and snapped at Flare to stop staring at an innocent maiden. No opponent had ever endured her strikes for so long, proving to her that Flare possessed immense skill. Grinning, she pointed right at him and proposed a proper rematch on completely equal footing. Asking him to wait, she dashed off to change clothes, leaving Flare baffled by her eccentric nature. Dressed for battle, she charged back eager for round 2, only for Flare to abruptly call a halt. Realizing how late it had gotten, he gave her a hasty wave and said his goodbyes. Flare darted away, explaining that leaving Nia alone meant trouble, which only fueled her furious shouts. Her frustrated cries echoed through the trees, yet her fastest sprint could never match Flare in a dash. Scurrying back, Flare marveled at her flawless guard, lightning reflexes, and perfectly honed strikes. Despite his vow never to unleash the hell flame on mortals, she had pushed him to the absolute brink. Looking over his shoulder, Flare felt a burning urge to defeat her fairly through pure hand-to-hand combat. Rachel noticed his exhaustion at dawn, prompting Flare to admit he had stayed awake analyzing the duel. Shaken by the tale, Rachel feared an assassin, but Flare excitedly described the girl's insane kicking power. Nia realizes the rogue adventurer from the guild warning is standing right before them. Gazing at the bounty sketch Nia hands over, Flare demands to know where they found it. Rachel chides him for ignoring the wanted poster, but Nia steps in to defend the young shaman. Asking to double back to the oasis, Flare gets shut down fast. Rachel insists they have no time. Their desert beast, Raku, halts dead in its tracks, trembling at a looming presence ahead. Right in the middle of the desert road, a lone figure blocks their path with a cocky grin. Kaguya calls out, declaring that Flare cannot run now that she caught him on the open road. Eager for payback, she demands they settle the score from yesterday right here and now. Her blood boils for a worthy clash, and Flare smirks back, thrilled to fight Muzzle's target. Fierce competitive spirit burns in her stance as she challenges the entire caravan. For someone who brought down high-ranking angels, this desert duel is a welcome break, daring him to burn her. Kaguya flings her traveler cloak straight into his face as a taunt. Rolling his shoulders, Flare calmly promises to keep his demonic fire sealed for this match. Pure bare-knuckle combat will decide the winner today. No spells, just martial skill. Rachel and Nia warn him to stay cautious as he steps aside to take the challenge. Squaring up against Kaguya, Flare knows she is the exact opponent he wanted to test. He admits the Adventurers Guild dispatched him specifically to rein her in. Guild bounties no longer matter. This bout is purely about warrior pride. Confidence radiates from Kaguya as her posture tightens with unshakable focus. Matching her intensity, Flare locks his focus onto her stance. Shifting his weight back into an iron stance, he raises his fists for the clash. Both fighters freeze mid-breath as a desert dung beetle rolls past undisturbed. Before Flare can even speak his own name to introduce himself, she explodes into motion. Kaguya snaps a vicious high kick, shouting that pleasantries are over. A shockwave erupts on impact, forcing Nia and Rachel to shield their eyes from the blast. Through the dust, her silhouette surges forward to press the assault. Parrying the blow at the last second, Flare feels her terrifying power and speed. Spinning mid-air, Kaguya whips her other heel around in a seamless combo. Her flawless transitions between distinct fighting forms leave him impressed. Driven back by a relentless barrage of kicks, Flare searches for an opening. Kaguya's fierce grin burned with fury as she targeted 3 vital points on Flare simultaneously. Flare hardened his body to parry her strikes, staying in complete control of the clash. Triggering his iron body reinforcement, he drove forward with a devastating bull rush. Kaguya vanished in a blur, evading his charge faster than eyes could track. Reappearing behind him, her deadly balance proved she could shatter mountains with the right leverage. Impressed by his defense, she praised Flare and admitted this duel was thrilling. Flare returned the compliment, but she snapped back, furious that he was holding back. Recalling the oasis, Kaguya demanded to see the full strength he had unleashed there. Unwilling to end the fight early, she prepared to unleash her true combat power. A predatory smirk spread across Kaguya's face as her aura intensified. Before their second clash could ignite, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath Flare. Rachel shouted shouted across the shaking sands, ordering everyone to fall back immediately. Their clash had awakened a massive desert dragon, radiating pure catastrophic rage. The Colossus burst through the dunes, looming over the battlefield in monstrous majesty. Its sheer pressure suffocated the air, enough to freeze the blood of seasoned warriors. Natural disasters on wings, beasts like this were known to wipe entire cities off the map. Setting the duel aside, Flare gathered his Hellflame to shield the others from the beast. Young Naya trembled inside the carriage as the driver prepared to steer them away from danger. Kaguya bristled with rage instead of fear, furious that an overgrown lizard interrupted her match. Forgiving anything that ruined the joy of battle was entirely out of the question for her. Launching off the sand like a bullet, she charged straight at the gargantuan dragon. Even Flare doubted anyone could survive meeting such raw, colossal force head-on. Channeling the Divine Wind School, Kaguya saturated her limbs with blinding speed and force. The explosive burst of martial energy left the onlookers stunned. Dropping from above, she smashed the dragon with a devastating iron hammer strike. Piercing blue shockwaves hammered into the beast, tearing a roar of pain from its throat. Cursing the monster for intruding, Kaguya infused her leg with titanic kinetic energy. Even against such thick scales, her onslaught only intensified with relentless precision. Shifting her stance in midair, she triggered the inverted form of the Divine Wind School. Her 1,000 coiling serpents strike slammed beneath its jaw in a blur of twisting kicks. Flare freezes in pure disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. That same playful, mischievous grin spreads across Kaguya's face just like during their duel. Begging not to end the battle so quickly, she clearly craves every second of combat. Soaring above the beast, she unleashes an inverted strike from the Divine Wind School. Brand new secret art catches Flare completely off guard. Dubbed the Iron Heart of the Void, the technique packs earth-shattering destructive force. The dragon crashes into the dirt in a cloud of dust, leaving Flare stunned by her victory. Feared for that monstrous might, onlookers often branded her an outright beast. Kaguya boldly confirms the sheer scale of her overwhelming power. A faint smirk plays on her lips as she glances back, sensing what comes next. Offering an embarrassed apology for the dragon delay, she challenges Flare to round 2. Proudly boasting of her sacred legs, she claims they move with a mind of their own. Even severed limbs regenerate instantly in battle, granting her total freedom without fear of injury. That rapid regeneration unlocks lethal mobility, powering her most devastating footwork. Listening closely, Flare realizes overcoming such an immortal edge requires his absolute finest tactics. Her opening kick crashes down like an iron sledgehammer, booming through the canyon. Flare slips past the lethal impact at the last second, stunned by her ferocious speed. Staying locked in this radius puts all his companions in grave danger of collateral damage. Channeling his magic, Flare readies a blast of fire to halt her relentless assault, but unleashing Hellflame here could easily incinerate his allies caught in the crossfire. Sealing his fire away, he chooses to rely purely on raw strength and close quarters skill. Ancient Shaman flow form arts allow him to dissipate shockwaves and accelerate his footwork. Kaguya watches his stance, taunting him for daring to fight barehanded without any spells. Flowing around her massive kick, Flare leaves her wide-eyed in shock at his evasive guard. Exploiting a fleeting opening, Flare drives a sharp counterstrike that knocks her off balance. Kaguya skids across the dirt for several yards, grinning with newfound admiration. Bouncing right back up, she unleashes 1,000 riding serpents, sending a storm of snaking kicks. Tracking every microshift in her trajectory, Flare braces his defense for the incoming barrage. With razor-sharp focus, he parries blow after blow in a blinding display of martial mastery. Heavy bruising batters Flare's forearms, and Kaguya notices he is stuck purely on the defensive. A cocky grin spreads across her face as she readies another relentless barrage, her fighting spirit surging with every breath. She unleashes her signature trump card, a devastating move reserved only for the deadliest moments. Her technique channels stretched momentum into crushing power, demanding razor-sharp focus. Flare's companions watch anxiously as he braces against the punishing impacts. She drives forward with 1,000 snake strike, unleashing a blistering flurry of precision hits. Her victory laughter catches in her throat when a sharp, agonizing spasm instantly slows her assault. The conjured gear fades away as Flare stands poised, gathering focus for the decisive moment. Hurled into the air and drenched in cold sweat, Kaguya gasps against an unbearable tearing agony. His allies exchange puzzled glances, unable to fathom what crippled their fierce opponent. Even Kaguya cannot grasp the true extent of the invisible damage racking her body. A faint smile touches Flare's lips, knowing the duel has reached its turning point. Groaning through clenched teeth, she feels her strength rapidly drain away into imminent defeat. Clasping her stomach in agony, her breath turns ragged as relentless waves of pain overwhelm her. Flare had planted subtle curse seals, steadily sapping her vitality and blocking her recovery. He clarifies that the self-defense hexes blended martial strikes with non-lethal suppression magic. Shock grips Kaguya, blending martial arts with insidious spellcraft, strikes her as an outrageous trick. Though Flare offers a sincere apology for the pain, Kaguya refuses to yield her unbending resolve. His companions rush over as he calmly explains the tactical necessity behind each strike. Kaguya firmly rejects this defeat, demanding a rematch to prove her supremacy supremacy on fair terms. Flare relishes testing his strength against a worthy rival, yet Kaguya breaks down in bitter frustration. Rachel and Nia step forward, their faces fraught with concern over Kaguya's condition. Reassuring everyone that the threat is neutralized, Flare rests a gentle hand on her shoulder. Kaguya swats his hand away in fiery indignation, refusing any patronizing comfort. He insists that ancient shaman arts combine defense and magic without inflicting permanent harm. Watching the exchange, Nia protests that treating their opponent so harshly crossed the line. Kaguya begs for the pain to fade, yet his allies remain uneasy about such ruthless tactics. Far away, in the Church of the Holy Angels, Apostle Zuriel buries himself in endless paperwork. Mountains of bureaucratic reports keep Zuriel working late into the night despite mounting exhaustion, crushed by administrative drudgery. He longs for basic sleep, food, or any excuse to escape his desk. Grabbing another hefty dossier, Zuriel mutters that this is the most depressing report he has ever seen. The defeat report on Raphael sits heavy on the desk, a bitter reminder of failure that darkens the entire room. Zuriel clings to hope that the crisis can still be contained before catastrophe strikes the Church of the Holy Angels. A cup of hot coffee is all that keeps his exhausted mind focused on the grueling work ahead. Shadows part without warning, and Raphael steps forward, catching Zuriel completely off guard, slumped on the couch with a mug in hand. Raphael radiates pure calm despite his recent demotion. Stripped of his rank after the crushing defeat, his fall has sparked whispers across the council. Raphael offers a fresh cup to Zuriel, claiming he came simply to apologize. He admits he ignored every warning, and the consequences hit harder than expected. An apology follows for the mess in the office and the reckless mistake that brought disaster. Zuriel snaps back, reminding him that arrogance is exactly what sealed his fate. Raphael brushes off the scolding with a careless smirk, infuriating Zuriel even further. Swallowing his anger, Zuriel accepts the coffee to maintain some semblance of order. Without warning, the scalding liquid lifts into the air above Zuriel, defying gravity. The boiling coffee splashes straight into his face, searing his skin with agonizing heat. Stumbling backward, Zuriel clutches his burned face in shock. His suspicions fall on Raphael, yet two shadowy figures chuckle behind them in the dark. Raphael denies involvement, deflecting the blame onto the pranksters lurking nearby. Emerging from the gloom, Metatron and Sandalphon reveal themselves, grinning mischievously. The twin angels proudly take credit, claiming sheer boredom led them to make a scene. Metatron announces her desire to hunt down the shaman just to test her strength. Zuriel demands they stand down, warning that this opponent is far beyond child's play. Both twins scoff, promising they will never suffer a humiliating loss like Raphael did. Together, their combined angelic power multiplies beyond what any ordinary fighter can endure. Their trial matches proved it when they even managed to wound Apostle Michael. Raphael steps back, realizing reasoning with these two delusional angels is a waste of breath. Bitter laughter bursts from his chest as the absurdity of the situation washes over him, confused and irritated. The twins glare at his sudden outburst. Raphael admits he too was reckless before he tasted the shaman's terrifying might firsthand. Tears stream down his face from laughter, born from the raw horror he barely survived. He knows that not even these formidable twin angels stand a ghost of a chance against Flare, refusing to accept his remarks. The angel girls lash out at Raphael in pure fury. Deeply offended, they accuse him of taking the threat lightly and underestimating their foe. Mocking taunts rain down on Raphael as he wipes away the fresh blood from his face. Convinced they know their enemy best, the girls insist their combat expertise guarantees victory. Together, they declare they will never yield to the shaman when united as one deadly force. Combined strength turns them into an unstoppable unit capable of crushing any opposition. Raphael listens with quiet satisfaction, pleased to see his subordinate angels eager for blood. True survival in the coming war demands total cohesion and absolute loyalty. Tenderly, Kaguya caresses the little puppy and the beast snuggles close in complete trust. Taking charge of the pup, she joins the expedition, leaving Flare baffled by her sudden decision. Kaguya explains that Prince Nia granted her direct permission to travel alongside them. Staying behind is out of the question since Flare still owes her a promised rematch. Nia's royal blessing seals the deal, cementing their unexpected new alliance. Adding another capable fighter to their ranks only bolsters the party's desert defenses. Across the burning dunes, a massive trail tears through the sand, putting the crew on guard. A pack of ferocious sand boars bursts forward, charging the travelers at breakneck speed. Kaguya braces to strike, but Flare holds her back to maintain proper formation. Desert predators crash toward them in a relentless wave, giving no room to breathe. Gathering searing heat in his palms, Flare steps up to crush the beasts in one clean sweep. Swift and merciless strikes wipe out the boars before they can threaten the party. Over dinner, Kaguya and Flare dissect the skirmish, while Rachel gently feeds Prince Nia. Flare admits he deliberately held back his lethal hellflame to avoid unnecessary slaughter. To Kaguya, ancient legends about the terrifying hellflame always sounded like mere fairy tales. Skepticism lingers in her eyes, even as the exhausted young prince rubs his sleepy face. Night descends upon the camp, prompting Flare to call for rest before the next trek. Stepping into the dark, Flare and Kaguya patrol the perimeter to secure the camp. Teague creeps in, and Kaguya grumbles that she needs her rest for their upcoming duel, refusing to let her off the hook. Flare insists her sharp senses are vital tonight. Bitterness gnaws at her. Rachel gets to sleep peacefully, yet she must stand guard. Left with quiet hours under the stars, Kaguya glances around, unsure how to kill the time. Kaguya decides to probe Flare about his background, hoping to uncover who he truly is and what motives drive him on this journey. Polite apologies and subtle praise slip into her opening words, coaxing him to speak without dropping his guard. Every syllable is calculated, watching his subtle reactions to map out both his greatest strengths and his vital weak points. Flare chooses to lower his guard slightly, sharing fragments of his past and his quiet hopes to build mutual trust. Fascinated by his words, Kaguya presses further as Flare reveals the brutal discipline of the Gate of Hell. A rare spark of empathy stirs within her, picturing the grueling trials Flare had to endure alone. She recalls a grim childhood rule: never touch an angel, or their divine wrath will hound you forever. Facing a celestial warrior in battle has always remained Kaguya's secret ambition, the ultimate test of her martial prowess. In truth, she never truly grasped how punishing an encounter with an angel would be until now. Angels never strike without purpose, calculating every move under an absolute divine imperative. Sticking close to Flare becomes Kaguya's new plan, determined to confront a demon and prove her true strength. Traveling beside Flare gives her a genuine path toward testing her limits in real combat. Behind that relentless drive lies a thirst for vengeance, honoring the master who meant everything to her. The mysterious death of her teacher left Kaguya alone in the world, hardening her resolve to seek justice. Kaguya explains she was an orphan until taken in by her master, a kind mentor who taught her both martial arts and life. Flare recognizes the same shadow in his own past, forging a quiet bond over their shared solitude. Endless, brutal training forged Flare into a warrior, pushed past his limits by his own late master. That very name came from her teacher, borrowed from the Moon Queen of ancient folklore. Her distinctive hair and the name Kaguya stand as badges of pride, anchoring her spirit to her origins. Confidence in her martial appearance reflects the unyielding discipline she carries within. Kaguya vows to stand firm beside Flare, putting an end to any thought of deserting the group. Earning full acceptance among them drives her forward, prepared to fight and support her new allies. Flare still weighs whether their luck holds, well aware that far deadlier perils lie on the road ahead. Lingering questions keep Kaguya curious, eager to unpack the true purpose behind their dangerous quest. When she asks about the true purpose of their trek, the conversation turns to an invaluable ruby artifact. A simple answer falls short, leaving her hungry for the deeper truth behind their march, laying out the route and looming hazards. Flare catches odd discrepancies creeping into the narrative. These tangled inconsistencies force him to confront just how murky the path ahead has become. Gish offers no further clarity, keeping crucial truths locked away in deliberate silence. Driven by burning curiosity, Flare resolves to dig until every hidden piece of the truth comes to light. Evening shadows fall across Princess Primavera's grand estate. Primavera calmly prepares a sandwich, layering each piece with steady precision to clear her troubled mind. A soft childhood melody drifts from her lips, filling the quiet kitchen with warmth. Ishara steps inside to find the princess smiling, having already learned Flare intends to visit the prince. She packs food for two, eager to look after those who stood by her side. The dark-haired knight raises her voice in alarm, urging Primavera to stay far away from the prince. Vicious rumors spread through the capital, threatening the princess's safety and honor. Ishara admits she hired the assassin Corone to uncover the prince's hidden agenda. Flare reveals the truth. The true royal is Prince Gish of the Blue Sapphire Kingdom, not Nia. Caught in Gish's web of lies, the group now stands on the edge of a dangerous political trap. Flare urges Primavera to act normal and avoid any reckless moves that could draw suspicion. Primavera struggles to decipher Gish's true motives beneath this tangled conspiracy. His continued support baffles her, since she lost her royal standing long ago. Vaulting out the window, Flare slips into the darkness without leaving a trace. New arrivals enter the Blue Sapphire Kingdom, bringing a heavy tension that heralds sweeping changes. With a grim, focused stare, Prince Gish strides into an ancient stone hall. Every second counts, leaving no time to linger on formalities. Crucial intelligence awaits him, capable of overturning the kingdom's balance of power. An informant approaches immediately to deliver urgent reports. Inquiries focus on the Red Ruby Kingdom, now crumbling under intense internal feuds. A brutal succession dispute threatens to ignite full-scale civil war. Bloodshed in the Red Ruby Kingdom is legendary for its sheer ruthlessness. Two rivals claim the crown, the Royal Army Commander and the head of the Adventurers Guild. Both factions scramble to win over powerful nobles as allegiances shift daily. Yet neither faction anticipates the masterstroke Gish is about to deliver. He intends to introduce a third contender who will shatter the deadlock completely. Strict orders mandate absolute secrecy regarding this secret claimant. A sealed letter is placed into his hands, bearing vital intelligence. Holding up the parchment, Gish notes its immense value to anyone hungry for battle and power. Within these pages lies a massive secret about Prince Naya that could decide the war. The entire might of the kingdom will turn against Flare and his allies, trapping them in lethal peril. Shifting his naval nation's crisis onto foreign shoulders. The hooded conspirator orchestrates chaos from the dark. Only the royal bodyguards remain an unknown factor capable of tipping the scales in the clash ahead. To the prince, understanding the raw strength of those elite guardians means everything. Staring down at Prima's portrait, he finds the driving obsession behind his grand scheme. Leaving the letter behind, the courier departs with word that the operation has officially begun. A firm demand remains: prove the strategy works and validate the conspirators' faith in him. Smug ambition takes hold as the prince gloats over his brilliance, picturing his ascension to the throne. Unshakable arrogance convinces him that nothing lies beyond his reach. Raw, volatile emotion overwhelms the prince, breaking his composure into frantic tears. Crying out Prima's name, his shout carries both sick devotion and the torment of his scheme. His twisted vision demands Prima by his side, which means Flare must die. No matter how formidable Flare is in battle, no single warrior can defy an entire realm. Gazing at the picture again, he repeats his solemn vow that nothing will keep Prima from him. Yet lurking in the shadows, an unseen watcher tracks every secret he reveals. Verl shouts out as Rachel and Kaguya flee at top speed, their hearts pounding in pure panic. Giant buzzing insects swarm the trail, driving the terrified horses into a frantic sprint. Plunging into dense jungle brush, the group scrambles to break line of sight despite the rugged terrain. One colossal insect dives straight for the girls, snapping its lethal mandibles. Dropping from above, Flare intercepts the monster and shatters its skull with a lightning-fast blow. Foul, burning fluid coats Flare from the blast, stinging his flesh with irritating slime. Calling out to Kaguya, Flare orders her to blast an open corridor through the thick overgrowth. Kaguya effortlessly kicks away branches and rocks to widen the group's path. Her confident moves brimming with power and resolve as the escape route opens further with every strike. Balancing atop the rattling roof, Flare deflects incoming strikes from every angle. Scorching Hellflame would wipe them out instantly, but casting it risks burning his friends inside. A stray insect bites into Flare's shoulder, sending a spike of searing poison through his veins. Another horror claws into the carriage body, splintering wood and threatening to overturn the cart. Stepping in front of Prince Nia, Shiranui snarls with bared fangs to drive the beast back. Shiranui breathes a searing blast of flame, incinerating the attacker and terrifying the swarm. Fighting side by side, Kaguya and Shiranui beat back the assault to keep the carriage moving. Prince Nia stays tucked inside the carriage as ordered, keeping clear of the danger outside. Tears streak down the young prince's face, completely overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding them. Flare refuses to waste time picking off targets one by one, preferring a single decisive blow. The insects suddenly turn their heads forward as if seeing something vital and swiftly take to the air, leaving the bewildered heroes standing in silence, torn between relief and disbelief. An unprompted retreat makes no sense, putting the entire party on high alert. Rachel lowers her guard, asking anxiously if the danger has truly passed. Looking ahead, her brief relief shatters against a horrifying new sight. The carriage violently slips down the steep ridge, tumbling completely out of control. Splintering wood grinds to an abrupt halt, leaving them disoriented amid the dust. Kaguya braces herself as a massive shape begins to churn beneath the desert sand. A colossal beast erupts from the earth, snapping up a stray insect with bone-crushing force. Thick armored scales encase its monstrous frame, ending in razor-sharp claws. Licking its jaws in anticipation, the predator locks its bloodthirsty gaze onto the party, unfurling three massive arms. The creature lunges directly at Kaguya. Combat thrills surge through Kaguya, eager to test her martial might against the beast. She calls out in worry for Raku, anxious about the beast's condition. Rachel scrambles back in terror, trying to put distance between herself and the beast. Flare halts Rachel, ordering her to back up Kaguya before he dashes after the runaway carriage. Kaguya plans to crush this abomination quickly, freeing her to assist the others. Rachel pleads with him to save the young prince, deep desperation in her eyes. Trapped inside the careening wagon, young Nia lies helpless, paralyzed by fear. Back in the kingdom, voices had branded Nia a cursed threat, demanding severe punishment. Cruel accusations had carved deep scars into the boy's heart, drowning him in despair. His small hands clutch an ancient book, holding tight to his only remaining hope. A commanding shout from Flare cuts through the air, snapping the boy back to reality. At last, after a long pursuit, Flare catches up to the exhausted boy, whose eyes burn with resolve, determined not to let him go as a sense of fateful importance hints at coming changes. Shaman leaps straight inside the violently rattling cabin to shield the boy. Flare offers an outstretched hand and tells Nia to hold on tight, earning the boy's trust. The precious tome slips from Nia's grasp, prompting a panicked scream as it tumbles away. Lunging after the book, Nia tumbles out of the carriage before Flare can grab him. Prince Nia slipped off the ledge, and Flare shouted in terror as he dove into the abyss to catch him. Plunging through a chaotic tangle of branches, the two braced for impact, yet fate spared them from a lethal drop. Thick leaves cushioned their crash landing, leaving both battered but alive with enough strength to keep moving. Nia squeezed his eyes shut against the pain, silently steeling his resolve to survive the suffocating dark below. Flare secured the boy's precious book in his grip, breathing a sigh of relief that it remained intact. intact. A faint smile crossed Nia's face at the sight of the undamaged tome, rekindling a flicker of hope in his chest. Having Flare beside him brought comfort, for Nia trusted the young shaman with his entire life. Guilt quickly took over as Nia apologized, blaming himself for putting everyone in mortal danger. Handing the volume back, Flare offered a reassuring gesture that caught the prince off guard. Clutching the pages through his tears, Nia thanked him, drawing new resolve from his treasured keepsake. Remembering how Nia never parted with that book, Flare wondered what vital secrets were locked inside its pages. Rising to their feet, they knew they had to locate Rachel and Kaguya before the closing threat overwhelmed them, miles away. Kaguya held her ground on the razor edge of death, refusing to let her spirit buckle. Towering before her was a hulking cyclops whose massive fists threatened to pulverize everything in their path. Exhaustion set in as each strike proved futile, the monstrosity instantly regenerating fresh limbs to press the attack. Rachel vaulted into the fray without hesitation, unleashing her power to support Kaguya against the brute. Side by side against the titan, the two women stood firm, ready to protect each other to the bitter end. Every second counted, driving Rachel to end this clash quickly and reunite with Flare to turn the tide. Knowing Flare would shoulder all the blame fueled her strikes, hardening her resolve to reach his side. Far below, Flare and Nia trekked across the rugged terrain as the exhausted boy struggled for every breath. Flare offered to carry him, but the stubborn young prince insisted on walking on his own 2 feet. Pale and completely drained, Nia soon stumbled under the crushing weight of pure exhaustion. Darting forward, Flare caught the boy in midair before he could hit the jagged rocks below. Spotting a small spring, Flare filled his flask, knowing a few sips could restore the boy's strength, though barely a trickle. That precious water meant the difference between life and death. Offering Nia the canteen, Flare called for a brief rest, watching the dejected prince sink to the dirt. With trembling lips and tearful eyes, Nia whispered apologies for dragging everyone down with his weakness. When Flare tried to lift his spirits, Nia bitterly insisted he was cursed and should never have been born. Hearing such raw despair struck Flare to his core, stirring deep empathy for the burdened child. Thinking of Rachel and Kaguya, Nia cursed his own helplessness, convinced he brought only misery to others. The boy broke into tears at the memory of Gish, catching Flare off guard. Clutched the book to his chest, crying as he explained it was his mother's gift, far more precious than mere paper. Turning toward him, Flare listened as the boy confessed with quiet agony that he had never possessed any coin. Flare asked if Nia's mother had considered herself a princess, driven by genuine curiosity. A jolt of realization struck Flare, painting shock across his face as the hidden truth unraveled. Head bowed, the weeping child held the book tight, swallowed by grief and despair. Recalled their simple life on the outskirts of the blue sapphire kingdom, far from any luxury, to keep food on the table. His mother worked tirelessly as a tavern dancer. Her performance before drunken patrons halted instantly the moment she spotted her son standing behind her. Stepping down, she gently scolded him for wandering off alone, prompting Nia to whisper a tearful apology. Cupping a hand over her mouth to mask her coughing, she startled the boy with her distress. Pressing his cheek, she softly reassured him and told him to head back home. Despite her failing health, she kept smiling so Nia would never witness her pain. Every sacrifice was made for him, leaving Nia with a sorrowful debt he could never repay. Small and alone, Nia knelt beside his mother's fresh grave, weeping uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out for her in pure heartbreak. A regal man wearing a crown emerged before him, stepping forth like a figure from another realm. The stranger ordered Nia to follow him, announcing that from now on he would live with Gish. Angry nobles protested immediately, scorning the orphan as a stain on the royal lineage. Flare firmly declared his resolve to wipe out this injustice once and for all. Listening to adults slander his mother, Nia felt utterly helpless and isolated in the cold court. Courtiers brushed off the matter, leaving Nia trapped in heavy doubts and searching for support. In quiet agony, the boy confessed that none of this misery would exist if he had never been born. Dark memories resurfaced, reopening old scars and pulling him back into despair. Nia believed his mother would have been spared her harsh fate if not for his birth. Crushed by guilt, he broke down again, convinced the world was better off without him. Flare lightly tapped him on the head, playfully scolding him for making the tale so grim. Rubbing his forehead, Nia asked why, only for Flare to insist he never surrender to despair. Reminding him that Rachel and Kaguya saw goodness in his soul, Flare rekindled the boy's self-worth. Taking those words to heart, Nia felt hope return, knowing he was truly understood at last. Flare smiles, confessing that in this second life, he refuses to leave room for regrets. Every breath must be seized with courage. Some spend their lives paralyzed by fear, but true purpose comes from chasing dreams straight into the unknown. Tears glisten in Nia's eyes as the weight of those words kindles a spark of hope inside his chest. Living without a fixed destiny makes every passing second precious, he notes. A chance meeting sparked their journey together, turning an accident into a bond worth fighting for. Human hearts constantly shift and grow, proving nothing in this world is set in stone. Burying his face in his sleeve, the boy weeps as Flare offers steady words of comfort. Nia looks up at Flare, raw fear and desperation still lingering in his gaze. A sharp cry cuts through the canopy, snapping Flair's focus to the surrounding brush. Emerging from the thicket, Sharanam and Shiranui rush in to join them. Sharanam grabs his master in a fierce embrace, celebrating their safe reunion. Shiranui barks happily as the young prince wraps his arms around the beast with relief, taking firm hold of the reins. Nia prepares for the road ahead. Grouping together, the team sets out through the dense jungle to track down the girls. Watching the flame shaman, Nia realizes how fragile his own spirit had been and yearns to become stronger. Staring at Flair's back, Nia vows to match his steadfast confidence one day. A newfound resolve takes root in the boy's chest, fueling his determination to live with dignity. Heavy footsteps echo from the rear, breaking the rhythm of their march. Dozens of masked warriors brandishing spears step out, instantly choking the trail in hostility. Across the forest, Kaguya unleashes a relentless barrage against the beast, denying it any room to counter. Enraged, the monster darts and weaves, turning the clash into a lethal dance. Finishing her combo, a wave of exhaustion abruptly washes over Kaguya, making her vision blur. Rachel shouts in alarm, but Kaguya calmly reminds her that every move had been planned in advance. Frustration tinges Rachel's voice as she mutters how eerily alike Kaguya and Flair act in battle. Glancing at her ally with concern, Rachel struggles to keep her rising panic under control. Kaguya urges her to scan their surroundings and read the battlefield before making a move. Trembling, Rachel admits her mind is spiraling from the mounting pressure. Wiping away her tears, she sees Flair's indomitable spirit reflected in their struggle and gathers her resolve. Kaguya reassures her that Flair has more than enough strength to keep Nia safe. Trusting Flair's power gives Rachel the calm she desperately needs to stand her ground. The group gathers mushrooms, looking forward to roasting them by the campfire and enjoying simple comforts. Flair inspects his gathered haul, realizing that securing clean water must be their next priority. Nia rushes up with an armful of strange, brightly colored fungi to show him, warning him that the colorful caps are lethal poison. Flair watches the boy fling them away. Passion is a virtue, yet Flair reminds the boy not to carry every heavy burden alone. Nia insists on pulling his weight, but a monstrous serpent rears up directly behind his back. Spinning around, Nia freezes as Flair leaps forward to intercept the striking viper. Crushing the serpent's neck in his bare hands, Flair checks if Nia is hurt. Examining the carcass, Flair studies how such dangerous predators lurk so deep in these wild thickets. Nia sits trembling on the ground, struggling to steady his racing pulse after the brush with death. Beckoning the boy closer, Flair extends a steady hand to break the tension. Flair hands the boy a large pistol, which he takes in confusion, gripping it carefully as the heavy alien weapon feels like it isn't his. The sidearm is instantly familiar from the warship battle, bringing memories flooding back. Flair instructs him to keep it solely for self-defense and heed every tactical warning. Even without formal training, carrying a loaded gun could mean the difference between life and death. Nia stares at the iron barrel, wondering how Rachel will react once she discovers he carries a weapon. Gripping the stock tight, Nia feels the heavy weight of resolve settling onto his shoulders. The boy promises to grow stronger so he can stand as an equal by Flair's side. Beside them, Shiranui watches the quiet exchange with keen, glowing eyes. Without warning, Shiranui barks sharply and bolts through the underbrush. A rapid pursuit begins as the rest of the party charges after the spirit hound. Following the tracks, they break through the foliage to discover a clear mountain spring. Clean, potable water sparkles before them, offering precious relief after their trek. Flair verifies the spring is safe, then playfully scoops Shiranui into the air to lighten the mood. High in the canopy, an arrow draws back against a tightened bowstring. Masked archers stalk them from the shadows, aiming their broadheads right at the newcomers. The sentries seethe with rage, furious that outsiders dared taint their sacred spring. Declaring a sentence of death, the ambushers loose a lethal volley down upon them. Flair snaps his bare hand forward, snatching the speeding arrows out of midair. The masked assassins freeze in disbelief as their ambush shatters against his impossible reflexes. Flair warns Prince Nia to stay back from Shiranui whenever he carries arrows, leaving the boy puzzled. Examining the arrowheads, Flair realizes signs of civilization lurk even in this untamed jungle. Masked warriors clutching spears step out from the foliage, fixing deadly glares on the intruders. Their silence carries lethal intent, weapons raised to strike without a word of warning. Behind them, Shiranui bares his fangs and growls, hair bristling at the threat. One of the tribesmen drops to one knee, addressing his kin with deep, solemn reverence. This hidden oasis serves as a sacred spring, strictly guarded as their tribe's holy ground. The masked leader declares that anyone who desecrates their holy land must pay with blood. In a flash, the entire warband surges forward, aiming their spears straight for the kill. Shiranui roars on Flair's command, plunging directly into the heart of the melee. Shouting curses, the tribesmen scatter as Flair rushes forward to protect his companions. A single devastating swing sends several warriors flying through the air. Confusion sweeps through the masked ranks, completely unprepared for such monstrous power. A's warriors surround the divine hound. Shiranui snarls and refuses to yield an inch. Snapping jaws and blinding speed keep every spear point completely at bay. Radiant white flame bursts from the hound's fur, shocking the attacking warriors. Panic grips the front line as word spreads that this intruder is impossible to overcome. And Raku huddle on the sidelines, paralyzed by terror and powerless to intervene. Encircled by shields and spears, young Nia draws his pistol with tears streaming down his face. A strange, mystical aura gathers directly behind the cornered boy. Solid crystal ice erupts around Nia and his mount, trapping them inside an impenetrable dome. The frost flame barrier repels the attackers, flinging them back into the jungle brush. Flare darts across the clearing like a thunderbolt, closing in on the lead warrior. His punch smashes into the commander's jaw before the man can even raise a guard. Bound and disarmed, the defeated warriors hang their heads in total surrender. Flare reassures them that his group only came to refill their flasks, seeking no conflict. The chieftain mentions that this spring belongs to the sacred guardian, Lord Al-Risha. For these people, Lord Al-Risha is a deity, and outsiders are forbidden from approaching his lake. A memory stirs in Flare's mind just as a massive sphere of water rises behind him. The liquid bubble condenses into a clear, majestic form, catching Flare completely off guard. The shifting sphere formed massive eyes, revealing the legendary Al-Risha in all its majestic glory before Flare. Tears streamed down the tribesmen's faces as they prostrated themselves, begging their guardian deity for mercy. Their lord revealed his true towering form, radiating overwhelming, awe-inspiring power. Flare stared in awe at the divine entity, wondering what kind of sacred beast Al-Risha truly was. Towering above the party, the beast commanded absolute reverence as its presence filled the entire room. Enormous eyes swept over the chamber, driving the tribe to their knees in worship as Flare watched in utter confusion, knowing a battle here would be catastrophic. Flare firmly ordered Shiranui to hold his ground and await command. He promised to handle the situation peacefully, and the fire dog sat watching attentively, coiled for action. Breaking formation, the hound sprang straight toward the colossal entity before Flare could react, spiking the tension. Flare called out his companion's name, but the hound stood motionless, locking eyes with the colossal beast. A sharp, ringing howl burst from the dog, leaving everyone utterly baffled by the strange display. Outraged gasps rippled through the tribe, shocked that an animal dared bark in front of their sacred god. Ignoring their fury, the fire beast kept barking until sparks of genuine curiosity lit up Al-Risha's eyes. Soft purrs resonated from the great deity, shocking the villagers as their god openly welcomed the barking. Reaching out with friendly paws, Shiranui was met by the giant creature leaning down to nuzzle him in return. The entire tribe exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the bizarre exchange unfolding before them, wide-eyed and frozen. The tribal chieftain stared in utter disbelief. It was undeniable that Lord Al-Risha took genuine pleasure in communing with the little beast. When Flare asked if they were already buddies, Shiranui gave a joyful, confirming bark. Never in tribal history had their sacred guardian allowed an outsider to approach so freely. Realization struck the villagers. Shiranui had to be an equally revered divine beast of flame. One bewildered warrior spoke up, demanding to know what kind of entity this fiery hound really was. Flare introduced himself and casually explained that the creature in his arms was simply his pet dog. Hearing the legendary spirit called a mere pet left the tribesmen gaping in utter astonishment. Taming such a divine entity proved Flare possessed strength far beyond tribal legend. The warriors fell to their knees before the companions, conceding absolute defeat and honoring their power. Bowing low, they acknowledged their grave misjudgment and begged the young shaman for mercy. Flare bade them rise, carrying himself with the quiet dignity taught by Master Taku. Low, melodic rumbles echoed from Al-Risha, sounding remarkably like ancient spoken commands. Nodding earnestly, the chieftain claimed he understood the deity's will before Flare could even explain. The beast's command changes everything, ordering the tribe to treat them as honored guests. The locals promise a safe escort straight to the city, offering both guidance and protection. With plenty of food and fresh water on hand, they pledge full support to the travelers. Flare shatters the prisoners' chains, granting them freedom as a new chapter begins. Despite all his earlier dread, the outcome turns out far better than he ever dared to imagine. Flare only hopes his scattered companions are safe wherever they roam deep inside the wild caverns. Framed by stone walls and scattered skulls, two fierce warriors stand primed for battle. Confident footfalls echo across the damp earth, leaving zero doubt about their deadly intent. A towering stranger blocks their path, barking that trespassing in the sacred forest carries a heavy price. Shouting in fury, the burly traveler heaves a massive rucksack across his broad shoulders. Pushing his glasses up, he demands to know if they are truly hunting for that exact hue. Sensing zero aura from him, Kaguya lays down a blunt threat. One step closer and she crushes him. Rachel and Kaguya advance through the gloom, tracking the scent of fresh water into the dark. Deeper inside the vault, an eerie silhouette ahead forces both women to halt in their tracks. A collapsed mine opens before them, filled with crumbling masonry and splintered wooden beams. Kaguya notes that decades have passed since anyone walked these ruins, and Rachel agrees. A pile of human remains catches their eye, instantly ratcheting up the tension. Countless bleached bones hint at a brutal massacre fought long ago in these shadows. The true horror of that ancient tragedy remains shrouded in dark silence. Stepping from the dark, a backpacker reveals that the Sandfolk and Jalahandra once clashed here, demanding their names. The man provokes Rachel and Kaguya to spin around in combat stances. Unwavering hostility flashes in Kaguya's eyes as she warns him she will not hesitate to strike. The stranger holds his ground without flinching, radiating the calm focus of a seasoned master. Tense silence hangs heavy as their gazes lock. Kaguya snarls that squashing him into dust takes no effort at all. Instead of panicking, the man blinks in genuine confusion at her explosive aggression. Raising his palms, he clarifies that he meant no harm and was simply startled himself. Both women pause, dissecting his words to see if his harmless demeanor is real. He introduces himself as Kokuma, an archaeologist unearthing the forgotten history of this mine. Skeptical of his bizarre profession, they keep a wary eye locked on Kokuma. Kokuma offered his apologies and held out a canteen of water, desperate to prove he meant no harm. The girls eyed the offering with deep suspicion, refusing to take a single sip from him. If the local tribes discovered his identity as a Sandman, they would execute him on the spot. Resting against a stone ledge, Rachel listened closely to the archaeologist's strange tales. Kokuma spoke of a newly risen nation, insisting its ancient culture held vital secrets. Passion filled his voice as he described long-lost ruins and forgotten relics buried beneath the dunes. Unraveling the mysteries of the past drove his entire life, fueling every dangerous expedition. Yet, beneath that enthusiasm, Kaguya sensed a layer of deception in his smooth words. His stories did not quite add up, making her question what he was really hiding. Stepping forward, she demanded his true identity, catching Kokuma completely off guard. Kokuma scrambled to insist he was just a scholar, but their cold stares did not soften. Flare cut him off with a sharp glare, ordering total silence. Footsteps echoed through the canyon as an armed force closed in fast. A tall, commanding woman marched into view, flanked by an armored platoon of knights. The soldiers cleared the empty ruins, eager to strip every resource for Lord Kagarabi. Diggers tore into the earth while their elite commanders watched from the cliffs above. Kokuma identified the intruders as the royal army of the Red Ruby Kingdom sent to seize the mines. A brutal civil war raged between the royal heirs, turning the borderlands into an armed camp. Asked if he could defend them, Kokuma panicked and urged the girls to run for their lives. Flare noted that Kagarabi's right hand was a ruthless killer, fiercely loyal to her master. She would slaughter anyone in her path without hesitation to complete her mission. Kaguya smirked, daring anyone present to test their strength against this elite warrior. Kokuma warned that Martula's true power remained unmatched across the entire continent. Her eyes flashed with fury as she spun toward the scholar, daring him to repeat those words. Clenching her fists, Kaguya vowed to shatter Martula on the battlefield. Leaping into the enemy ranks, Kaguya struck the ground, sending shockwaves ripping through the dirt. The soldier stumbled back in terror, but Martula remained unfazed, wearing a cold, empty stare. Panic spread through the squad as the guards scrambled to form a defensive wall. A fierce grin spread across Kaguya's face as she locked eyes with the enemy vanguard. Locking her gaze onto Martula, she ignited the challenge that would start the bloodbath. Martula demands a real contest if Kaguya truly considers herself strong, staring back with cold indifference. Nearby, the hidden onlookers whisper among themselves, debating the fighter's reckless bravado. The archaeologist warns that this is their only chance to run before the clash turns deadly. Rachel refuses to flee, insisting Kaguya is a comrade she will never abandon. Stepping forward with a smirk, Martula mocks her opponent as nothing more than a fragile doll. Twirling her hoop, she slyly compliments Kaguya's beauty, from her striking eyes to her flawless posture. The taunts only harden Kaguya's resolve to stand tall and prove her strength. Locking her gaze onto her foe, the martial artist tenses, ready to strike at full force. Kaguya springs forward in a blur, aiming to shatter Martula's guard in a single blow. Martula deflects the incoming assault effortlessly, showcasing total mastery over her power. Blood slices across Kaguya's cheek, yet she refuses to give an inch. A calm word of thanks slips past her lips, masking a deeper, hidden edge. Wiping the blood from her cheek, Kaguya conceals the growing pain behind an iron glare. Watching from the sidelines, Rachel spots an unnatural stiffness creeping into Kaguya's movements. Exhaustion weighs heavily on Kaguya after absorbing so many grueling exchanges. Her signature kicks fail to find their mark, signaling that something is terribly wrong. Martula turns with a cunning smirk, making her sinister advantage obvious to everyone. Behind Kaguya's defiance lurks genuine dread as her stamina rapidly drains away. Sweat and blood streak her skin, but she forces her trembling limbs to keep fighting. Demanding to know what spell was cast on her, Kaguya meets only mocking laughter and fresh blows. One desperate kick sends Martula skidding backward, but the advantage does not last. Even as her strength fades, Kaguya stubbornly parries every incoming blow. The archaeologist and Rachel watch with bated breath, terrified she might not survive. Kaguya cries out in frustration, feeling her own muscles betray her command. Martula closes in for the kill just as Kaguya completely freezes in place. Total paralysis sets in, leaving Kaguya unable to lift a single finger. That piercing scream shocks Rachel and the archaeologist into realizing the battle is lost. Royal guards spot the onlookers in the shadows and move in to arrest them. Martula relishes her triumph, gloating over her paralyzed and broken opponent. Reaching down, Martula grabs Kaguya to haul her helpless body upright, lifting Lifting her chin gently, she promises to keep her safe, though the exhausted girl lacks the strength to reply. Under the starry night, the settlement gathers around towering bonfires, feeding the flames. Loud chants rise in their native tongue to summon spirits, mixing with crackling embers in an eerie, hypnotic rhythm. Flare stands right in the crowd, scanning the shadows and keeping his guard up. Towering, masked brute leaps directly at him, igniting an instant brawl for dominance. Heavy strikes clash in close quarters, each fighter displaying ruthless precision and seasoned skill. Though dwarfed by the giant's bulk, the young warrior stays cool, calculating every move. Spotting an opening, Flare seizes his momentum and flips the behemoth over his shoulder. The masked brute crashes hard into the dirt with a pained gasp. Roars of triumph erupt across the clearing as the tribe hails Flare as the victor. Cheering villagers surround him, and he grins proudly after earning their respect in battle. Pulling on his shirt, he muses that Jalahandra never runs out of surprises until Nyasat calls his name. Local women swarm Nyasat, showering the beastman with eager hugs and affection. The village elder approaches Flare with open admiration for his raw power and fearless spirit. With a warm chuckle, the old woman admits she would have gladly challenged him back in her youth. Flare asks if she was a brawler, but she smirks, noting her true strength lay in the nocturnal arts. A scout steps forward to reassure them that search parties are already tracking down their missing companions. Back on the water, she continues rowing, enjoying the savory roasted meat to unwind after a grueling day. Refocusing on their mission, Flare asks the elder for directions to the capital of the Red Ruby Kingdom. The elder firmly warns them to steer clear of the realm for now. Civil unrest is brewing, and the elder's words about an impending uprising catch Flare completely off guard. Two rival princes are locked in a ruthless power struggle that threatens to drag the whole realm into war. This dynastic bloodbath sounds alarmingly familiar after what happened in the White Pearl Kingdom. Battered village sentries stumble into camp, bleeding heavily and barely able to stand. The wounded collapse onto the dirt. The elder presses them for urgent news from the perimeter. Sand tribe raiders stormed the abandoned mine and routed the local defense unit. Shock grips the gathering, since past incursions had always been repelled without trouble. Flare realizes this ruthless strike bears the brutal trademark of Martula. Turning to the sentries, he waits for them to confirm his grim suspicion. The wounded warrior gasps that the raiders plundered the mine's crystals and dragged two girls away. Nyasat shouts in panic that Rachel and Kaguya have vanished without a trace, snatched by unknown enemies. And Shiranui brace for the hunt, their eyes burning with fierce resolve to save their friends. Flare steps in front of the boy, calling Naya back before reckless anger gets him killed. A local settler warns them away, insisting the kingdom has turned into a lethal trap. The elder woman watches in grim silence, well aware of the brutal trial looming ahead. Fate has cast its die, she notes, and only raw resolve will see them overcome their foes. Fear finds no purchase in the settler, who refuses to back down before the gathering storm. Flare leans down to test his resolve, refusing to drag along anyone gripped by hesitation. The settler looks him in the eye, placing his complete trust in Flare for the road ahead. True power takes root only when trust is earned, Flare points out. Bound by a shared goal, the party welcomes the steadfast guide into their ranks. Focus hardens across the camp as every fighter prepares for the trials to come. The road to the Red Ruby Kingdom opens before them under the heavy weight of their quest. Creeping frost spreads across the floor as Kaguya blinks awake before an ornate porcelain vase. Silk sheets and grand stone arches surround her, bearing no trace of the ambush she remembers. Memories of the capture rush back in a wave of sharp disorientation. She bolts upright, eyes wide with shock at the unfamiliar luxury. The chill hits her bare skin, exposing the humiliating truth that her armor is gone. Rachel steps through the doorway, praising Martula for staging yet another bizarre game. Draped in an elaborate gown, the knight scowls as if locked inside a prison of silk. Rachel grumbles that the ridiculous dress has tormented her since dawn. Kaguya bursts into laughter at her comrade's misery, cutting right through the room's tension. A sly smirk breaks out as she teases Rachel over the flashy noble attire. She asks whether Kokuma was captured or managed to slip away into the shadows. Rachel snaps that Kokuma vanished into thin air, leaving no trail behind. The elusive bastard left nothing in his wake except doubt and rising danger. Gripping the bedsheet tight, Kaguya notes that such a shifty snake can never be trusted. Both warriors agree to break out before the next trap springs shut around them. Out in the hallway, they confront Martula, who admits she pushed her grip on the prisoners too far. Outrage burns hot against their captor for toying with their lives so carelessly. Kaguya threw down another challenge to Martula, determined to prove her martial strength in battle. Rachel shouted for Kaguya to stop, warning that they were already cornered and fighting would only worsen their trap. Paralysis locked Kaguya in place as her muscles completely refused to obey. Even with the drug coursing through both captives, Kaguya barely managed to twitch her fingers. The venom stripped victims of their free will, reducing them to obedient pets. Martula grinned, admitting her fondness for cute girls, earning only fierce scowls in return. Their little game had to wait, Martula declared, because an audience with their ruler came first. Hearing about a king caught Rachel off guard, shifting the entire scope of their capture. Martula boasted that her master was the true heir destined to claim absolute rule over the land. Curtains parted, flooding the chamber with blinding sunlight. Outside stood the capital of the Red Ruby Kingdom, an imposing city bustling with raw power. Far beyond the gates, their allies raced across the dunes against the clock. Prince Nia and Flare galloped through Cactus Valley, determined to reach the captives before it was too late. Down the grand carpet, a shadowed lord praised Martula for dragging such valuable prey from the sacred woods. Martula bowed deeply to his highness, hauling both restrained captives forward on their leashes. With fresh war funds secured against his brother, the warlord demanded to know who these prisoners were. Stepping into the light, second Prince Kagurabi took a drag from his cigar and ordered the girls to introduce themselves. Martula yanked the bindings, prompting Rachel to speak up and claim she came from the Blue Sapphire Kingdom by mistake. Her mission had merely been to escort an envoy from the Blue Sapphire Kingdom to his ancestral homeland. Though she claimed the realm agreed to welcome Naya, Kagurabi scoffed at her naive retelling of distant court rumors. Prince Gish, who had promised safe passage, had secretly ordered Kagurabi to assassinate Nia and everyone with him. Stunned by the betrayal, Rachel froze as Kagurabi mocked her ignorance and laid out the brutal truth. Nia's mother was no commoner, but Princess Faiza herself, the younger sister of Kagurabi. That royal blood gave Naya a direct, legitimate claim to the throne of the Red Ruby Kingdom. To the scheming princes, the boy was an obstacle, and Prince Gish had deliberately lured them into an ambush. Though Nia held no personal combat power, his court lineage posed an unacceptable threat to Kagurabi. Desperate to crush his rivals, Kagurabi mobilized troops to hunt down Nia and slaughter him in the desert. Kagurabi declared that divine providence stood behind him, granting him absolute authority to purge the royal line. Two winged figures descended, sternly ordering Kagurabi to hasten his purge and deliver the shaman at once. Despite their childlike appearance, these were high apostles, Metatron and Sandalphon, looking down with cold disdain. The girls freeze at the sight of real angels, mocking them as plucked chickens until Martula snaps back, revealing they hunt the legendary shaman. Tracking him across such a massive realm proved too tedious for the angels, so they chose to exploit their supreme authority instead. Kagurabi offered his full backing to the apostles, running their errands like an obedient dog to secure their invincible protection. Heavenly Might is the second prince's ticket to crushing his elder brother in the Civil War and seizing the throne of absolute rule. Rachel sinks into despair, realizing an entire imperial army and the apostles now stand against her and young Naya. Apostles are once-in-a-century calamities wielding total power, now unified in hunting down the young lord and his companions. Guilt crushes Rachel for walking the boy straight into a trap, silently begging Nia for forgiveness. Cutting through the tension, Kaguya bluntly proclaims that Kagurabi is an absolute idiot and she is ready to prove it. Stunned silence grips the room, giving Kaguya the perfect stage to lecture her captors. She mocks them as helpless fools relying on heaven, daring them to ask who is currently guarding Naya. Martula yanks the prisoner's sash and barks at her to drop to the floor, yet the martial artist does not budge an inch. Speaking as the realm's premier fighter, she warns that anyone underestimating their party will face brutal consequences. Having witnessed Flare's terrifying prowess firsthand, she knows no mortal or angel can stand against him. Turning to Rachel, she urges the healer to keep her head high and endure no matter how grim the odds look. Tearful gratitude fills Rachel as she looks at Kaguya, pinning all their hopes on Flare's arrival, miles away. Flare and Prince Nia finally reach their destination aboard a massive flying mount. The capital of the Red Ruby Kingdom looms ahead, crowned by a fortress towering over the mountain peaks. Urging their beast forward to rescue Rachel and Kaguya, Flare and Shiranui set their sights on the castle above. A vortex of black magic manifests in midair, radiating sinister spiral beams across their path. Two glowing eyes ignite within the dark core with a deafening roar, glaring at them with murderous intent. A monstrous centipede bursts from the brush, hissing violently as its razor jaws snap toward them. The ambush catches them off guard as the colossal insect surges from the spatial tear. Flare thrusts out a single hand, halting the beast's massive head dead in its tracks. With no time to waste on pests, he ignites the hell flame across his knuckles for a devastating strike. Infernal fire slams into the centipede's core, engulfing its armored body in a blazing inferno. Undeterred by the blast, the monster drops like a boulder and swings its massive head to crush them. Flare pulls Nia and their mount back, shouting to create immediate distance. Unease grips the young warrior, the Hellflame left no mark, defying everything he knows of its lethal power. Before his eyes, the grotesque centipede begins to twist and warp into a humanoid silhouette. A humanoid torso with spindly arms and an exposed brain-like skull tears out from the insect's maw. Countless eyes snap open across the beast's skull as its long tongue whips out with a deafening screech. Bracing for a blast from those jaws, Flare curses aloud just as the roaring horror lunges forward. Dropping into a low stance, he unleashes a blazing cannon blast forged from the pure hell flame to wipe it out. The abomination tears straight through the inferno untouched, charging right back at him. Dodging the strike, Flare watches it closely, sensing pure, murderous bloodlust unlike any beast before. Rushing to aid Rachel and Kaguya is impossible until this monstrous roadblock is dead. Raw muscle alone will not bring down this foe, forcing him to rethink his entire strategy. High above, a shadowy watcher hovers in the air, mocking Flare for struggling against a mere black bug. The observer warns that holding back might kill the young shaman of the Gate of Hell if he does not focus. Flare lands a heavy strike that erupts into the frost flame, straining to freeze the enemy solid. An icy tempest encases the monster in thick rime, locking its limbs completely motionless, collapsing beside the frozen colossus. He catches his breath and plans his next move. The silence shatters as the beast flexes brute strength, smashing its icy prison to dust. Leaping aside just in time, Flare cannot fathom how an all-out strike failed so completely. Parched air in the Red Ruby Kingdom contains almost no moisture, rendering the frost flame useless. Pushed to the brink, he ignites the original hell flame with every shred of power left in him. Watching the towering inferno flare into the sky, young Nia whispers his protector's name in awe. Flare darts toward the centipede, driving a blazing devil fist straight into its armored hide. The creature does not even flinch, grabbing him with a massive claw and slamming him into the dirt. Full-power hellflame failed to leave a single scratch across its blackened shell. A familiar voice speaks up right beside his ear, confirming his worst fears. Mocking his effort, the phoenix notes that his flames barely feel lukewarm. Demanding answers about their pact, Flare hears back that power without true mastery is worthless. Loathing to a mere angelic puppet shocks Flare, though the phoenix insists the creature is one. Facing foes on par with the 12 apostles proves he is still far too weak to win. Memories flash back to Raphael shrugging off the hellflame with barely a mark. Reliant on the surrounding climate, the frost flame remains unstable without deeper evolution. Uttering the single word enlightenment, the spirit leaves Flare completely baffled. So, scolding him bluntly, the phoenix insists he still fails to grasp the true nature of fire, warning that relying on raw, borrowed power leads to ruin. The familiar vanishes into thin air. Flare stands inside a circle of flame alongside the phoenix, completely alone in the void, asking about the bright yellow blaze surrounding them. Flare gets only a grunt from the grumpy bird. This is Gaia, the third hellflame, the demon ruler of the earth itself. The flame commands the earth, devouring soil to fuel the most massive power among the sparks. Gaia wanted to meet Flare personally to see who dares command demonic power. A heavy rumble shakes the ground as a massive presence circles the young shaman. A muffled screech rings out from below, ordering Flare to watch his step. Under his heel, a small mole-like creature wriggles in agony, complaining about getting squashed. Hopping from the soil, the little spirit Gaia reveals he came to offer his aid. Hoping they get along, the spirit smiles, and Flare finds the little creature surprisingly pleasant. Gaia admits he watched the boy ever since the brutal clash with Yalahandra. Impressed by Flare's kindness toward people and nature, Gaia allows the boy to gently pat his fur. When the spirit offers his spark, Flare playfully pinches his fluffy face until Gaia scolds him. True power in this fire requires absolute resolve to kill without hesitation, the spirit explains. Wishing Flare luck, the spirit fades, snapping the shaman back under the giant centipede's crushing claw. Sharp pincers rise to strike, cornering the trapped boy in deadly peril. Before the claws can shred him, Flare shifts his weight and ignites his fist with raging fire. Startled by the fierce heat, the massive bug halts its strike and recoils in fright. Flare smirks at the beast's retreat, knowing the infernal spark is lethal to monsters. His left arm shifts into a demonic claw engulfed in roaring earth and flame. Calling upon the third hellflame, the shaman unleashes the earth's wrath upon the monster. Strange visions rush through his mind as Flare slams his blazing fist deep into the dirt. Waves of earth and energy surge forward, trapping the shrieking centipede in place. Swirling vortex of dirt and stone drags the flailing beast straight into the center. Shrieking in terror, the centipede struggles in vain against the relentless earthen maelstrom. The third hellflame commands everything touched by its blaze, bound only by Flare's contact with the earth. Unleashing the full surge, Flare bids the wretched beast a final farewell. Roaring flames carve a massive cubic boulder from the ground and drop it with crushing force. With a victorious roar, Flare crushes the monster beneath the colossal block of stone. Extinguishing his flaming arm, Flare sighs in relief just as Prince Naya rushes toward him on his mount. Flare waves off their concern, insisting he can fight, but no time remains to rest with their allies still trapped behind enemy lines. Every moment counts, and the party agrees they must rescue Rachel and Kaguya before it is too late. Deep inside the royal palace, heavy footsteps echo toward the locked chamber doors. Exhausted on the stone floor, Rachel and Kaguya demand answers, but Martula only responds with a cruel, mocking laugh. A promise of twisted entertainment drove Martula to drag the two captives here in the first place, overflowing with vanity. Martula loudly announces that the entire court must now admire her supreme beauty. Looking back on the clash, the fire spirits marvel at Flare's savage instinct in battle. Gaia acknowledges the boy's immense gift. Though the cockatrice insists the fledgling shaman still needs brutal training. Without a drastic breakthrough, Flare will never survive the coming storm, pushing the spirits to force his power away. Gaia objects immediately, warning that unleashing the flames too early will incinerate the boy from within. The cockatrice flame burns with lethal fury, yet the stubborn bird refuses to delay any longer. Deadly adversaries already stalk Flare's footsteps, none more dangerous than the watching angel. Harboring the Demon King puts Flare in constant peril, but Gaia urges the blazing bird to trust the boy. High in the clouds, the angel watches the party race toward the capital on their giant bird. Despite the boy's raw talent, the angel sneers at how much effort Flare wasted against a single dark fiend. Awakening the third flame in haste only deepens the angel's disgust with this defiant mortal. That reckless surge puts Sandalphon and Metatron in a tight spot, steering Flare straight toward the apostles. Promising to observe the last shaman's doomed struggle, the celestial warrior dissolves into the sky. Back in Martula's quarters in the capital, desperate pleas for mercy bleed through the locked doors. Treating her captives like playthings, Martula gleefully forces them into humiliating costumes for her amusement. Forced into a revealing outfit, Rachel fumes with embarrassment, and Kaguya struggles not to laugh. Rachel begs her captor to stop the humiliation, but Martula simply praises her pretty face with a smirk. Stepping up, Kaguya asks if her fierce glare is truly that frightening, sparking loud laughter from Martula. Patting Kaguya on the head, Martula declares her charming, warning that any rescue effort will end in failure. Tossing Kaguya onto the couch, Martula smirks alongside Zeit, who reminds them that escape is impossible. Prince Kagurabi commands overwhelming power, and his siege around the city seals their allies' doom. Beyond his royal lineage, the cunning prince conceals a second identity that rules the underworld. Kagurabi holds claim to the throne of the Red Ruby Kingdom, but he also commands the Adventurers Guild with absolute authority. 5,000 desperate outcasts answer his summons, splitting into squads to execute his ruthless scheme. Kagurabi's ultimate command is clear: capture young Prince Nia alive, regardless of the bloodshed. Their mission is simple: bring the boy's guard, Flare, straight to Kagurabi's feet, and the mercenary leader doubts anything can stand in their way. In the capital of the Red Ruby Kingdom, an Eastern-style settlement spreads beneath the fortress walls, shielded from the wasteland. A cloaked girl whimpers under a gloved strike from a roving mercenary scouring the streets for young Prince Nea. Two uniformed men check a wanted poster against her face, roughly silencing an old woman who tries to shield her. Acting on Prince Kagurabi's direct command, the guild demands immediate reports on anyone matching the bounty sketches. 50 platinum coins await whoever captures the fugitives, a sum barked into the crowd to turn every citizen into a spy. Down a quiet alley, passers-by feel a tremor as the cobblestones swell into a mound before settling back down. Muffled voices echo beneath the pavement until the earth tears open, bulging upward as something forces its way out. Flare and his companions burst through the soil alongside their mount, startling a stray cat on the desolate street. Nia marvels at the power of the third flame, though Flare groans that tunneling through solid rock is a trick he never wants to repeat. Wanted posters plastered along the wall make the danger clear, leaving Nia panicked over how fast the adventurers mobilized. Heavy footsteps shudder behind them as an imposing silhouette steps out from the shadows. A towering fur-clad beast man asks if they are lost, catching the wary travelers completely off guard. Recognizing they hail from outside the Red Ruby Kingdom, the stranger cuts Nia off before the boy can utter a word, resting a heavy hand on Nia's shoulder. He warns that ruthless cutthroats are hunting strangers across the district. His advice is swift: head north to find shelter, away from the patrolled thoroughfares. A word of thanks earns an easy grin from the massive warrior. Calling back a parting warning to stay alert, the beastman walks off, prompting Nia to breathe a sigh of relief. Watching the warrior step into the avenue, Flare notices armed patrols instantly bowing their heads. A squad of 15 soldiers snaps to attention, saluting their revered commander. The guards report they have been searching for him, urging their lord not to wander the open streets alone. This wandering giant is none other than Prince Darzolan. Darzolan checked the perimeter after hearing of the guild's manhunt, disgusted by his brother's bloodlust. When an officer asks if they should join the hunt, Darzolan snaps that Kagurabi is dancing on strings pulled by the church. The guard argues that capturing the fugitives could secure the apostles' backing in the war for the throne. Darzolan calls the man a fool, making it crystal clear that their civil war is no game to gamble away. Angels never honor their bargains, and chaining the crown to their whims guarantees total ruin. His focus remains locked on the royal succession, determined to settle the score with Kagurabi for the Red Ruby Kingdom alone. Divine meddlers have no place deciding mortal lives when the kingdom's future belongs to its people. The fate of the realm will be forged by human hands, and Darzolan intends to see it through. Prince Darzolan counts on his warriors' loyalty, and they answer with fierce resolve. Meanwhile, in an inn up north, a traveler relaxes on a bed with his hands behind his head. Flare leans back into the pillows, praising their luck for finding a room with a private bath, just as his dog leaps playfully onto him. Gazing out the window, Nia tenses up. Flare asks what is wrong, but the young prince quickly conceals his unease. Wise were lingering in the dark, and Nia knew it was no trick of the mind. Someone was stalking stalking them. Strange noise breaks the silence, putting both of them on edge. Flair yells for Naya to hit the floor just as the wall detonates, unleashing a deadly hail of arrows through the breach. The entire room lies in ruins around them, torn apart around a massive hole in the wall. An intruder charges through the dust, gloating that claiming this bounty will let him kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 armed fighters stand in the breach, weapons drawn and ready for blood. The warrior in the center smirks, claiming he truly missed this wretched punk. Flair fails to recognize the man who turns out to be Gil, a rank 4 adventurer from the Crimson Guild. Nia whispers that this is the adventurer they passed on the road, infuriating Gil, who hates being ignored. Hammer-wielding giant lunges from behind, but Flair deftly dodges the crushing blow. Barking from behind his visor, Gil orders them to take Nia alive and make sure Flair does not escape. Furious that his post-bath rest was ruined, Flair vows payback, but Naya points toward the street below. Dropping through the smoke into the alley, they find a massive mob of bloodthirsty adventurers waiting for them. Shouts echo across the street as the crowd spots Flair and the High Bounty Prince. Rogue hunters curse Gil for trying to steal their 50 platinum coins before Gil lands on the roof and blocks all exits. Adventurers from across the entire realm have swarmed the town, numbering at least 5,000 cutthroats. Mob holds everyone from reckless rookies to battle-hardened mercenaries. Gil sneers, asking if they grasped the danger, leaving Nia astonished by how much attention they drew. Flair sighs that he wanted a calm night, but Nia calls out as several foes drop from the sky to strike. Watching from the streets, rogues hesitate, unsure whether to join the rooftop clash or flee the fallout. Seconds later, the battered attackers plummet from the rooftop, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with shock. Flair shatters Gil's armor with a brutal combination, announcing that playtime is officially over. With casual strength, Flair hurls Gil off the roof straight into the stunned crowd below. Seeing Gil broken and bruised, the mob gasps as Flair spares him, having decided interrogation is not worth the delay. Flair declares to the entire square that he is heading for the royal palace, and anyone in his way will fall. A cold warning follows. Step forward and face the full wrath of his flames. In the Red Ruby Kingdom, 4 supreme adventurers stand at the peak, each commanding their own powerful guild. Across the entire realm, these wanderers are revered as living legends among adventurers. Their names are Milise, Gorgons, and Koguchi. Without a second of hesitation, Flair drives a brutal fist straight into his foe. The sheer shockwave flings a dozen men crashing down the length of the street. The renowned legends lie broken at his feet, and the uninjured youth calls out for the next challenger. Gasps erupt across the crowd as Flair crushes 3 of the kingdom's top fighters and 30 armed guards. The crowd trembles, realizing the so-called street thug is an unstoppable monster in disguise. Battered and bleeding, the fallen mercenaries clutch their broken ribs, groaning in agony. Whispers spread about his bizarre fighting style, yet young Nia rests safely on Flair's back, completely unharmed. Flair apologizes for the rough ride just as another wave of cutthroats charges in. Watching the menacing crowd swarm them, the boy feels zero fear. A's relentless strikes tear through the mob. Naya realizes the safest place in the world is behind Flair. One final blow sends dozens of warriors airborne, utterly breaking their front line. Staring at the shattered ground, the surviving thugs realize Flair operates on a terrifying level. 50 platinum coins are not worth dying for, and Flair warns them this massacre ends now. Headed straight for the royal palace, Flair offers safe passage to anyone who steps aside until a lethal technique strikes from afar. A beam of raw energy cuts through the air, sending the panicking crowd scattering in terror. Narrowly dodging the blast, Flair notes with intrigue that a true master controls this power. The fissure splits the earth in 2 as a figure steps forward, admitting he never expected to face Flair here. The stranger claims destiny itself pulled them together, leaving Flair thoroughly baffled. Both Flair and the boy instantly recognize the man, the Red Guild's leader, the realm's 4th strongest warrior. Mr. Muscle, dubbed Desert Sting, stands tall with a bull tattoo and a deadly rapier at his side. Instructing Naya to step back, the swordsman dares Flair to hold nothing back in this fight. Leveling his blade directly at Flair, Desert Sting declares an honorable duel and orders everyone to stay out. Desert Sting vows to butcher any rogue who dares lay a finger on young Nia. Flair regrets that it came to this, but Desert Sting assures him his gratitude remains eternal, explaining that his mission is done and he now travels with Kaguya. Flair tries to talk sense into him. Refusing to stand down, the veteran drops into a fighting stance and draws his rapier as an adventurer. Duty demands his blade stay drawn, prompting Flair to brace himself for a clash against Mr. Muscle. Facing off in the tense silence, the duelist relishes the thrill of testing his blade against Flair. Thrusting his rapier forward, the duelist unleashes his sand harpoon technique, but Flair effortlessly dodges the blow. The piercing thrust keeps going, tearing straight through a stone building and blasting a hole in the distant tower. Smoke curls from the rapier as onlookers gasp, and Flair realizes just how much raw power the duelist packs. Clenching his fists, the boy dashes straight in to close the distance against Mr. Muscle. The thugs expected him to run, laughing at a suicidal head-on charge right into the attack. Mr. Muscle unleashes a sandstorm of rapid jabs from every angle, trapping Flare in a blinding flurry. Needle-sharp thrusts converge on his head as the bandits cheer for an easy execution. The rapier blade shatters against Flare's steel-clad cursed defense, sending broken metal flying. Refusing to back down, Mr. Muscle boasts that he still has plenty of deadly tricks left. His iron-hard physique can split battle axes, yet Flare drives a heavy liver blow right through his muscular armor. Even the legendary Mr. Muscle proves fragile before Flare's crushing impact. Desert Sting crashes face first into the dirt, acknowledging the terrifying strength and speed before him. Sprawled on the ground, the beaten fighter mutters that he stands no chance against such a monster. With their champion humiliated, the stunned crowd backs off as young Nia runs over, clutching Flare's jacket. The fight is won, leaving the path clear for them to head toward the royal palace and rescue their friends. An unseen force yanks the jacket away and hoists Nia into the air as a new threat descends. Nia cries out in terror as Flare tracks the boy, rising straight up into the blinding sky. Winged figures materialize in midair, coldly declaring that the target is secured. These are the same angels hunting Nia, and their commander orders them to execute the shaman on sight. Flare grits his teeth at the sight of the heavenly warriors, demanding they release Nia at once. Hovering overhead, the celestial soldiers look down with cold disdain at the lone shaman below, muffling Nia's cries. An angel sneers at the complications and vows to wipe out everyone below. Calling the mortals filthy beasts, the angel unleashes a divine aura that freezes the crowd in awe. He orders the thralls to strike down the shaman and secure their path back to the palace. Ensnared by celestial control, the bystanders lose their minds and lurch forward like mindless puppets. Dozens of possessed fighters swarm Flare, piling over him and pinning him to the ground, trapped under the frantic mob. Flare cannot unleash his flames without slaughtering innocent people. Pushed to the brink, Flare gathers his energy, preparing to channel the Hellflame to break free. Ascending into the clouds, the angels drag Nia away as the boy screams back for Flare to hold on. Nia knows they need him alive, resolving to buy as much time as possible until Flare catches up. Nia screams for Flare to save him, yet manages a faint smile from beneath the pile of bodies holding him down. Flare vows to rescue him, urging Nia to stay alive since the angels are dragging him straight to the palace. Stepping forward with absolute focus, the shaman tears through the mob, dropping foes one by one. Heavy strikes scatter the ambushers across the stone street. Leaving the street behind, Flare dashes toward the palace, where the girls remain trapped in Martula's chambers. Trapped on the bed, Kaguya asks Rachel if she can move, but the paralysis leaves them both unable to lift a finger. Martula has left the room, yet her lingering aphrodisiac perfume hangs heavy in the air until a sharp knock rattles the window. Glass shatters inwards as a dark figure crashes onto the floor, groaning in pain and rubbing his bruises. Kokuma looks up, grinning with relief upon finding Rachel and Kaguya alive. Catching sight of their exposed skin, Kokuma covers his face in total panic, averting his gaze in embarrassment. With the broken window clearing out the perfume, Rachel swiftly redresses and snaps at Kokuma for his clumsy comments. Demands about how he breached the royal palace go unanswered, as Kokuma insists they have no time to chat. Unrolling wanted posters of Nia and Flare, Kokuma warns Kaguya that the entire city's guild hunters are on their trail. Kokuma adds that he watched the angels carry Nia through the sky straight toward the palace. Rachel grabs him by the collar, demanding Nia's exact location, but Kaguya is already turning toward the wall. Unleashing a devastating axe kick, Kaguya shatters the heavy masonry into flying rubble. Down below, castle guards gawk at the blown-out tower as Kaguya vows to prove her worth to Flare by rescuing Nia. Turning to Rachel, Kaguya urges her to move before the window of opportunity closes, settling the score with Martula burns in Kaguya's chest, leaving Kokuma baffled by her sheer recklessness. High up in the throne room tower, the angels toss young Nia onto the cold stone, leaving him curling up to block their blows. Martula looms behind Kagurabi as the second prince interrogates Nia about the relic his mother left behind. Prince Kagurabi demands the royal ruby, but Nia only cowers in confusion. Denying any knowledge of the gem, Nia clings to his innocence beside his scattered backpack, candy, and storybook. Kagurabi rummages through the pile and scowls, furious that the artifact Gish mentioned is nowhere in sight. He wondered why he had thought of his brother Gish. Perhaps it had never really been about Gish at all, but about someone else entirely. The weathered book rests alone on the stone floor. Hearing of his mother's lineage shocks Nia, uncovering his rightful claim to the throne of the Red Ruby Kingdom, accusing Nia of stalling for Flare. Kagurabi grinds his heavy boot directly onto the mother's keepsake. Nia screams for the prince to take his foot off the precious book, his desperate plea betraying its true value. Catching the boy's panic, Kagurabi snatches the volume and rips the binding apart to expose the hidden hollow. Fragile paper tears straight down the spine, snapping the cherished book in two. Nia stares down at the ruined pages in absolute horror. That book held his mother's final bedtime stories, but as it breaks, the royal pendant Kagurabi sought clatters to the floor. Kagurabi hoists the chain into the light, gloating that the true royal ruby is finally in his grasp. With this jewel, every Every noble must swear fealty to him, leaving the weeping child completely at his mercy. Only the boy remains between him and total control, but a sharp noise echoes outside the door. The doors swing wide as first Prince Darzolan storms in, demanding an immediate end to the madness. Darzolan demands Nia's release on the spot, refusing to yield even after Kagarabi flaunts the ruby. Kagarabi laughs. What is he planning? The fight for the throne is on, and even his brothers, sisters, and the rest of the family have turned into enemies. Mocking his brother's tender heart, Kagarabi dismisses Darzolan's pity as foolish weakness. Certain of victory, the second prince snaps his fingers, leaving Darzolan on high alert. That signal summons every mercenary guildsman in the capital straight to the room. His paid blades will slaughter the boy first, then cut down the older brother without hesitation. Heavy footsteps creak behind Darzolan as the doorway opens to seal their grim fate. Kagarabi lights a cigar in triumph, leaving Nia to silently curse his inability to stall for time. Flare stands in the threshold over a trail of battered soldiers, shocking everyone waiting for hired killers. Giving a casual wave, Flare smiles as Nia gasps in joy at his arrival. Kagarabi mutters in dread, unable to grasp where his army of hired adventurers vanished. Across the night-draped streets, unconscious mercenaries lay strewn like broken dolls. Under the pale moonlight, Flare carved through every single brute sent to stop him. Now the young shaman has arrived to pull Naya from the jaws of death. Stepping forward with clenched fists, he announces he came to bring the young prince back alive. Kagarabi glares in fury as Nia sprints toward Flare, leaving Darzolan bewildered by the boy's protector. Flare recognizes Darzolan from their previous encounter, just as winged figures descend from above. The apostles scoff at his endurance, delighted that the shaman made it this far into their web. These divine commanders state their titles, radiating the chilling authority of the upper ranks. Realizing the truth, the shaman knows heaven itself orchestrated this royal purge. Ignoring the prince, the angels mark Flare for death as the shaman warns Nia to stay clear. When Flare demands a direct battle, the apostles laugh off the duel and promise a far deadlier game. Their thunderous voices address both princes, making sure every soul in the palace hears their command. The decree rings out across the chamber. Whoever slays the shaman first claims the throne of the Red Ruby Kingdom. One apostle nods, calling it a bloodless compromise. Yet neither Flare nor Darzolan accept such twisted terms. Darzolan refuses to be swayed, reminding the Church of the Holy Angels that sacred law forbids meddling in mortal affairs. The apostles scoff at the crown prince's brazen defiance, marveling that a mere mortal dares challenge divine will. Flare admires the prince's conviction just as a steel blade whistles straight for his face. Tilting his head aside, Flare dodges by an inch as Kagarabi lunges forward behind the deadly throw. Nia gasps in terror, but Flare stands unharmed, eyes locked on the attacker. Kagarabi moves with terrifying veteran speed. Seeing his opening strike fail, the second prince pauses as Darzolan begs his brother to stop acting as an angelic puppet. Kagarabi twirls his daggers with a cruel laugh, mocking his older brother as weak and gullible. Shifting into a low combat stance, Kagarabi vows to claim the crown through pure bloodshed. Turning to Martula, he commands her to execute their female captives to erase all loose ends. With Martula dispatched, Kagarabi sneers at Flare, boasting that his own lethal power dwarfs every subordinate before him. Known throughout the Adventurers Guild as Kagarabi de Sangre Pura, the deadly assassin weaves twin blades through the air. Darzolan grits his teeth, knowing his brother's bladecraft far outmatches his own martial skills. Kagarabi taunts Flare for protecting Nia, spitting that the boy is a useless parasite just like his dead mother. Rage ignites within Flare, who fires back that Nia possesses true strength, whereas Kagarabi is the weakest coward in the room. Panic erupts across the palace halls as guards discover Martula's prisoners slipped right through their fingers. The search party rushes past a dim corridor corner, completely blind to the fugitives hiding in plain sight. Kaguya watches the soldiers disperse before Kokuma exhales, sustaining his magical camouflage around Rachel and herself. Kokuma explains that his cloaking spell bends perception over anyone he touches, fooling untrained eyes. He thanks the two women for leaving a warning rune near the mines, which saved his life from a fatal ambush. Regret still lingers in his voice, yet he knows standing aside back then would have broken his soul. Rachel waves off his apology as unnecessary, but Kaguya gently touches his shoulder, honoring his sincere heart. Kaguya smiles warmly, expressing deep gratitude for his bravery in pulling off their rescue. Turning serious, Kaguya assigns him a vital mission, and Kokuma snaps into a crisp salute. Approaching the moat bridge before the Iron Gate, Kokuma points out an unobstructed path into the citadel, before he can mention the upper floors. A heavy razor ring tears into his collarbone with brutal force. Shock freezes Kaguya and Rachel as blood splatters across the stone pathway. Sinking to his knees, Kokuma watches the deadly ring curve through the air back toward its master's hand. Martula reveals her true weapon, brandishing a stake as thick smoke curls from its jagged blade. Disappointment clouds her face now that her captive test subjects manage to escape. Kaguya demands answers from Martula the moment Kokuma collapses lifeless to the floor. Rushing toward the fallen man, Kaguya is halted by the witch who claims Kokuma stole from her and deserves deserved death. Martula flings the stolen ring straight toward the trembling captives. Moving like lightning, Kaguya intercepts the airborne ring neatly on the tip of her boot. A fierce downward kick drives the ring into the stone, shattering the castle floor beneath her heel. Rachel tends to the wounded Kokuma as Kaguya retrieves the ring, leaving Martula completely thrilled by her strength. In her twisted mind, Martula still considers the warrior girl nothing more than a helpless pet. Kaguya mocks her opponent, pointing out that striking down an injured man proves how weak Martula truly is. Slipping on her combat gauntlets, Kaguya orders the vile witch to step out of their path. Flare and Kaguya meet the enraged foe's eyes. Braced for battle, Nia behind Flare and Rachel bent over the unconscious boy beside Kaguya, both of them staring ahead, waiting for the next move. Boiling with rage at the insult, the villains prepare to crush everyone standing in their way. Twirling his daggers in a blur, Kagurabi vows to slaughter Flare and secure his claim to the throne. Martula sneers at Kaguya, reminding her that she commands an entire army as a true general. Both enemies ready their signature arts, certain that raw royal power will wipe out the intruders. Kagurabi darts forward with supersonic speed, twin blades whistling through the air toward Flare. Slashes rain down from every angle in a lethal, blinding flurry known as the Wild Dance. Martula unleashes a dense cloud of paralyzing pheromones, enveloping the room in fragrant poison. The toxic mist hangs heavy in the air, thick enough to see as it closes around Kaguya, confident of an instant kill. Both commanders press their ultimate strikes at point-blank range. Kagurabi aims his blade straight at the hero's neck, just as Martula reaches out toward Kaguya. Before the steel can draw blood, Flare snatches both razor-sharp blades between his bare fingers. Kagurabi freezes in shock, staring at his empty hands in utter disbelief. Flare calmly critiques the prince's technique, acknowledging the strikes were sharper than his goons. With a casual flex of his fingers, Flare shatters the hardened steel dagger into glass-like shards. Cold sweat breaks out across Martula's forehead when she realizes her mist failed completely. Kaguya looks down calmly as the witch babbles about why her paralyzing scent had no effect. In their previous clash, frantic breathing was the only reason the venom took hold. Having figured out the trick, Kaguya holds her breath and renders the deadly fragrance useless. Shock paralyzes Martula. An ability that brought entire armies to their knees has been stripped away without effort. Her power is completely useless. Kaguya buries a brutal kick straight into her gut, launching her airborne, and calls out that over-relying on cheap tricks guarantees defeat. Down below, Flare slams Kagurabi into the stone tiles, dragging his bloody face across the floor without a shred of mercy, barely conscious. The second prince spits blood and begs for his life, promising every treasure in the kingdom once he takes the throne. Flare demands a full apology for the insults hurled at Nia's mother. Nia watches from a distance, astonished the young mage heard everything. Kagurabi scrambles to apologize just to save his skin, but Flare warns him that empty words will never buy forgiveness. Kagurabi and Martula pride themselves on raw tenacity, forcing Flare and Kaguya to beat true defeat into their bones. Desperate pleas for mercy fall on deaf ears as the heroes ruthlessly hammer their targets to shatter their will for good. Driving Kagurabi's head into the flagstones repeatedly, Flare matches Kaguya, who pins Martula underfoot until both villains black out. With Martula broken, Kaguya offers a mocking rematch, leaving no doubt over who dominates this battlefield. Rachel calls out from behind, having bandaged Kokuma enough for him to weakly murmur Kaguya's name. Kokuma marvels at her victory over Martula, but Kaguya orders him to stay quiet and conserve his strength. Shrugging it off, Kokuma claims stealth specialists treat injuries all the time, and his camouflage will keep him safe. Urging the girls to hurry and protect Nia, Kokuma freezes as a deafening rumble echoes from behind them. A blast rocks the upper floors where Nia is held, baffling Kokuma since the throne room is the fortress's strongest stronghold. Catching his breath after crushing the second prince, Flare exhales, knowing the battle has only shifted. Believing his main opponent is done, Flare lowers his guard, momentarily forgetting the winged watchers above. High above, the angels sneer and mock the carnage below until Flare calls them out for hiding in the rafters. Darzolan marvels at how easily Kagurabi fell, preparing his stance as Nia senses tension rising between the fighters. Looking at Nia, the first prince admits the boy reminds him of his sister Faiza, speaking without any malice. Flare entrusts Nia to Darzolan's care, and the prince readily agrees to shield the boy as their battle lines form. Blazing in hellflame, Flare taunts the worthless angels into descending, dropping into an aggressive combat stance. A fierce vow to burn them in the gate of hell leaves the winged cowards frozen midair above the shattered tiles. Gripping his comrade's wrist, an angel murmurs that this demon mirrors someone they clashed with long ago. The demon they recall is Master Taku, the defiant warrior whose rebellion drove the angels to slaughter the shamans. Even as rulers of this realm, the angels tremble, gripped by terror the moment that blood-soaked past resurfaces. Their entire holy order once dreaded a single human who slaughtered their finest and stained their history in blood. Hearing them utter the name Master Taku after 1,000 years, Flare stops cold, his mind racing with recognition. Vivid memories flood back of grueling childhood training under that broad broad-shouldered mentor who taught him to fight. The hell flame rages around Flare, yet he stands lost in the distant past, blind to everything unfolding nearby. Taku's face strikes him as familiar the moment he sees it. The memory surfaces fast, sharp, and certain. In his mind's eye, Taku rises wreathed in fire, and a roar that shakes the air around him. To the angels, Taku was the last shaman standing to Flare. He was teacher, compass, and the closest thing to a father he had ever known. Flashback. The Great War against the shamans. The angels framed it as a holy crusade to stop wicked shamans from unleashing the hell flame and unmaking the world. 1,000 years of memory live in that one night. An angel in spectacles surveys columns of smoke rolling over a dark forest and declares it their sacred duty to erase the shamans. Zuriel, newest of the 12 apostles, cheers that this is a true crusade and victory is guaranteed, until something hits him squarely in the head, cutting off every word. Michael, apostle of flame, makes her position plain. One target, not an order-wide crusade, which is exactly why she silenced Zuriel before he embarrassed them further. Raphael refused the mission outright, and Michael agrees they should not be here. Hunting shamans one by one is beneath them and always was. Aldebaran arrives and kills any easy confidence on the spot. Their advance force has been broken, and he has come as reinforcement. Zuriel cannot believe it. The angel they sent ahead failed, yet it happened, and Aldebaran has now committed a second wave. His voice is flat and certain when he warns them. There is a true monster standing with the shamans. Elsewhere, the proof is already on the ground. Dozens of angels lie motionless while one man finishes the last of them. Marcial among the fallen. The leader tells the downed Marcial that humans should submit, that this war is pointless, while two small angel children crouch terrified in the background. Master Taku has no interest in who they are. He gave his word to guard the gate of hell, and no outsider passes. He calls the hell flame and ends it. A column of fire erupts into the sky, hurling angels in every direction. This is the power of the fire god, and every witness is left speechless by it. Angels, who were airborne, scatter in full panic as the wall of flame expands. Michael screams, asking what that was, and Zuriel tumbles helplessly through the blast. A vast crater opens in the earth as the fire ebbs. At its center stands Taku, unbothered, having just flattened a dozen angels with a single technique. One angel still hangs from his fist, smoking and beaten. Taku offers no apology. The angels started this war, and he is simply answering force with force. He turns away from the fallen angel, hands in pockets, and tells the two small ones he has no patience for children. He will not bother with them today. With a gesture, he freezes the children in place and fades into the dark. Pointless killing offends him, and cutting down those who cannot fight back is not something he will carry. In the throne room of the Red Ruby Kingdom, the two young angels confess they burned with fury back then, swearing to punish their master one day, only for him to die of old age beyond their reach. Finding Flare a shaman gives them at least some measure of revenge. They admit, yet the wound still sits open at that moment. Flare himself cuts into the conversation. He refuses to believe his master ever carried the hell flame. That power was always sealed behind the gate of hell. He is certain of it. The apostles stare, shaken by how fiercely he defends Taku. Years of waiting, and now their chance to repay Master Taku has finally walked through the door. The boy raises his staff, and the girl sends liquid metal rolling forward. A pressurized stream of molten metal slams into the immobile Kagarebi, coating him, reshaping him. Flare watches, unable to work out what they are building. Kagarebi rises with a dull crash, bronze plating sealed over his body like forged armor, strength and mobility restored, a gift from the dark apostles that hums with terrible power. He looks like a cyborg. One arm replaced by an enormous drill, plate armor welded across his torso, only his battered, bruised head left bare above the collar. Flare stares at the prince back on his feet, this time sheathed in steel. The apostles explain their gifts. One shapes metal objects, the other animates them. Together, the siblings are at their most dangerous, each power completing the others. They proclaim their victory with full confidence as fresh liquid metal rises from the girl's hands. They invite Flare to dance to fight their creation, just as Kagarebi was forced to do. The boy with the staff conducts the armored figure like a puppeteer. Flare drops into a fighting stance. He has no idea what these angels are truly capable of, but their arrogance alone is reason enough to teach them a lesson, and their steel cyborg is coming at him now. Two pale faces chant the invocations. Knight armor, steel shadow. The figure in the massive metal suit raises its drill arm and cocks back for the strike. It crashes down onto the black and white marble floor, shattering tiles in every direction. The white-haired man clutching the child is thrown back by the shockwave. Through the dust, the long-haired elder stares at the armored attacker, staggered by the raw force behind the blow. The sibling apostles survey the carnage, their armored figure left. The brother calls it art, while the sister clarifies their technique, breathes life into steel, making it faster and stronger. Inside the iron suit, the man encased there is bleeding. The sister explains the price. The technique runs on a human life, the person locked inside as its living core. The brother asks with a casual shrug whether that even matters. Humans are replaceable. Flare stands in flame, and his eyes burn with a fury that goes past words. swords. Brilliant fire ignites in front of the man suffering inside the armor. Flare, unbroken and blazing, plants himself in full between them. The armor's iron gauntlets and scattered plate begin to melt under the ferocious heat of his flame, softening and dripping before anyone can react. The apostles watch in open disbelief. Flare tells them he will keep burning until they stop. No exceptions, no negotiations. Standing in the dent, the armor's blow carved into the floor, he hammers the same demand with rising force. Stop treating people as tools. He orders them to fight him directly, not to run, then thrusts his hand forward, compressing flame into a single devastating strike. He tells Kagurabi to fight as himself, and the fire blast punches through the bronze plating and melts it from the inside out. The strike is so enormous it reaches the dome of the hall and tears it apart. Flare exhales once, his body still radiating heat. A ragged hole gapes in the dome and stars show through. Molten debris rains down around them. One of the twins stares up, unable to believe that steel dissolved under his fire. Circling on damaged wings, the brother concedes Flare may exceed Raphael's description. The sister, not laughing, notes his flame falls short of Taku's, leaving the brother genuinely unsettled. Fire dies down. Flare crosses the wreckage, crouches beside Kagurabi, who has shed the ruined armor and lies propped against the rubble, wounded badly but not fatally. One of the twins asks if that is Kagurabi and wonders aloud how he survived inside armor Flare just melted. The sister asks why Flare spared him the one summoned to be used. Irritated, Flare counters that being summoned isn't a death sentence and his fire doesn't kill. He straightens up, says this is not his affair, and nods toward the white-haired man still holding the child. Those who actually care about the answer are standing right there. The sister finds him impossible to read. These brothers were ready to kill each other over the throne just seasons ago. The brother admits human logic is a complete mystery to him. Watching them both, Flare replies quietly that he has just as little hope of understanding how angels think. He turns to the white-haired man and calls him Old Man, asking him to handle the wounded one, the so-called evil grandfather, and the elder agrees without hesitation. In silence, the white-haired man thanks Flare. Then he turns to the child in his arms, tells her they have to run, and calls her by name Naya. She nods. The apostles exchange a dark look and mutter that Flare is simply afraid to get his hands dirty. One of them raises his staff and announces he will handle it himself. A single sword stroke takes the wounded man's head. Flare does not even manage surprise. It is done before he can move. The white-haired man stands rigid, the child still in his arms, unable to lower her or look away from what now lies on the floor. His eyes fall on the severed remains and he breathes the dead man's name barely above a whisper. Memory. His brother said a soft-hearted man could never rule the Red Ruby Kingdom, so he'd take the throne and make it the mightiest nation alive. The white-haired man said he was wrong. The white-haired man understands there is no path left but to fight. His brother agrees too much time has already passed. Before turning to face the apostles, he asks his brother to make a vow. He asks both for a promise. Whoever wins must lead the kingdom to eternal prosperity, so every subject knows the throne is in steady hands. His brother agrees, swearing that is their goal. Kagurabi turns and smiles, saying that whichever of them wins, he will hold no grudge. He adds he will show no mercy. Addressing the blonde man as his elder brother, the blonde man grins back. Try me. He had told himself there was still time, but now his dead brother stands before his eyes. The angels erupt in laughter. Darzolan drops to his knees before his brother's body. The angels proclaim his moment has come, name him Darzolan aloud, and crown him the new lord of the Red Ruby Kingdom. They drift toward him wearing those razor-edged smiles and ask, "Are you happy now?" Massive pillar of fire screams toward them at blinding speed. They scatter just in time, and the flame clips the air where they stood a heartbeat before. Brushing embers from their sleeves, they mock the shaman, asking whether he really is this rude after they did his dirty work for him. Flare stands at the center of a rising storm of fire, every muscle coiled for battle. They ask if he plans to thank them. His answer is flat and dark. After all of this, there is only one road left. That road, he tells them, ends in flames. The armor on his arm reshapes into hooked iron claws and fire ignites in his palm. Then the inferno around him surges brighter and hotter. The angels laugh. His fire will never reach them. The girl squeezes a coil of steel in her fist while the boy grips his wand. Darzolan wraps what remains of his brother in a cloth with careful, trembling hands. Nia watches him and asks softly whether he is holding up. He reassures her, saying he was prepared. He explains that he and his brother were fated from the start to ignite a war, then stares at the bundle and admits a strange feeling will not leave him. A shockwave rolls through the arena, kicking up dust as they watch breathless. Darzolan offers a sad smile and apologizes, saying he'll regret this more than once when it's over. Darzolan tells them to stay clear of the fighting. Flare thrusts his armored fists forward and roars Hellfire, unleashing a barrage of colossal fireballs straight at the enemy. The angels combine their power. The girl chants Full Metal Alchemy while the boy sweeps his wand and shouts Flow Control. Together they weave something into the air that no one has ever seen. What takes shape is a colossal iron bull with 4 horns and 4 arms, each hand gleaming with a long scythe blade, a portal yawning open behind its back. The angels let out a low, wicked chuckle flat on the ground below. Flare realizes his long-range fire attacks are useless here. The twins with their cherubic faces announce it is their turn now. 3 eyes blaze with malevolent light across the bull's enraged face. The winged beast lunges forward with its weapons raised high, its long tail vanishing into the portal behind it. A scythe swings at Flare, who rolls back as the blade splits the floor. He growls that the angels are infuriating, always hovering out of reach. Flare sprints up the monster's tail, shouting at the angels to come down and fight. The girl asks with mock curiosity why he climbed so high. He fires back. Deadpan. Sorry, humans lack wings. The girl taunts that it was the frost flame that let Flare beat Raphael. The boy flicks his wand, and the steel platform beneath Flare's feet shatters, leaving him suspended in midair. High above the city, the tail detaches, sending Flare plummeting toward the rooftops far below. As Flare drops toward rooftops, Darzolan shouts that it's bad, and Nia screams his name. Flare clicks his tongue, his flames give no lift, and the ground is rushing up fast. The girl summons a volley of metal knives in her palm. Spotting that Flare cannot move freely, she hurls them at him without hesitation. He watches the blades come for him, jaw tight. A wave of fire melts the knives midair, then Flare calls out the frost flame. A small island of ice materializes in the sky above. The angels stare in disbelief. Flare kicks off the ice chunk, launches himself forward, and catches the wall with one hand. Flare clings to the building's dome. The angels peer down and sneer. What was that pathetic scrap of ice? They conclude he cannot actually use the frost flame at full strength. They keep mocking him. The girl points out there is no water in this kingdom to freeze. The entire land is a drought. The boy sighs and says he is disappointed. The girl adds that his fire cannot match Master Taku's power. Flare grits his teeth, knowing he must act now. Then the monster looms directly overhead and begins to descend. The angels steer the bull downward, sneering that Flare remained a mere human right up to the edge of death. The beast raises its scythes for the killing blow. Flare refuses to believe this is the end. The creature's blade closes in, and a crack splits across the top of the monster's skull. A single stiletto heel drives down onto the beast with devastating force, and the monster explodes into fragments. The frozen angels can't process what happened. Watching beside Darzolan, a lost Nia suddenly recognizes something, just as a voice tears through the silence, crying out for its young master. Turns and spots a girl in a white cape with a high ponytail sprinting toward them in tears and still shouting. The girl hugs Flare, overjoyed he is unhurt. Flare warmly greets her as Rachel, then glances where he was hovering, only for someone else to step in front, amused he is having fun. A long-haired girl with a bead on her hair tip and tall steel boots invites Flare to team up, standing with one boot on the fallen monster's head. Flare lights up. It is Kaguya. The angels mutter to each other with clear annoyance that the trash count just keeps rising. Kaguya silently names them in her mind. Flare, Flare's companions, the fallen. The angels glare at the group as she declares aloud that today is the day she settles her score with them. Kaguya pulls Flare up beside her on the dome roof, then turns to face the angels with a bright, unhurried smile, saying everything has fallen perfectly into place. Flare thanks Kaguya for the save. She spins toward him in genuine surprise and says she has no idea what he means. He could have handled that himself. He warns her these two are among the 12 apostles, the most powerful angels, so they must fight together, but Kaguya snaps she will deal with both alone while Flare doubts her. Kaguya declares she's had enough of his caution and tells him to step aside. Flare rises, pressing his point that he's never faced anything this strong, while puzzled angels watch them bicker. The airborne angel snarls, demanding to know if they think they can toy with her. Liquid steel runs from her palm. She calls to her brother Metatron and announces she will take out this trash herself. The angel sheathes her arm in a steel gauntlet and cocks back to strike, diving straight at them. Flare spots the threat and shouts a warning to Kaguya. Kaguya has no time to dodge. The blow connects squarely, driving her into the rooftop. Stone debris bursts outward in every direction from the impact. Kaguya's fist punches through the dome as she plunges downward. Flare calls her name, voice taut with fear. Steam rises from the angel's fist. She smirks and remarks that was a bit rude, then says those who pretend to be strong while remaining weak inside are exactly the kind that irritate her. The angel laughs and, breaking off for a moment, tells the shaman they will absolutely finish the job, right after they complete one important task first. Flare screams that she just brutalized Kaguya, then hurls himself after her and hammers a rapid chain of blows against the angel in midair. Kaguya crashes through a section of wall and hits the floor with a bone-deep thud. Flare stands on the dome above, jaw tight, thinking Kaguya was far too reckless. Flare hopes she is alive and knows he has to move now. Metatron glides closer, assuring them he is right there. The angel drops onto Kaguya where she fell. The steel-encased angel's arm clamps Kaguya's throat. Smiling, the angel notes she is stronger than ordinary humans and absorbed every strike. But against angels, she has no chance at all. The angel raises her free arm to shatter every bone in Kaguya's body while she still breathes. But something unexpected freezes her mid-strike. An enormous sphere swells up beneath Kaguya and lifts her off the ground. The angel stares at it, completely unable to grasp what is happening. The instant the angel decides it must be a cushion, a steel-booted foot of tremendous force connects with her face. The angel's face warps under the raw brutality of the impact. The sheer power of the kick launches her backward, forward and she punches through the wall, leaving a deep crack in the stone. The angel cannot understand how Kaguya managed it. Standing, Kaguya admits she was lucky without a timely defense that would have killed her, as behind her, the sphere dissolves back into her leg. Kaguya grins wide and says, "Now this is a real fight." Her leg knits itself back together, reassembling like interlocking plates. She wipes blood from her face, fixes the enemy with a steady gaze, and declares that angels are fine by her. She can work with this. The defeated angel stares at Kaguya in disbelief. Unable to accept that her kick landed with such force, he never imagined she could reshape her own legs at will. Beyond the shaman, someone else exists who can stand against angels. The thought staggers her. The stage beneath their feet tells Kaguya this is exactly where a decisive battle belongs. The angel's voice tears across the arena, screaming her brother's name with raw desperation. Already sprinting at Kaguya, sword raised, her brother closes the gap fast. The limping girl thinks calmly, worrying is pointless. These are angels, after all. Rage pours out of the boy as he roars that Kaguya dared do that to his sister. Meanwhile, she turns over one quiet fact. No matter how hard humans try, they cannot beat angels. Before the angel even completes his swing, Kaguya's heel is already arcing straight into his face. The blow lands flush on top of the boy's skull with bone-jarring force. His sister watches in horror as Kaguya unimpressively demands to know what they are doing, claiming hiding mid-conversation is pointless and asking if they thought she was losing. Turning to the wounded angels gaping at her, she tells them plainly. She is going all out because a fight without real struggle gives her nothing worth savoring. She drops into a combat stance and beckons them forward with one finger, smiling as she asks why they're hesitating. Come show her something genuinely interesting. Flare watches everything unfold, turning the situation over in his mind. The angels charge again, one armed with a sword, the other swinging a massive axe. Flare stares at the girl in open-mouthed awe, her skill cutting deeper into him than any blade. Not one opening does Kaguya leave them. She flips through the air and drives a devastating kick home, a grin stretched wide across her face. A delighted shout bursts from her, taking them both on at once is an absolute rush. Barely recovered from the punishment, the angels struggle to even form words. They press the attack in a frenzy, screaming in disbelief that a plain human being can trade blows evenly with the mightiest angels in existence. One sweeping kick drops the brother and sister both, their faces a ruin of bruises and pain. Flare watches every second of it, making no effort to hide his admiration. The follow-through hurls them into the wall, and they crash into it with a thunderous boom. Kaguya settles back to the floor as if she never moved at all. Standing over her fallen brother and sister, she gazes down at their limp bodies with a detached look and wonders aloud if that truly was everything they had. Kaguya shifts her gaze to Flare, who has been watching the whole fight from a distance. She calls his name with a bright laugh, admits she was right to stay by his side, and bounces on her heels, declaring how much fun this has been. He waves back, a little thrown by her boundless energy. At that moment, the angels, seemingly finished, surge upward into the sky with renewed power. She glances back over her shoulder. One angel announces that Kaguya has earned her respect. Metatron adds that the game is now over. The angels spit back that they will never go near her again. Massive wings unfurl in the air, and they scream down at her to crawl on the ground like the pitiful wingless creature she is where she belongs. The wings are made entirely of blades, and Flare notes there are far too many. Angels always keep their distance and attack from range to avoid risk. That is what makes them so brutally hard to beat. Flare notices his own fighting style mirrors Kaguya's. Neither of them favors ranged attacks. He moves to support her, but she stops him with a burning grin and insists he stay out of it. Flare tenses as the angels train every blade on them, poised to strike. Kaguya locks into her stance and braces for the onslaught. She explodes forward, racing across the hail of flying blades, pushing off each one in rapid sequence without breaking stride. Angels and Flare alike were struck speechless. Neither could trust what their eyes were telling them. Flare recalls how she used the blades like stepping stones, weaving through them with effortless, lethal speed. Their own past battle against her blazes back to life in his memory. He had almost forgotten where Kaguya's true power lives. Eyes burning with purpose, she rockets upward into the angel's own domain. She announces her return and warns them not to say the tricks are finished. Leg cocked for the kill, she declares the game ends here. The angel answers with nothing but a faint smirk. They have built their final defensive line, watching her with cold smiles and hurling insults down at her. At the exact moment she moves to strike, a steel sphere bristling with enormous spikes materializes directly in her path. Flare stares at it, bewildered. The angel waits with quiet confidence. The hardest steel he can forge, shaped into spikes aimed at her. Strike it, and she will destroy herself with her own force. He started to say she would shatter her own legs, then the words died in his throat. Kaguya had transformed her leg, now 10 times the size of the ball and covered in spikes of its own. Completely lost as to what they are seeing, the angels stare at her in stunned confusion. Kaguya flashes a radiant grin and roars the name of her final technique, Serpent of 1,000 Faces, then drives her leg through the sphere with everything she has. Flare stands on the floor, surrounded by embedded blades, staring at the battlefield in shock, barely able to ask the empty air whether it is really be over. Brother and sister, defeated, lose consciousness and crumple to the ground. They hit face first. Kaguya lands cleanly beside them and thanks the angels with genuine warmth for giving her such an extraordinary fight. She straightens to her full height and cries out that this was the greatest battle of her entire life. Flare sprints to her side, asking urgently if she is all right. She turns toward him and gives him a small, easy smile. He tells her she is still full of fire and admits he never imagined she could beat one of the 12 apostles. She replies shyly that she hasn't changed, and he raises his fist toward her. His smile is completely sincere as he tells her she did brilliantly. Admiration floods her eyes and her face opens into a wide, genuine grin. She drives her fist hard into his in answer. Around them, the others stand amid the wreckage of the utterly destroyed dome. They look toward the battle site, and Rachel notes with worry they are too far away to see how it ended. Nia hopes quietly that everyone is all right. Darzolan glances that direction and says they are fine, though he hadn't expected to defeat opponents that powerful. Rachel asks in surprise whether he can actually see them. He turns and urges everyone to move immediately. The castle could collapse at any moment. She agrees without argument. Rachel asks Nia to take her hand and promises she will guard him far more carefully this time. He reaches for her, then something catches his eye. He lets go and asks Rachel to wait. She calls after him, alarmed there in the rubble. Nia spots a holster with a pistol still inside. Darzolan walks on, anticipating the citizens' shock at the royal palace's massive devastation, which he must soon explain to his brother and subordinates. At that moment, Nia picks up his holster. Darzolan believes that now, at last, everything is truly ending, and the danger is finally passing. The ground shudders violently beneath them, throwing everyone nearby off their feet. Darzolan looks up, searching for the source, but finds only confusion. Kaguya screams in panic, demanding to know why everything is shaking and shouts at Flare to turn around. He spins instantly. Kaguya pulls Flare out of the way just in time. From the exact spot where he stood a split second ago, an enormous dark hand tears up through the floor. For a long moment, Flare cannot make sense of what he is looking at until he looks closer. Something gleaming, something metallic. The realization hits. That is solid steel. Behind the first hand, a second crashes down onto the floor with a thunderous impact above what must be the creature's body. Two spheres of pale light hover in the darkness, reduced to nothing but drifting skulls. The angels mutter that it's time to dispose of this garbage. They never expected to deal with something like this. Those grinning, skull-faced creatures warn that once he is summoned, there will be no splitting apart again. When two souls converge in one point, they begin to dissolve into each other and fuse. Kaguya and Flare watch the process with wide, fascinated eyes. Bone and sinew reshape into a skeleton frame, the angels becoming its living brain, a creature that can erase everything in its path. Kaguya turns to Flare and asks whether this thing is dangerous. He tells her it absolutely is. The beast takes shape, bellowing with horns splitting its skull. Flare shouts at Kaguya to run or die, but the monster's own voice cuts him off, roaring its name into the sky. Growing by the second and leaving rubble in its wake, the monster spreads vast wings and raises a massive scythe, declaring itself the destroyer giant. The creature looms over the city, its maw ringed with 3 rows of razor teeth, a 4-pointed star blazing on its brow, 6 arms gripping curved blades, 6 enormous wings spread wide. Civilians watching the palace understand nothing. It explodes, someone shouts the prince's battle has begun, and screaming starts as something monstrous rises before them. They decide it must be a demon. Rachel clutches Nia tight and plunges downward, screaming that this is very bad. The monster's emergence shattered the castle, and the tower the heroes stood on began to topple. Darzolan screamed at everyone to grab hold of him. The tower collapses in a roar of stone and dust. Flare drags himself free of the wreckage, shaken by how close that came to killing him. Staring at his own hands, he realizes the steel shell he threw up around them was the only reason he is alive. It peels away from his skin in strips. A voice calls his name, and he turns. Kaguya braced a barrier around herself with one leg and asks if he is all right. Flare notes she made it out too. She admits that self-defense is not normally her style. It feels strange. Both of them stare at the monster's vast back, and Kaguya wonders if this is what happens to angels when they lose their minds. Flare shakes his head. He has never seen anything like this before. A hideous roar shakes the air. Both heroes know that if it reaches the palace city, the destruction will be catastrophic. Flare knows this is where the monster must be stopped, but before he can move, its eyes ignite with a malevolent glow, and one sickle arm swings up, ready to strike. Kaguya shouts that it's attacking, and sure enough, the creature lunges at them in an instant, blade arcing straight for their heads. Something clicks for Flare. Kaguya is already charging forward, and he yells at her to wait. One swing of the monster's arm levels everything for several city blocks, all the way to the mountain wall. Cloud of dust boils up from the destruction, cracks splitting the wall. Flare barely clears the impact zone, holding Kaguya tight in his arms. He asks her if she is all right. Kaguya curls in on herself, gasping and coughing hard. The blade has sheared her leg almost to the knee. Flare sees it and swears under his breath. They land at a safer distance. He tells her to hold on. She insists she is fine, then admits through labored breaths that the steel has gotten more lethal. It was that steel that caught her leg. Flare asks Kaguya to rest, rest. She snaps back that she refuses to sit out. She is fighting too. He looks at the wound and asks, doubtfully, exactly how she plans to do that. Right then, he watches in disbelief as her leg knits itself back together, whole and unmarked. He calls it unbelievable. Kaguya reminds him she already told him her legs can handle anything standing. She adds, they have limits. Her condition worsens, and one more time may be all she has left. The monster locks its gaze on them again. They are in real trouble. Kaguya drops into a fighting stance and grins. This is exactly the fight she has been waiting for. If she dies, let it be here. She declares she has no intention of dying. Flare is relieved. Kaguya is on her feet, but notes grimly that their situation has not improved. He guesses the monster's weak point is buried somewhere in its skull, right where those horns grow, but getting close to something that large and powerful will be a brutal problem. One look at that face tells him a direct charge is suicide. The only real option right now is to stay mobile and keep dodging. He asks Kaguya to buy him a little time. Wrapping himself in flame like a coat of living fire, he announces he has a plan. The beast rears above them, coiling to strike. Kaguya shouts a warning that it is about to attack. Flare drives a burning fist into the ground with full force. Massive stone pillars erupt from the earth in every direction around them. They coil around the monster's arms, skull, and torso, locking it in place and leaving it thrashing helplessly. Kaguya stares, baffled. Flare explains he recently claimed a new flame. She rounds on him, furious that he grew stronger and never told her. He tells her this is only bait, not even his favorite trick. Something enormous shifts above them. Flare says they need to see the plan through now. He asks Kaguya to cover him for just a little longer. A colossal spiked ball hangs over them. Kaguya asks, deadly serious, whether they have any chance at all. He tells her they will be fine. The spiked ball screams toward them, throwing up a wall of dust and debris on all sides. The monster laughs, then goes silent as a crack splits straight through the center of the ball. Kaguya shatters the steel sphere with one savage kick and agrees with Flare in the same motion. She turns to Flare, smiles, and promises that she will keep him safe. Settling her stance, Kaguya decides privately that if Flare takes too long, she will finish the monster herself. Flare trusts Kaguya completely and is grateful she is on his side. Eyes closed, hand on the ground, he sends thin white spider silk threads spreading invisibly outward in every direction. He knows the third hell flame burns through energy fast. If he cannot land the decisive hit now, he will run dry and the danger will only grow. This flame is their one chance. Somewhere beneath this battlefield crowded with so many people, what he needs must be here. Straining to track every detail, Flare holds his focus as Kaguya deflects the monster's assault, weaving around the blades it spits from its jaws. Deep in his perception, he felt a single drop of water growing larger. Flare knows he has found what he was looking for. He shouts at Kaguya to jump, pouring energy into his palm. He reaches down and calls something up from beneath the earth. Kaguya stares at him, stunned. He speaks the incantation, and a vast fissure splits open across the ground. He strains toward what he needs. The barrier is stronger than expected, but the third hell flame tears it apart. He takes hold of what he came for. Kaguya leaps back as a colossal jet of water erupts from the earth beneath the monster. Only now does she understand he spent all that time searching for an underground spring. The monster blinks at it, confused. Flare shapes the water into a massive block of spiked ice and drives it into the monster, then apologizes to Kaguya for the delay and tells her she no longer needs to hold back. Wreathed in the bright, crackling frost flame, he rides the path he cut downward and announces, grinning, that now it is their turn to attack. City guards push the crowd back, shouting for everyone to clear the area before the whole structure comes down. One of them keeps his eyes locked on the collapse. He remembered Darzolan's order to stay outside. The king meant to finish Kagurabi himself, and if anything went wrong, the guards answered for every resident's safety. A townsman being led out of the danger zone suddenly points at something falling out of the sky. Darzolan lands beside the guards and asks whether they are all right. One arm holds a man who thanks him for the rescue. The other steadies an exhausted Rachel. The man apologizes for the jump they had to make. Recognizing him, the guards break into relief that he is alive and whole. He is just as glad they are and hurries to tell them what happened. The angels have gone mad, he says. They killed Kagurabi and now they mean to wipe out the entire country. The news lands like a hammer. People start guessing what they could have done to anger them, and somewhere nearby a voice speaks of doom. Worry spreads across Naya's face. Prayers for forgiveness rise from the crowd, and in that moment the boy, hand resting on his holster, calls out loudly that everything will be fine right now. He says with total certainty Kaguya and Flare are out there fighting for all of them. So no one gives up and no one loses hope. Darzolan and Rachel are struck by the fire in his words. The locals only look confused. One mutters that they are all in real trouble. Beyond the wall, a massive column of water rises. That is Flare's work. Nobody can make sense of it until someone names it. Water. Darzolan is stunned. These lands hold no springs. Rachel doubts her eyes. Nia watches calmly, knowing whose work it is. Watching him throw himself into the fight, Nia truly believes Flare is the one who will bring them their victory. Wrapped in the frost flame, Flare hurls himself at the monster, burying its head under a storm of Sakura strikes. strikes. Pain rolls through the beast, steam pouring off its face where the blows land. Flare is already building the next attack, a road of ice with spikes bristling along its floor. He swings the thing like an enormous whip and brings it down full force. The monster goes over backwards with a shattering crash. That is not all. He promises. Kaguya comes racing down the same icy path. This must be the second hell spark Flare told her about. She thinks the strange, enormous one, though she is not even sure it counts as flame. The claw reaches for him and he refuses to be caught. Kaguya notes he has grown faster and sharper, though as a person he has barely grown. The real awakening is still ahead. He is finally free. She decides no one around to stop him and no one to shield him. Flare's fist lands square in its face, a wave of frost flames splitting the skull. The fight has swallowed him whole now. Kaguya sees, and his strength is frankly unreal. The discovery makes her smile. He is monstrously strong. She is sure of it, and she readies her own secret move. Kamikaze. Half the beast's head is already gone. Her leg becomes a giant hammer and she nails the monster into the ground, smiling. She asks whether he had forgotten about her and adds that joy is meant to be shared. He smiles back and asks if she really thinks so. The beast barely holds itself up on its arms, its body creaking under the strain. It seems about to speak, then simply lifts its eyes to the two of them. Side by side they fly, each winding up an attack, both set on finishing this together. Half ruined, the monster looks at the two humans and remembers what its master told it. Angels stand far above humans, God had said, and he never doubted it. People are weak, helpless things that angels must lead and protect. The double strike lands as the thought ends. Their combined blow hits it straight in the head. The skull bursts into fragments, and its last thought is that everything God said was nonsense. Flare and Kaguya argue heatedly over who did more damage, and the monster marvels at how impossibly strong humans can be. Still reeling, Kaguya complains that Flare's fire is a strange one. It freezes and it burns. She wants to learn it. He says the craft is hard. The monster screams that this is wrong and charges. Delighted that it is still standing, Flare wastes no time and lifts his leg for the strike. A jet of frost flame pours down the outstretched arm, sheathing the enemy's whole body in ice up to its head. Unfair, the monster decides. Flare gives Kaguya the order. Her leg rises and a flock of birds bursts out from under it. She spins hard and drives the finishing blow home. The beast's heavy armor flies apart. Coming apart, the monster refuses to believe it and decides there has been a mistake. Only the face is left, Flare notes, and that is where the angels hide. Gathering the full weight of the first flame in his palm, Flare announces he will turn them all to ash and says goodbye. At that exact moment, a creature made of angels erupts from the head. It seems to scream at everyone, "Here's the real garbage." Kaguya and Flare study it closely. She grimaces and says out loud that it is disgusting. Human life is the stupidest and most common trash in the world. It shrieks, and the true privilege granted by God belongs to angels alone. Men must never be given such power. It wails they are cowards and liars. Kaguya cannot follow any of it, and Flare, as always, fails to grasp angel logic. The thing raises its arms. It summons the machines of mass destruction, and angels start pouring out of portals in the sky in every shape imaginable. Useless, Flare tells it that will not help at all. Beside itself, the creature orders him to shut up and sends the angels in. Kaguya and Flare brace for the charge, then catch it. The angels fly straight past them, heading for the town. Perched on the shattered skull, it grins and says they fight dirty, so instead of them, it will take the weakest, and it turns its puppets loose on the villagers. The townspeople freeze in horror as the models come screaming down at them. Then they open fire with something like lightning. Panic tears through the crowd and everyone runs. This order is the only right one, the creature declares, furious. Flare's fist smashes into its face as he screams at it to shut the mass production down. The people of that town are guilty of nothing, he insists. The creature feigns regret and warns that all his friends will die. Kaguya looks toward the town. The attack has begun. His thoughts go to the boys nearby and to everyone in the town. He turns to Kaguya, and right then the creature's jaws gape open, energy gathering inside. He spear fires out of that mouth and nearly runs him through. He twists aside just in time. Rising, it laughs and calls this his punishment for daring to challenge angels. Now, it is its turn to answer. It smirks, so let him watch from the front row as the others are crushed. Then it says goodbye. The creature flies off. Kaguya screams after it to stop furious and starts after it. Then his words stop her cold. Watching the thing escape, the boy mutters darkly that the only one being punished here is himself. Kaguya turns an anxious look on Flare. In the town, people run screaming as the attacking models rampage around them. Fire swallows everything. Guards shout to save whoever has not escaped. Rachel tells Nia they have to run, but he does not move. Then, a voice in the crowd cries out for its mother. A small boy, tears streaming, tries to drag his mother out from under the rubble. She begs him to run and not look back. Guard points out that the mother is pinned. Naya is already moving, pulling the pistol from his holster. The models notice something happening around the woman and the child. They come diving in, lightning already burning in their hands. Rachel throws her arms around the boy from behind, warning him it is dangerous. One thought fills Nia's head: save them. Darzalan drops in out of nowhere and pins the puppets to the ground with one enormous blow. The guards work the mother free. The man steps in front of them, looks them dead on, and says he will hold the enemy long enough for them to get away. More angel models are already on their way, and there are a great many. Darzolan studies them and gives his guards one order. Every last one of you lives. The guard tries to talk him out of it. There are far too many. He cannot take them alone. And if anything happens to him, the country is finished. The man drops into a fighting stance and answers that the people's duty is to survive, and the king's duty is to protect them. A ruler stands in front of his country, he adds. With savage resolve, he tells the angel models that from this moment he is their enemy. Naya and the guards watch him, barely holding back tears. The models come straight at him, and he is ready, braced to meet the charge. The creature is hideous, and it laughs out loud. From high above, it watches people suffer and decides this is exactly what the human world should be, weak and unfinished. Help rushes in with a warning. Everyone left in this country is being made an example, a lesson in fear for everyone else. It only smiles at how these people never stop talking about the church, then says out loud that it wants this country wiped off the face of the earth. They are pitiful creatures, nothing more. It adds, Darzolan, run through by several thunderbolts, barely keeps his feet as the angels press forward. This is where it ends. He is certain, and if he can manage it, he means to hold out until every last person is clear. Models come at him again, and he goes down, head bowed, apologizing to his brother. He is sorry he could not keep his promise, and hopes they will meet again very soon. Right then, a rain of sand comes whistling past him. Every angel bearing down on the man is caught in it. He has no idea what that was. A solid, dark-skinned man in a white shirt walks past Darzolan and signals him not to give up. The stranger pushes his hair back, and Darzolan recognizes him and the people with him at once. Adventurers. They came, they explain, because the country is in danger. A man in a vest lifts his sword, a whole crowd of gear and mismatched weapons standing behind him. They have come to help, he says, like proper, decent citizens. Their own country matters far more to them than any angels, the dark-skinned man says, and they will not let a single one walk away however badly it wants to. And Rachel spot a familiar face in the group. A giant wolf, wrapped entirely in flame, steps forward. Nia shouts his name in delight. Shiranui, the wolf barks back happily. A camel's head appears around the corner, and Nia knows Raku on sight. The dark-skinned man tells the adventurers this is a fine chance to make up for every crime behind them. He introduces himself as Mr. Muscle and declares he is taking Kagarabe's place as head of the Adventurers Guild, calling on every one of them to be the heroes who save this country. One adventurer admits he is afraid to fight angels. Another answers that if they stay out of it, everyone dies. A third adds that if they are dying anyway, they may as well die with style. Mr. Muscle roars the order to move, and the adventurers charge in without flinching. The creature grins and tells the humans to scream and weep. Behind it, Flare raises his hand for the strike and calls out, telling it to turn around. The boy hits it with everything he has, frost flame tearing loose. The only one crying here is you, Flare tells the giant. The monster's face breaks apart in pieces. It cannot work out how he got so close. The ice maybe, but it refuses to believe such a thing is even possible. Away from the water source, the creature knows Flare cannot deploy the frost flame. There is nothing left to freeze. A single drop of water hangs in the air before its eyes. The creature cannot fathom where those water orbs are coming from. Nearby, a staff wielder watches everything closely and states the truth. Flare is guided by Alrisha, and elder shamaness stands before them. And behind her, the masked, spear-bearing tribe fills the street. She swears they will carve a path for Flare. The sacred water beast circles above the tribe, shaping great orbs from nothing, and the people below raise their voices in praise. One of them calls out, enemies of Flare are enemies of Jala Handra. Flare gives silent thanks to every one of them, while the creature stares at the assembled tribe, utterly unable to place who these people are. In that instant, Kaguya drives her heel straight into the creature's skull with crushing force. Grinning, she tells it to pay attention to the fighter standing right in front of it. The creature staggers and begins to fall. Flare calls it a proud, hollow angel. He tells it that its pride only rises when others are broken beneath it, and names that pathetic. That, Flare says, is exactly why it lost, and the creature's eyes blow wide with raw fury. It watches humans, guild members, and the tribe push back against its creations with stubborn, unbroken will. Panic cracking its voice, it screams at Flare to shut his mouth and braces for what it is about to do. A colossal monster erupts from its call, and the creature bellows that angels are beings of a higher order. Kaguya clocks the giant's return. Flare reads it immediately. The monster was summoned on purpose directly over the city. The giant's body begins to topple, and Flare lunges forward without hesitation to stop it from crushing the city below. It strikes the earth with a thunderous impact. From the shattered skull, something monstrous tears free and lets out a chilling, triumphant laugh. It straightens to full height, laughter booming as clouds of dust billow up all around it. It roars that it destroyed them all in one blow. Then the dust settles, and a shape stands in the haze ahead. Flare leans against a broken slab of wall, head bowed. The creature sneers that he looks utterly pitiful. Closing the distance, it remarks that it could not level him completely, but the damage done is very real. It looms over Flare. It screams down at him, hurling his own words about pitiful angels back in his face and calling him a fool. Flare calls it weak and swears it will never treat him like this again. The cruelest end possible awaits it. A bullet cuts the air with a sharp whistle. Nia fired the shot, ordering the creature creature to back away. Flare slowly opened his eyes and looked at him, barely holding himself upright. Nia takes aim again, unwavering. The creature marvels that he is still breathing, calls him stubborn, then grasps, a beat too late, that it should have fled. Turning, it thinks this is impossible. The colossal steel giant fell directly over the city. The realization hits it hard. The city around it stands untouched. It turns and understands. Flare burned every last reserve of his fire. He aimed it all into the heart of the steel giant to keep the city from being crushed. The creature seethes. Flare melted the entire body, and only a quarter of the massive head made it down onto the city. Nia shouts at the creature with ringing defiance. Flare is no weakling. Every person still alive made it through only because Flare stood between them and destruction. Tears streak his face as he declares that it is now his turn to protect Flare. Battered Flare wonders if Nia watched the battle in the sky and guesses he came running out of worry. He recalls how Rachel once comforted Nia. Flare is certain Nia has grown far stronger than before. The creature's face twists into a vile grin, and it concedes the point. It grants that the mortal shaman earned admiration and further competition is pointless, accepting defeat and promising to leave quietly, leaving Flare and Nia staring in stunned disbelief. And, instant later, the creature is beside Nia, whispering that it was only joking, then backhands him across the forehead so hard he flies backward and loses the gun. It screams that no one lectures it. The creature turns back to Flare and asks softly whether his heart can bear watching what comes next. Dark fury ignites behind Flare's eyes. The creature is about to act. Flare still cannot move. His mind flashes to Nia, risking everything for him, and to his own duty to protect the boy, and Flare tells himself he can do this. Flare thinks, if he cannot manage this, why does he even carry that name? Nia crawls away on all fours. The creature watches and asks, almost amused, whether the boy will cry. Nia seizes the gun and spins back around, leveling it. The creature mocks him and invites the shot, says it is wide open, that Nia can end it all right now. In that moment, a spear punches clean through its skull. Rachel comes from behind and drives the weapon straight between the creature's eyes. She orders it to stay away from her young master. Flare feels a surge of relief. Nia watches the creature with wary eyes. The monster's mouth curves into a sly smile. Remembered moments with Rachel, her trying to feed him and his awkward refusals, insisting he could manage on his own. In memory, Rachel fussed over Flare like a mother hen and told him she simply could not help it because she had never met anyone kinder or gentler in her life. She pulled Nia into a tight hug, beaming, and told him not to worry about small things. He shot back that if she kept squeezing like that, she was going to kill him herself. Her promise, always by his side, still echoes in the memory. A clawed hand passes through something unseen. Nia stares at her through tears, and Flare goes rigid with shock. The monster's arm slides clean through Rachel's body without resistance, its cold eyes fixed on her, the spear still jutting from its skull. Red, like blood spills from the corner of Rachel's mouth. The creature scoffs, too weak, it says, and it thought the game was still going. It adds that it expected nothing more from a human. Rachel declares, voice iron hard, that whoever harmed her young lord will never be forgiven by his sworn holy knight. The creature stares back, unable to parse the words. Wrenching the spear from its skull, it asks Rachel if she is the boy's holy knight and what she gains from it, while Nia stands frozen with tears sliding down his cheeks. Rachel asks the creature if it has ever heard of honor, then says with quiet pride that she gave her entire life to it. She takes its hand and states plainly that she is ready to die for this precious child, and that is exactly what makes her a true saint. The monster tears its arm free from her body, sneering that she can count all she likes, then drives the spear through her again. It promises to grant her wish and tells her plainly. The boy breathes at the cost of her own life, lunges toward her, screaming her name. As Rachel falls, her last thought is a silent apology to him for having to leave. Through tears, she asks him to take care of himself. The creature lets out a vile laugh and asks if it let her down because everything it said was just a joke. Flare locks eyes with it, his face twisted with rage. Watching it all, Flare realizes he has saved no one. Again, his past floods back, and the crushing thought follows. Nothing has changed, not even with this power in his hands. He decides inwardly that he is useless. A voice chuckles softly inside him and agrees he is not wrong. The great burning beak-faced creature speaks. It was in that total helplessness, it says, that he first unlocked the true power of the Hellflame. It urges him to stop holding the flame back and give everything he has. In a moment like this, they say, a man can defeat even God. Something new ignites behind Flare's eyes. He rises to his feet, fire swallows his body until only a blazing silhouette remains, and the angelic creature flinches backward in shock. The creature cannot grasp what is happening and throws its arm up, shielding its face. Nia is hurled back by the shockwave of heat and force. He stares at the burning figure ahead of him, breath misting from his lips. Behind Flare, a colossal armored knight of fire rises into being. Floor and sky behind the hero are swallowed in flame. Flare fixes his gaze on the creature and states he will destroy it. Fear writes itself plainly across the creature's face. It admits nothing like this has touched it in 1,000 years. Nia watches, unease and awe warring in his chest. His gaze falls on Flare, completely engulfed in roaring fire. Flare's face has crossed the border of the human. His eyes burn with an eerie, otherworldly light. True terror grips the creature. Nia tries tries to call out to Flare, urging him to hold on. And in that exact instant, someone seizes the boy. It is Kaguya. Grabbing Rachel with one hand and Nia with the other, she asks Nia quickly if he is alright. Kaguya pulls them off the battlefield. Nia tells Flare to stay put, but Kaguya interrupts. His safety comes first. She urges Rachel to hold on, noting Flare's flame is unlike any she has seen. Kaguya cannot believe the blazing figure in front of her is actually Flare. Flare charges the creature, raising his fist to strike. The Night mirrors the motion, instantly surging straight at the monster. The creature has no time to recover from the blinding first strike before the next blow hits like a cyclone and hurls it backward. It screams inside the inferno, begging for mercy. The Night presses on, burning the monster without pause. The creature writhes, pleads, swears it repents, and will never trouble humanity again. The creature is certain this flame cannot truly destroy it. It is convinced Flare will not land the killing blow and nurses that thin hope of surviving. Fury blazes in Flare's eyes. The creature cannot comprehend where this impossible strength came from. The creature refuses to believe it. Yet the Night hammers it again and again. It swears it will change, will reform, will be better. Weeps openly, apologizing, vowing to enter a monastery and never think a wicked thought again. It begs with everything it has left. Flare hears none of it. The man, wreathed in fire, presses down and finishes the creature with one decisive, crushing blow from above. It dissolves into the air, leaving behind only these words: "This floor is a monster." The sky clears. Kaguya walks up to Flare and tells him cheerfully that she has finally rid them of that angel for good. She turns to Flare, still burning. She says celebration comes later. Right now they move, seeing Rachel's life hanging by a thread. Flare crosses to her side immediately. Something feels wrong, and Flare senses it. Flame rages wild around him while the Night waits in silence. Flare's eyes are lit from within. He sees nothing around him now, wholly surrendered to the fire.